Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Esports U channel. My name is Bass from the Past. Join alongside me, my main man, Hypheria, and we are here today to cover all the Rocket League action here in the ECAC preseason, and I'm ready to get into this one. We've got our first two teams just about lined up on the pitch here today. It is going to be College of St. Rose versus Thomas College. I'm excited to get into this one. How are you doing today, my fine friend, Hypheria?
Fine friend, even. Hello, we're getting real familiar with each other, huh? I'm doing exquisite. I'm having a grand old time and looking forward to this new season. That's the main thing. It's time to start proving yourself.
Exactly. You have to prove yourself because we aren't quite there yet. We've got a little bit of time before the full season starts. As you can see right down below, full season going to start up on February 14th on Valentine's Day. A perfect day to show your love for the game that you play on a daily basis here, because that's what these guys are doing. They're showing the dedication, playing through collegiate esports, and they are going to battle it out now in a best of 5 here. And like we said, two teams that I'm going to be honest, I'm not as 100% familiar with. We've seen a lot of collegiate play throughout the season, or throughout this entire semester so far, but that's the thing that makes collegiate all the more exciting. There's so many teams that you've never heard of that will pop off and surprise you on any given day.
And it's collegiate, right? All of a sudden, a team can pop off out of absolutely nowhere because they signed an incredible player to really finish off their squad, whereas before that, they weren't even known to their next-door neighbors. So it is an ever-changing environment, and that is also going to be the dynamic into the game, right? They are going to continuously try and adapt, try and counter to what your opponent is bringing at you. But I think setting the tone, setting the pace, and trying to dominate from that get-go, that's going to be the key to victory.
Well, we're going to have to find out which one of the two teams has those keys unlocked. We're going to have to see. Game number 1 just about underway here, waiting for the players to hit the pitch, and as soon as they do, we get game number 1, like we said, in this best of 5. And again, best of 5 does give you a little bit of time to try and feel out the opponents, but realistically, if you don't hit the ground running, you're most likely going to have to fight from behind.
You're going to have to be running, sprinting, doing whatever you do so desire. Whatever you do doesn't need to work. And here we go. Game number 1, St. Rose versus Thomas College. And it is Thomas College who can at least start off in that attack inside. And the first thing I always do, right, when we don't know exactly the players, I look at tags, and I do see it established of 2015 tags. He's got the game for a while now.
Yeah, I've also had the game since 2015, but I'm not very good at this game either. So I gotta hope that maybe we've got, some correct representation, because when I wear that tag, it's completely false. When this guy wears it, though, he's showing that he's got some dominance. He's showing that he's got some skills to pay the bills so far here, as the defense will step up for now. Thomas College feeling the pressure, but good relief, and now a chance to go the other way. Can even just dribble on in, besides with an unfortunate miss on the line, but it will not cost them for now.
Patrick, he's going to try and make it expensive, though, and in the end, it might just cost them if they're going to keep on making mistakes. Janiel just fakes it out in the end. Xtrinity is baited in while B-side and Neko. Baka. That's a while since I've heard that. Oh, my word. Do you know about Baka?
No, I do not. I'll take your word for whatever it might mean, in whatever context that you might have here. So
no, it was Minecraft Hunger Games. It was like 2012 Minecraft Hunger Games, Jerome ASF, Baka. And if he's got the name from there, that's exquisite, but that's a pinch and a half. And they're going to go hungry on this side of St. Rose.
Yeah, it's an exquisite touch the other way, but is it going to be enough to turn it into a solid offense here? I think not. Thomas College playing a little bit passive there. Kubi giving time and space now to Nico Baka to try and just get some more pressure here. Keep on putting this attack on, because we're about 100 seconds into this one still. Neither team has been able to find the back of the net yet. Definitely not for a lack of trying. Shots on both sides, and speaking of shots, Nico Baka trying to set up yet another one. Not really able to make much of a touch. Just kind of a 50-50 that floats around here in the corner. Royal, though, trying to get this one center where Besides is going to be waiting. They dive in instead, though. They don't want to play patiently. They want to get this one going. Because now we get down to halftime, and still neither team able to get on the board yet.
And Patrick tries to bang that along the side. Will loses control of his car shortly thereafter. B-sides into Kupi. Kupi takes it to the sky yet again. Here's Royal Xtrinity sitting on the backboard, waiting it patiently, and you can't be patient here. B-side does jump at the opportunity. Kupi completely wrong-footed, and he just lets that one solo in. That's a terrible error.
It's a bit unfortunate, but honestly, that's usually how game number 1 goes. You have one little mistake, one overextension as Kupi just can't read the rotation, and it'll float on in and give us the first goal of this ball game. First goal of the series as well. But the good thing is, there's plenty of time left. Considering the volatility that we've seen so far here, I would not be surprised if Thomas College finds an immediate response, or maybe they actually get scored on again. Even more pressure here. Patrick sends it out to midfield, but Nico Baka already waiting. They've got the first touch. Do they have the second? They have the dunk, and they've got the follow-up from Royal. 2-0 in favor of St. Rose.
And they're capitalizing upon every opportunity that they're getting. One tiny mistake by Thomas College, and they're all over it, hammering it home. St. Rose are playing this to a T, knowing exactly what they have to do to try and beat out Thomas College. Sometimes the game is not about being better than your opponent, it's about not being worse. And what I mean by that is, don't make as many mistakes, just stay consistent. And for example, in this scenario, Royal Extremity, phenomenal opportunity blocked by Koopy.
You need to be very careful in scenarios like this for a number of different reasons, but I would agree with you. Game number one isn't necessarily about hitting your peak immediately. It's not about being able to make all these risky challenges and having every single one of them work out. It's about being able to minimize the mistakes and also just play at a standard level. We talk about this a lot. You don't need to peak on every day. You just not... Oh, boy, I was going to say, you just need to not hit your floor, and Patrick right there might have done that a bit, unfortunately, as they send it all the way to the outside where they're pretty much an open net. So, yeah, it's about taking advantage of the little mistakes and being advantageous when you can. With 90 seconds left, there isn't really a lot of time for Thomas College to be advantageous, especially if another goal goes in. But if they can get at least one goal pretty quickly here, there is still a chance at a comeback, Hyperia.
There are two shots those were in the opening phase. Koopy is going to have to right his teammates' wrongs, and they will awkwardly stroll in front of the net. They're still clearing it away, but due to a double commit, that could put them in a tricky position. Nico Baka is up for it, puts that on target. Yet again, another double commit. They really like going with the duo, but Royal Extremity might just have that angle. Patrick, he's awkward. Genial in the in and out. Working out, he's got enough pace on him. Royal Extremity up the post. Nico still there. Genial won't be pacey enough.
I thought that was going to come back to bite them as that one ricocheted off the post and right on out, but luckily enough, Nico Baka really the quickest player in this lobby, and I think they're establishing that pretty quickly here. The entire team of St. Rose has just been unloading on this net with 11 total shots in about 4 minutes of play. Nico Baka seems to be the person facilitating a lot of these offenses. Him and Royal have done a really good job at just continually putting on pressure and not allowing Thomas College any sort of comfort here in this best of 5. But again, it is a best of 5. We've still got plenty of time here, and even if they do go down in game number 1, there will be plenty of games to try and recover. So let's see, can they at least get a goal for the road to make that recovery a little bit less difficult? They're setting themselves up to do so. Koopy is there. They missed the ball, but Jay Neal is going to be there for the follow-up. Just kind of sends it into the corner. Patrick will get a shot, but it's easily turned away by Royal. And I think now, the last 20 seconds, there will be maybe one more chance for Thomas College to get on the board.
And that's only to get on the board. There is no way they're going to bring this back, but there is a distinct difference. Pretty haphazardly, whereas sometimes they falter in defense. Such a scenario as this, Nico, you won't be able to ram it through. It doesn't matter, but it's one of those cases where St. Rose, they're patient. They're waiting for that counter-attack. They're just laying in the bushes until they can catch you by complete surprise. St. Rose, they get the first one on the board.
I love that analogy for more reasons than I can ever explain. Where I grew up, there's actually a local man, I'm not kidding, he passed away a couple years ago, who was known as the Bushman. His entire thing, downtown, if you went around his area, he might just surprise you out of a bush. And, well, I'll be honest, I'm a bit surprised as well right now. No one has surprised me by coming out of random foliage around me. It's more that St. Rose, the foliage on the pitch here, has just completely taken this game by storm. Again, we talk about the shot totals here. 12 total shots to St. Rose. Meanwhile, Thomas College only had 3 on the game. If Thomas College had hit every single one of their shots into the back of the net, they still would only be at a tied ball game right now. So, St. Rose are playing pretty well right now. It's up to Thomas College to try and step up to that level. I've got faith in them to be able to do so, but it's going to be difficult. They really need to try and get a little bit more offensive pressure.
Yeah, and to facilitate that, I think they need to take a step back even. Look at the game, have a broader view instead of seeing only the play that's right in front of you, because Rocket League, it's somewhat like a game of chess, right? And you need to move all your pieces, the 3 cars, to perfection to checkmate your opponent and get a goal. It's a very elaborate and weird game of chess that has a lot of extra rules, but you do have to move every single piece to perfection. So if you notice that one piece isn't necessarily in place, then there's a certain play that you can't really go for that might seem good. You do have to have that broader view, and this thing will start already looking phenomenal. JD wants to rip it through B-sides, but B-sides not going to relinquish that.
I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that these shots are ripping off immediately from such a passive team, or the saves that we saw previous, but apparently they do not matter. 16 seconds into the game, and Thomas College finally get on the board.
Hat-trick there. The 2015 player using his experience on the pitch. 4-4-4, it's almost poetic justice. They've got a long road to go. They've taken some first steps, but still have to run along Route 60. Is it 66? That's incredibly long.
I think Route 66 is still the big one in the United States. I'm gonna be honest, I've never visited it, nor do I know if it's even technically like an active like tourist stop or anything like that. But to be honest, I mean, it exists, and you are correct. It's a long road, so you know, good metaphor.
Why would a road be a tourist stop? But what specific part would be a tourist stop?
The whole thing. I swear, I'm not kidding. Like that's like, no, seriously. Like that's how this goes. Is that basically they had like a whole road where, or like highway actually, if you will, which the entire point is that people just kind of set up shops along it so that you could stop while you were cross country traveling. Like,
that's cool.
It's crazy. It's probably a bit of a foreign concept, as I know that the roads there, you know, you drive 2 hours out of your country and you're basically in another 3 different countries at that point. So probably a bit of a different scenario, but this is also a very different scenario. It's a 1-0 in favor of Thomas College, who did not get a single goal on the board in game number 1. So to see them turn this one around and finally get some offense together, I'm happy to see it.
If I leave right now, I'd be in a different country by the end of this series, so it shouldn't be a sweep at that point. But St. Rose are currently on the back foot. Thomas College, they're fighting back. They're getting this ball rolling and trolling on towards the target. But Patrick has been already dove underneath, but he still gets the bump on B-side there, or shortly thereafter, as this is going to trickle on into the center. Nico will be there as Janiel does take over. Royal Extremity is a tad bit awkward. It's going to have to capitulate for a second, but Koopy is able to keep it back in.
They're keeping it on the half here, but finally it does look like a shot will at least rip the other way. Easily saved by Patrick, and J. Neal behind them in case anything went awry. With 3 minutes remaining and the offense starting to build here, they've got to be careful. If Thomas College give up a goal, all that momentum they built early in this game is all but dissipated. So they find at least another one to give them some safety. No such luck. Koopy denied by the defense of Nico Baca, and now Royal will have a chance to go the other way. Halfway through game number 1, and like we said, the offense continuing to build for St. Rose, but can they find a goal to show for it?
Fighting for it. They just are about to cross half-time. B-sides. Oh my word, he just faced everybody at Royal. Serenity has a free lane towards the goal. Nobody was expecting that, nor himself. Nico Baca, he's going the wrong way with it. Temporarily colorblind. It's a disease that hits a lot of Rocket League players, unfortunately.
Listen, man, I understand it, know it well, and, well, unfortunately for the guys here today, they don't really know what it is to get past this defense here. They're trying everything they can. Thomas College throwing every single little shot here. Nothing will stick. Maybe this one can. Nico Baca sends it out to mid, but Koopy is waiting in the wings. Shot on target, and it will hit the back of the net. 158, and Koopy and the rest of the Thomas crew will go up by 2.
Up, down, low, too slow. On the side of St. Rose, Thomas College are getting the better of them, and that's what I meant with taking a step back. They're slowly moving their pieces, advancing them until St. Rose is in a lock-tight position. There's 4 saves on the side of Thomas, and there might need to be another one tallied onto the count. B-side still puts that into the box with a phenomenal touch with Patrick. He's able to carry that out wide. Nico, that's not going to be saved any day of the week. That's a phenomenal shot.
A ripper on target, and after the first one's going a bit awry, you needed that one to hit the back of the net. We said he was the MVP for game number 1, even if he wasn't at the top of the score line, and here is why. Nico Baca showing up in the clutch moments, but can they do it again? 104 seconds left on the clock, plenty of time to find a second goal. But considering the way that this has been a volatile series, if Thomas College can find even one more goal, they might just be able to wrap this one on up.
B-sides. Puts that forward at least. Also waiting patiently in the wings. Janiel back flip. Patrick Money still there and able to clear it out for now, and that's the key word for now. Nico, he's going to try that back in on a big clear away, and I do realize for now is not one word.
No, it is not. It is 2 words, but, you know, it is one phrase, and therefore it technically counts. And, well, if a goal gets scored here, it would absolutely count. 70 seconds left. Even more offense being built for St. Rose. They need a good shot at this point. They've had a lot of pressure, but a good shot on target is something they have not found for many, many moments here. They will not find it here either. Royal, unfortunately, not getting a good trajectory when going for that ball. So the aerial completely gone, but this aerial will arrive. B-side puts it high. Koopy is there to save it, but where's the follow-up touch? Baca wants to play this very, very carefully. And you can understand why. 40 seconds left on the clock. They're coming down to the crunch time here, Hyperia. Only a couple more shots allowed before we hit the end.
And it's tantalizingly close, and St. Rose, they can almost taste the honey. B-sides, he flips underneath the play. Patrick puts it to the backboard. Thomas College, they're taking a defensive approach, smartly so. Janiel goes wide to make sure that he doesn't get absolutely ruined by the bounce. Also a smart play. I love the way that Thomas College is playing this out. They have the lead. They don't need another goal. They're just holding on to this lead. Stand your ground, and B-sides, he's still got it over. That might be an opportunity. He's not arriving though.
Oh no, this has unfortunately been an issue for B-sides all day. They've been a little bit aggressive with this offense to where they're just taking shots away from their teammates. Lads, you have to trust every single one of the players on the pitch, otherwise you will fall to Thomas College in a 2-1 fashion. They even out the series at 1 apiece and do so very, very narrowly.
The Thomas College, they're threading the needle here, but St. Rose, they're being put through the ringer. This is not going to be an easy victory. You might have seen like that from the get-go, from that initial game. Now you are mistaken, my friend. It's going to be a battle until potentially the very end. Thomas College, now it's the turn for St. Rose to adapt towards them again. It's one of those scenarios where it could go back and forth because every single game there's that new adaptation into the mix that throws everybody off.
I mean, that's how this always goes. In a best of 5, you never expect a team to come in with one game plan and then never again switch up from that game plan. It's one of these things where if a team starts to understand how you're playing, it's not necessarily about doing better than them, but countering whatever adaptations they make. Like we said, game number 1 is not usually about being the best player on the pitch. It's not usually about forcing home these goals on repeat. It's capitalizing upon your opponent's mistakes, the awkwardness, that feeling out period that we have described already here today, and we'll probably describe for every other series we watch here today. So, interesting start here. It seems like both of the teams are finally starting to get out of that feeling period that we talked about and are starting to really figure out themselves. So now comes game number 3. The winner of this one moves on to series point, and Hyperia, in a game like this where it's been so volatile, that series point is going to be very important.
Having 2 chances to try your luck, because realistically, a series like this, every single game is almost a coin flip. Flip one right now. Well, you do have a 50% chance of getting it right. St. Rose versus Thomas College. Game number 3 underway. Patrick Money, that's a dominating kickoff, and it might just roll on in. B-sides will prevent that from happening. But Koopy, that's an awkward bounce. Nico dives underneath, and the bounce just too awkward. Very
similar to game number 1 here. Koopy was the facilitator for the offense last time, and he's already going to get it going here in game number 3 as well. 1-0 with 4:53 left on the clock. There's plenty of time for a turnaround. With the way things have been going, it seems like Thomas College are starting to figure out their momentum.
And Thomas College, they are utilizing every single advantage that they can get. Big dominate on kickoff, but they have to be careful here. That kickoff not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico back. He's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from Janiel's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire night. And although it didn't come to the aid of his team in the last game, it's already done so here. 4:43 left on the clock. And eventually we'll get out of this first minute and no longer have goals being scored on repeat, but maybe we'll have at least one more for the road. No! Royal gets in the way and Patrick is denied.
In Dutch, we always say one to stop them, or one to finish. Yeah, you know, when you're eating a lot of candy, you know, one to finish. So you can have that last one, but not arriving thus far. Nico to facilitate that in that final moment. Double tap, not quite, and doesn't have the boost for it. Koopy tapped that over 1, but Royal Extrinity does get a free ball. Patrick Money decides that he wants to backflip and stall that way, but Extrinity rather, just puts it in.
This is brilliant from Royal. You know he did this intentionally. Yet Patrick thinks, okay, that's going in. When he realizes it's off the bar, he's got to get to the ground and get ready for the follow-up shot. And guess what? Royal was a bit more prepared. 2-1 here, 4-11. We have still not gotten out of the first minute of this ball game. Maybe we can get out, though, and start to see a little bit more of a calm down period.
I'm rocking with this, mate. I'm rocking with this. I like that. It's okay, you'll see.
Listen, I'm never gonna... I've said this many times. I know this isn't CRL proper, but it is still technically a part of Collegiate Rocket League, if you will. And the C in Collegiate Rocket League, well, it still doesn't stand for Collegiate. It stands for Chaos. That's really what it is here at this level. Constantly going back and forth. Players just throwing everything at each other. And, well, they're also getting demoed for their efforts. Completely removed from the pitch as B-Sides open up some space now for St. Rose to put on the pressure. But they're going to need a solid shot. B-Sides is playing this one a little bit too patiently. Can only boom it into the half, and that should relieve enough pressure that J. Neal can take it the other way. Not if Nico Baca gets a good 50-50 and no one is prepared for the follow-up. Seems like they're not going to stop rushing here. St. Rose just want to keep this in that half.
Patrick puts that up high, and St. Rose are going to have to accept that They do have to go back on defense, but only for a second or so as Extrinity is on the clear away. Big clear over the top, and Nico back is in a shooting position, gets bumped from behind, and that's the way to stop Nico Baca at this point. There's no other way to shut that man down. He's been an absolute powerhouse with Patrick. You don't need to be a powerhouse to put this through, but the accuracy also not quite on their side as it droops on down to the side, and that will falter into a nothingness.
Unfortunately, it seems like there's a lot of lackluster attacks here where teams are getting some good pressure, but when it comes time for a solid shot, they either don't put it on target or they put it with not enough power behind it. So let's see. We're halfway through game number 3 here. We're starting to see some good shots rip as Nico Baca goes the other way. But they now need to put one into the back of the net to try and regain some momentum. Again, we were complaining about it, or quote-unquote complaining about it, jokingly, about the first minute just being so volatile. Now we're halfway through the game, and we have not seen another goal outside of those first minute goals.
Well, Nico preventing another one from happening as well, not adapting to whatever you were saying, which I think is entirely fair. Never listen to what Bass has to say, because he's only putting you on the wrong side. B-side, he's putting Kirby on the wrong side of that ball. B-side scores.
Hey, listen, you can criticize us all you want, but my B brethren has done what he needed to here. Represent us for those that start with the name B. However, they really need to keep this up here. 3-1 with plenty of time remaining. Thomas College can absolutely get back into this.
You can't just put yourself on a goal like that.
Yes, I can.
No.
Yes.
That's not how it works. And especially because there's nobody with an H in this map.
Yeah, that's whose fault is that? I think that's yours, not the players, obviously.
I mean, I feel like names starting with the H usually are the better ones. But you know,
according to what research?
Mine.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I had an expert panel decide upon this, and on that expert panel decides that this is a very good opportunity as well, but Janiel was able to keep it out, and that expert panel shut its mouth.
I honestly can't really blame you on that one. Enough tongue twisters around here for anybody on the pitch to also get tripped up as well. But apparently they're going to keep on playing nonetheless. 80 seconds left here. We've got some more pressure being built here by this Thomas College side. But again, they don't just need one goal, High Fury. They need 2. And not only do they need 2 within 70 seconds or so here. And it's not as if they're out of the series if they lose this one, but they are going to have their opponents on series point. And if they drill another one into the back of the net, it would guarantee that, but no such luck. St. Rose with a chance to plant the dagger, but instead they're going to miss the swing and have to go right back to it, but they might already get the goal. Nico Baca will not miss, and 4-1 it becomes.
A fun fact, Nico, every single time that he wakes up, his cushion is wet. Do you know why? Because he's a dribbler.
Ew. I'd never want to wake up on a sweaty pillow. That sounds horrible.
Well, I mean, I was just talking about his dribbling in game.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Well, let's see. Can this fair play that we've been talking about result in yet another win here? It's almost a guarantee with 44 seconds left. At this point, we're kind of just counting down the seconds. And to be honest, right now for Thomas College, they're probably doing the same. This is not the game they wanted to represent them. And now they've got to fight from behind. They need 2 victories in a row if they want to take this one, High Fury, because it's series point now for St. Rose.
This is also adding a lot of pressure onto St. Rose, right? You're in that match point position, and they also can't score that opportunity, and with that, the game will go into the wind, sail on through, and Nico Baca, he puts in the sword right after the dagger is already there.
And not only does he do that, he picks up a hat trick while doing it. Impressive play here out of Nico Baca. We highlighted him earlier in the day, and, well, we're going to highlight him here in game number 3 as well, because with 16 seconds left, this is a definitive win in favor of the St. Rose Knights. But I don't think that this is necessarily the end of the series here. Thomas College have shown that even in these random moments where they look so defeated, they can turn it around and pop on off. But now they need to do it for sure in this next game. 7 seconds left. We're kind of just counting down the moment. And St. Rose are unfortunately going to concede one more. Thomas College, though, picking up some momentum before the next game.
Yeah, it's at least a goal. That's something they can bank off of. But have a little reminder that, yes, indeed, they can score goals. They can force it through. 5 seconds, obviously, nothing's going to change in the entirety or in the grand scale of the match. But there will be a tad bit of a momentum shift. Thomas College, they seem to me like a very consistent side that doesn't really change their outlook on the game. They want to force their own play style, and if they're really neutral, they'll adapt. But look at that little celebration with Nico Baca.
He's pretty confident right now, to put it simply. And honestly, can you blame him? He's having a heck of a game right now. He's had 3 goals, 2 saves, the most saves and the most goals of anybody in this lobby, and does so on 4 shots as well. That may seem like, not that big, significant of a stat, but when you're ripping off 3 goals and only doing so through 4 shots, your percentage is just unreal in comparison to most of the people who play Rocket League. So St. Rose right now seemingly have all the momentum in their favor. They are by far out on top here, but that does not guarantee them the win quite yet. Like we said, Thomas College still have a chance to turn this one around.
As soon as you're at the verge of success, that's where you can start faltering, because it starts manifesting itself into your brain like, We've beaten them twice, relatively handily. We just need to do it once again. Let's go. We can taste the victory. It's actually a possibility. And that's where you could start adapting to St. Rose. They just need to stay true to what's been working for them, that patient, that compassionate play, to really look Thomas College into their own half.
And we're going to have to find out if either one of these teams, though, can definitively take a win here. St. Rose do. That's the end of the series, and the Knights move on. If Thomas College wins this, though, we go to game number 5, and what a nail-biter that would be. But first, we've got to find out who wins game number 4. Game number 4 underway, 5 minutes on the clock, and already it looks like St. Rose want to close this out. Shots on target, but Koopy to deny.
Preserving that flip until the final second. I'd wait a millisecond more. I don't think it would have had that flip anymore. It's about 1.62 seconds or something, but that doesn't matter because Royal Extrinity is still there lurking yet again from the bushes, and he will pounce.
Listen, props to Royal. Look at Nico's pass here. Backflip to the center, just slays it up easily. He says, "Here, my man, do you want to alley-oop this one?" "Oh, yes, you do." Slam it home and put us up 1-0. 20 seconds into this, and St. Rose take the lead.
That spells trouble for Thomas College. They do get the attack with Janiel. That's certainly not what he was looking for. Royal Extrinity aims to punch that out to the side, while Nico Baca gets the follow-up and punches ticket to potential victory. He passes it all on to Extrinity and put a ball in his hands. He will score.
All right, apparently he's been listening to the cast. He heard us complimenting Nico Baca and went, "All right, you want me to get involved in the offense? Fine, I'll do so." Royal Extrinity immediately getting 2 goals for themselves. And hey, not to completely take the spotlight away from Nico Baca, they've got the 2 assists already. And for Thomas College, they've unfortunately not really got any stats on the board here. The only thing they have registered so far is a single save in favor of Koopy. Aside from that, it's been all offense all the time here for St. Rose. We're only 45 seconds into this one, and Thomas College already need to find a way to shake this momentum.
Yeah, they quickly need to at least find a way back, and Patrick is taken off early. He's going to lose momentum in the play. Janiel right into the box. Royal Extrinity yet again there, but yeah, you're going to have to block him if you want to stop him from scoring goals. Nico Baca facilitated another touch. That's almost on target. It counts as a shot in game, but we all know that the game can be silly at times.
I think that was an intentional pass, and although the game is going to give him a shot for that, it really doesn't matter, because what it really is more offensive pressure. Finally, Thomas College do see a reprieve of it as it is sent the other way, but can they turn this into a sustained offense now? Seems like not. B-sides clears this one all the way out. Nico Baca underneath him, just kind of waiting to see where that one bounced. But who else would be there for the final touch but Royal Extrinity, and he's going to put one on target. Koopy able to save it out, but as Nico Baca comes dashing in immediately after, it's even more pressure in favor of the St. Rose Knights. They have not let Thomas College out of their half what feels like the entire game, and if Thomas College have gotten out, it's only been for single moments, and here is why. Shot after shot after shot after shot, ripping on target in favor of the Knights. Now we're 2 minutes into this ball game, and still not a single shot registered for Thomas College.
The idea that Nico has to pass has been put into his brain. It's had too much. That was an open net that he had, but you know what? It's all good. B-side still scores, and by the hands of Nico, gets a hat-trick assist, I guess.
Yeah, he gets a playmaker here, and to be honest, that's probably why he did. He was like, all right, I got the hat-trick. I just need to get the playmaker. Did he have 3 saves in the first game? I'd like to assume so, just to, give him the complete trio here. I feel like it would kind of complete him as a, I don't know, I feel like there's some sort of TV show I'm thinking about. It's not Pokemon. It's one of the ones where it's like you collect all this stuff, and once you have like all 3 of them, you evolve into something more. Not the Power Rangers, because they got like 5 of them in the Megazord or whatever you want to call it here. But honestly, I don't care what you call him. You're going to have to call him MVP. Nico Baca, what a performance today.
You just made so many references to
I am a nerd.
Childhood. And a loser.
All right, well, that's not fair enough. How dare you, Hyperia? How dare you do that? And how dare B-Side put in another goal? Well, listen, we're having fun here in the booth, but I can tell you for certain, Thomas College is not enjoying what they're seeing right now, Hyperia.
Absolutely. No, that statement I just made might as well be a blanket statement for how Thomas College could feel after this match if they don't do something about it. 4-0, and it's quickly getting out of hand. Make that 5-0. Before I could even finish that sentence entirely, they concede another goal off of kickoff.
Yeah, Royal at this point, he's seeing, hey, Nico, you were able to get yourself a hat trick. Now I want a hat trick. And, well, here's the crazy thing. B-Sides probably does too. He needs a single goal in order to get there here. It is domination here in game number 4. St. Rose, they have not only awoken, they drank the whole pot of coffee. They then took a couple more, they did some pre-workout, got into a whole workout, pumped the guns, and then came into this one completely ready to go here. 2:15 left on the clock. These guys are gunning for it with every single shot. And unless Thomas College have a miraculous turnaround, I don't know if the series is going to continue.
Do they have anything with actual nutritional value? With any kind of sustenance instead of pre-workout, coffee, all that jazz? Or is it just straight up?
I mean, listen, I didn't say it was their breakfast. I just said they woke up. It could have been like, they had a midday nap to recharge themselves. And then, like, on their schedule, they were like, all right, time after this, I'm just going to, work out and do some stuff. And, hey, either way, Nico Baca, it doesn't matter what you fuel him with. He's going to get a goal here. 6-0 with 1:46 to go.
That's the 4th assist. Maybe he's just gunning for a triple goal as well. Good old hat trick. St. Rose, they're taking this game by storm, and I think we can conclude that this match is heavily in favor, slightly in favor of St. Rose.
Just a little bit here. And, well, for Thomas College, I'd like you guys to remember, though, you did take a win away from this team. And not only did you take a win away from this team, you did it in the second game. So it wasn't as if you guys, just got the team while they were warming up, trying to get into this one. No, you had a really good run. The issue is at this point, I think the defense has become the priority here. St. Rose have started becoming so overwhelming with the offense that Thomas College just haven't had chances to break out of their half. And another good example here, as a 7th goal goes in for St. Rose without a single shot registered for Thomas College.
It's one of those things where St. Rose are containing Thomas College in their own little personal sphere and getting a 50, then an awkward shot there to follow it up. And Thomas College, they already have been shattered mentally. This game, you can see it in everything that they're doing. They're missing balls they're normally hitting every single day of the week. So I think they kind of know it as well, and it's showing on the pitch, unfortunately for them. But with a minute left to go and 7 goals in it, you can't really blame them.
You can't really blame them. At this point, they're just kind of trying to move on to the next series here and move on with the rest of their day. And hey, here's the good thing. Thomas College, if you're looking back on this VOD, listening to what we have to say here and hearing us meme about, as honestly, we really are. We do not mean to, put you guys down, but this is just unfortunately a game that really got away from you. So take this as a learning experience. Look at this one and understand that you guys were in this series at some point. And although you are very far out of it at this point, there will be chances for you to adapt, will be chances for you to recover and play a much better rest of this season. Because, again, this is very early on. It's only week number 2, so plenty of time for them to turn this one around. Not necessarily in this game, and definitely not in this series, though. 7-0 with 24 seconds left. It is physically impossible for them to turn this one around and find a win. But again, take the positives where you can, walk away with this one with your heads held high, and completely regain in your next series.
3-1 loss is completely acceptable. You still manage to make it close, but look at game number 1 and 2. There's a stark difference between the two. And Thomas College, I think they can be proud of what they performed here today. Even though St. Rose were able to take the reins and carry it all home, it was one of those cases where Thomas College in that last game was accepting too much defensive positions. And at that point, you're not going to be able to outsave 0 shots on target while your opponent has 17. There's a bit of a difference there.
Just a little bit of a difference there. But the reality is that we could see that difference and that margin just growing larger and larger as that series went on. So, unfortunately for Thomas College here, despite putting up a fantastic effort, they are going to go down 3-1. But hey, congratulations! St. Rose Knights are going to find themselves a win as well. Congratulations, like we said. And not only do they find themselves a win, they find a chance now to talk to us a little bit more about that win. So, we're going to go to a quick little break, but when we return, we will have one of the players from the St. Rose Knights here to talk to us a little bit about that victory. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Extremity sitting on the backboard, waiting it patiently, and you can't be patient here. B-side does jump at the opportunity. Kubi completely wrong-footed, and he just lets that one solo on in. That's a terrible.
And even more pressure here. Patrick sends it out to midfield, but Nico Baca already waiting. They've got the first touch. Do they have the second? They have the dunk, and they've got the follow-up from Royal. 2-0 in favor.
Royal Extremity might just have that angle. Patrick, he's over Janio in the in and out. Working out, he's got enough pace on him. Royal Extremity up the post. Nico still there. Janio won't be pacey enough. That might seem good. You do have to have that broader view, and this thing will start already looking phenomenal. Janio wants to rip it through B-sides, but B-sides not going to relinquish that.
I don't know what's more surprising. The fact that these shots are ripping off immediately from such a... They're trying everything they can. Thomas College throwing every single little shot here. Nothing will stick. Maybe this one can. Nico Baca sends it out to mid. Bakupi is waiting in the wings. Shot on target, and it will hit the back of the net.
4 saves on the side of Thomas, and there might need to be another one tallied onto the count. B-side still puts that into the box with a phenomenal touch from Patrick. He's able to carry that out wide. Nico, that's not going to be saved. Then down the weak. That's a phenomenal. He'd stand your ground, and B-side, he's still got it over. That might be an opportunity. B's on arriving, though.
Oh no, this has unfortunately been an issue for B-sides all day. They've been a little bit aggressive with this offense to where they're just taking shots away from their teammates. Lads, you have to trust every single one of the players on the pitch, otherwise you will fall to Thomas College in a 2-1 fashion.
50% chance of getting it right. St. Rose versus Thomas College. Game number 3 underway. Patrick Modi, that's a dominating kick-up, and it might just roll on in. B-sides will prevent that from happening. But Kubi, that's an awkward bounce. Nico dives underneath, and the bounce. Thomas College, they are utilizing every single advantage that they can get. Big dominate on kick-up, but they have to be careful here. That kick-up not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico back. He's just soaring through his style. Thus far, Nico to facilitate that in that final moment. Double tap, not quite. Doesn't have the boost for it. Kubi taps that over one, but Royal Extremity does get a free ball. Patrick Moni decides that he wants to backflip and stall that way, but Extremity as well, not adapting to whatever you were saying, which I think is entirely fair. Never listen to what Bass has to say, because he's only putting you on the wrong side. B-side, he's putting Kobe on the wrong side of that ball.
They lose this one, but they are going to have their opponents on serious point, and if they drill another one into the back of the net, it would guarantee that, but no such luck. St. Rose with a chance to plant the dagger, but instead they're going to miss the swing and have to go right back to it, but they might already get the goal. Nico Baca will not miss it.
Right, you're in that match point position, and they also can't score that opportunity, and that the game will go into the wind, sail on through, and Nico Baca, he puts in the
series here. Thomas College have shown that even in these random moments where they look so defeated, they can turn it around and pop on off. Now they need to do it for sure in this next game. 7 seconds left. We're kind of just counting down the moment, and St. Rose are unfortunately going to concede.
In the grand scale of the match, but there will be a tad bit of a momentum shift. Thomas College, they seem to me like a very consistent side that doesn't really change their outlook on the game. They want to force their own play style.
Or give a Kubi to deny.
Preserving that flip until the final second. I wait a millisecond more. I don't think it would have had that flip anymore. It's about 1.62 seconds or something, but that doesn't matter. This is because Royal Extremity is still there lurking for Janiel. That's certainly not what he was looking for. Royal Extremity to punch that out to the side while Nico Baca gets the follow-up and punches ticket to potential victory. He passes it all on to Extremity.
Now we're 2 minutes into this ball game and still not a single shot registered for Thomas College.
The idea that Nico has to pass has been put into his brain and tapped too much. That was an open net that he had, but you know what? It's all good. B-side still scores and Vine. He's made so many references to
I am a nerd.
Childhood. And a loser.
All right, well, that's not fair enough. How dare you, Hyperia? How dare you do that? And how
There'll be a blanket statement for how Thomas College could feel after this match if they don't do something about it. 4-0, and it's quickly getting out of hand. Make that 5-0 before I could even finish that sentence.
Listen, I didn't say it was their breakfast. I just said they woke up. It could have been like, you know, they had a midday nap to recharge themselves, and then, like, on their schedule, they were like, all right, time after this, I'm just going to, you know, work out and do some stuff. And, you know, hey, either way, Nico Baca, it doesn't matter what you fuel him. Did it in the second game, so it wasn't as if you guys, you know, just got to the team while they were warming up, trying to get into this one. No, you had a really good run. The issue is at this point, I think the defense has become the priority here. St. Rose have started becoming serious.
3-1 loss is completely acceptable. You still manage to make it close, but look at game number 1 and 2. There's a stark difference between the two. And Thomas College I think they can be proud of what they performed here. Trinity sitting on the backboard, waiting impatiently, and you can't be patient here. B-side does jump at the opportunity. Could be completely wrong-footed, and he just let that one solo in. That's a terrible.
And even more pressure here. Patrick sends it out to midfield, but Nico Vaca already waiting. They've got the first touch. Do they have the second? They have the dunk, and they've got the follow-up from Royal. 2-0 in favor.
Royal Extrinity might just have that angle. Patrick, he's all for Janio in the in and out. Working out. He's enough pace on him. Royal Extrinity up the post. Nico still there. Janio won't be pacey enough. That might seem good. You do have to have that broader view, and this thing will start already looking phenomenal. Janio wants to rip it through B-sides, but B-sides not going to relinquish that.
I don't know what's more surprising. The fact that these shots are ripping off immediately from such a... They're trying everything they can. Thomas College throwing every single little shot here. Nothing will stick. Maybe this one can. Nico Vaca sends it out to mid. Bakupi is waiting in the wings. Shot on target, and it will hit the back of the net.
There are 4 saves on the side of Thomas, and there might need to be another one tallied onto the count. B-side still puts that into the box with a phenomenal touch with Patrick. He's able to carry that out wide. Nico, that's not going to be saved any day of the week. That's a phenomenal lead. Stand your ground, and B-side, he's still got it over. That might be an opportunity. B's on arriving, though.
Oh no, this has unfortunately been an issue for B-sides all day. They've been a little bit aggressive with this offense to where they're just taking shots away from their teammates. Lads, you have to trust every single one of the players on the pitch, otherwise you will fall to Thomas College in a 2-1 fashion.
50% chance of getting it right. St. Rose versus Thomas College. Game number 3 underway. Patrick Money, that's a dominating kick-up, and it might just roll on in. B-sides will prevent that from happening. But Kubi, that's an awkward bounce. Nico dives underneath, and the bounce. Thomas College, they are utilizing every single advantage that they can get. Big dominate on kick-up, but they have to be careful here. That kick-up not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico back. He's just soaring through his car. Thus far, Nico to facilitate that in that final moment. Double tap, not quite. Doesn't have the boost for it. Kupi taps that over one, but Royal Extrinity does get a free ball. Patrick Money decides that he wants to backflip and stall that way, but extra. Or Extrinity thing as well, not adapting to whatever you were saying, which I think is entirely fair. Never listen to what Bass has to say, because he's only putting you on the wrong side. B-side, he's could be on the wrong side of that ball.
They lose this one, but they are going to have their opponents on serious point, and if they drill another one into the back of the net, it would guarantee that, but no such luck. St. Rose with a chance to plant the dagger, but instead they're going to miss the swing and have to go right back to it, but they might already get the goal. Nico Vaca will not miss it.
Right, you're in that match point position, and they also can't score that opportunity, and with that the game will go into the wind, sail on through, and Nico Vaca, he puts in the
series here. Thomas College have shown that even in these random moments where they look so defeated, they can turn it around and pop on off. But now they need to do it for sure in this next game. 7 seconds left. We're kind of just counting down the moment, and St. Rose are unfortunately going to concede
in the grand scale of the match. But there will be a tad bit of a momentum shift. Thomas College, they seem to me like a very consistent side that doesn't really change their outlook on the game. They want to force their own play style.
Or give a Kupi to deny.
Preserving that flip until the final second. I'd wait a millisecond more. I don't think it would have had that flip anymore. It's about 1.62 seconds or something, but that doesn't matter because Royal Extrinity is still there lurking. For Janiel, that was certainly not what he was looking for. Royal Extrinity wants to punch that out to the side while Nico Vaca gets the follow-up and punches tickets for potential victory. He passes it all on to Extrinity.
Now we're 2 minutes into this ball game and still not a single shot register for Thomas College.
The idea that Nico has to pass has been put into his brain. It's had too much. That was an open net that he had, but you know what? It's all good. B-side still scores and Biden. You made so many references to
I am a nerd.
Childhood. And a loser.
All right, well, that's not fair enough. How dare you, Hyperia? How dare you do that? And how dare...
It'll be a blanket statement for how Thomas College could feel after this match if they don't do something about it. 4-0, and it's quickly getting out of hand. Make that 5-0 before I could even finish that sentence.
Listen, I didn't say it was their breakfast. I just said they woke up. It could have been like, you know, they had a midday nap to recharge themselves, and then, like, on their schedule, they were like, all right, time after this, I'm just going to, you know, work out and do some stuff. And, you know, hey, either way, Nico Vaca, it doesn't matter what you fueled him. Did it in the second game, so it wasn't as if you guys, you know, just got to the team while they were warming up, trying to get into this one. No, you had a really good run. The issue is at this point, I think the defense has become the priority here. St. Rose have started becoming serious.
3-1 losses completely acceptable. You still managed to make it close, but look at game number 1 and 2. There's a stark difference between the two. The Thomas College, I think they can be proud of what they performed here. Trinity sitting on the backboard, waiting it patiently, and you can't be patient here. B-side does jump at the opportunity. Kubi completely wrong-footed, and he just let that one solo in. That's a terrible.
Even more pressure here. Patrick sends it out to midfield, but Nico Baca already waiting. They've got the first touch. Do they have the second? They have the dunk, and they've got the follow-up from Royal. 2-0 in favor.
Royal Extrinity, he might just have that angle. Patrick, he's over Janio in the in and out. Working out, he's got enough pace on him. Royal Extrinity up the post. Nico still there. Janio won't be pacey enough. That might seem good. You do have to have that broader view, and this thing will start already looking phenomenal. Janio wants to rip it through B-sides, but B-sides not going to relinquish that.
I don't know what's more surprising. The fact that these shots are ripping off immediately from such a... They're trying everything they can. Thomas College throwing every single little shot here. Nothing will stick. Maybe this one can. Nico Baca sends it out to mid. Bakupi is waiting in the wings. Shot on target, and it will hit the back of the net.
There's 4 saves on the side of Thomas, and there might need to be another one tallied onto the count. B-side still puts that into the box with a phenomenal touch with Patrick. He's able to carry that out wide. Nico, that's not going to be saved any day of the week. That's a phenomenal lead. Stand your ground, and B-side, he's still got it over. That might be an opportunity. B-side arriving, though.
Oh no, this has unfortunately been an issue for B-sides all day. They've been a little bit aggressive with this offense to where they're just taking shots away from their teammates. Lads, you have to trust every single one of the players on the pitch, otherwise you will fall to Thomas College in a 2-1 fashion.
10 chance of getting it right. St. Rose versus Thomas College. Game number 3 underway. Patrick Modi, that's a dominating kick-up, and it might just roll on in. B-sides will prevent that from happening. But Kubi, that's an awkward bounce. Nico dives underneath, and the bounce. Thomas College, they are utilizing every single advantage that they can get. If they dominate on kick-up, but they have to be careful here. That kick-up not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through his sky. Thus far, Nico to facilitate that in that final moment. Double tap, not quite, and doesn't have the boost for it. Kubi tapped that over one, but Royal Extrinity does get a free ball. Patrick Moni decides that he wants to backflip and stall that way, but extra. Or Extrinity as well, not adapting to whatever you were saying, which I think is entirely fair. Never listen to what Bass has to say, because he's only putting you on the wrong side. B-side, he's putting Kopi on the wrong side of that ball.
They lose this one, but they are going to have their opponents on serious point, and if they drill another one into the back of the net, it would guarantee that, but no such luck. St. Rose with a chance to plant the dagger, but instead they're going to miss the swing and have to go right back to it, but they might already get the goal. Nico Baca will not miss it.
Right, you're in that match point position, and they also can't score that opportunity, and that the game will go into the wind. Sail on through, and Nico Baca, he puts in the
series here. Thomas College have shown that even in these random moments where they look so defeated, they can turn it around and pop on off. Now they need to do it for sure in this next game. 7 seconds left. We're kind of just counting down the moment, and St. Rose are unfortunately going to conceal
in the grand scale of the match. But there will be a tad bit of a momentum shift. Thomas College, they seem to me like a very consistent side that doesn't really change their outlook on the game. They want to force their own play style.
Or give a Kupi to deny.
Preserving that flip until the final second. Now they wait a millisecond more. I don't think it would have had that flip anymore. It's about 1.62 seconds or something, but that doesn't matter. This is because Royal Extrinity is still there.
Once again, join alongside me, my main man, Hypheria. And Hype, we just got through our first series of the day for Rocket League, and now we have the pleasure of being able to talk to the team that just won that. We're starting off with Besides. Congratulations once again, Besides, on taking the win here today. How are you feeling after coming off that victory?
Oh, man. Good. That was a fun game.
Yeah, in terms of preparation, was there any kind of preparation playing ranked or maybe even scrims together?
Yeah, I mean, we have like practice 3 times a week. We try to run scrims as much as possible. We really do as much as we can to prep, but it's really hard to prep for like ECAC games. There's something about it. It's just the nerves, you know?
Mm-hmm. We we talked to a lot of people about that. Do you want to kind of go into that a little bit more, because I feel like that's something not as many people are actually that familiar with. We always say that, it feels like a ranked game until all of a sudden you're on stream and there are people commentating on you and there's an actual sort of prize on the line. Do you mind talking a little bit about sort of like what it is like actually getting on stream and finally being that team that is being casted and having all these eyes on you?
So, definitely a little nerve-wracking. I mean, the excitement's there, like sending the link out and being like, "Oh yeah, like watch the stream, we're gonna be casted," stuff like that's always fun. But actually playing the game, being in the match, it's overwhelming a little bit. How like I don't know, you don't really think about it like you're being streamed. You more think about it like, "Oh man, this is a win or a loss,"
Hmm.
tournament game.
Yeah.
So it can get really stressful sometimes, especially um, when we're down one or down a game or down a round. It can
Yeah.
get like, yeah,
And
stressful.
is that game number two then also something that could send you into a downward spiral? Obviously, you bounce back, but does that up the nerves, or does that kind of even release it?
Um, the game two where we lost one.
Hmm.
Yeah. Bouncing back from that, it kind of depends. I mean, we kept our morale up. We were like, all right, guys, like we got this. It's just one game. We got a bunch more. It's best of five. Like trying to pep talk each other up and trying to bring the morales back up. But we bounced back really well. I think that third game we went in with like everything we got.
I would agree so. I would 100% agree so at this point. I mean, honestly, the last two games, I'm not going to say that it was, complete dominance, but it was pretty dang close, to be honest. I mean, 5-2 and then a 7-0 ball game. What changed? What in between those games did you guys do to make those adaptations and all of a sudden just kind of take this Thomas College team by storm?
Honestly, I think I think by third and fourth game, the nerves of like first starting a tournament game kind of let loose a little bit. Like we kind of, all right, we got to bring this back. We got to
Mhm.
win this. So, I mean, Nico Baco over here, Nick, he's crazy, and he started popping off, and Andre started popping off, and we all just kind of, kept being like, yeah, nice goal, nice save. Started like patting each other on the back more and more, and just the more we did that, the more the morale went up. I think that's why that game four, we were just like on top of the world in terms of confidence that we were just going for crazy stuff. So
Love it. Just love it. Yeah, I mean, you always love to see that. It means that you guys are feeling yourself. It means that you guys got a good win here today, to put it simply. Before we let you guys go, and I say all of you guys because we do actually have some other people in the call here, Neko and also Extrinity, if you guys did want to say hello, I'll give you guys a moment. We'll start off with you, Neko. How did that win feel for you, I guess?
Well, just to kind of recap what B-Side said, it was great. Like for a minute there, like we felt like we were top of the world with our confidence levels, and we were honestly we were just kind of jumping all over, both in the chairs and in the field. It was a great game out there. Um, both Extreme B-Sides were just overwhelming me with just happiness and like you got this good shit, like all that kind of stuff, and it was a good game today, and I sent the link out. I got some viewers out there. We all got some viewers, so thank you all for watching this.
Well, thank you guys for playing. We really do appreciate it. Before we head on out of here, also, Trinity, we wanted to give you the chance to speak as well, my friend. For you as well, how did that win feel?
It felt good, coming down from, our first loss in the season, me being the new guy on the team, having that confidence and my teammates, backing me up. It was a lot, Our first game went well, second game we took the loss, but kept morale high, kept the gaming high, and it turned out to be a huge victory for us. Shout out to the other team for their hard work and their efforts too. They put up a good fight for sure. Um, Super fun games, keeping morale up throughout the entirety of it is really what's important. Not taking those losses to heart and coming in, those following rounds with high spirits, really change the tide of battle for sure. And we definitely put that to good use in those last two games.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Really love to see it. Hive, any last questions before we let these guys go? Otherwise, I'm going to let them all have a chance here to shout on out because, I mean, it's been fantastic talking to them, but we know they've got more stuff to do here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everything's done. We know how they win, being positive. We know who they want to shout out. They've already thanked everybody, so I'm all good to go, mate.
All right, well, I'll give you guys one last chance. We'll throw it back to B-sides here. Any specific people you want to shout out, any accounts maybe somewhere that we can even keep up with the rest of what you guys are doing here on this team for St. Rose?
Um, we have a St. Rose Instagram. I don't know what the ad is though.
Oh, great.
I'm sure if you look up St. Rose I don't know, you'll find it. But I mean, I sent the links out to my parents. My dad said good game, so Dad, thanks for watching, and Mom too.
Shout out,
The
Mom.
sweetest people ever. But
You
and then
gotta love
everyone else
that.
who joined, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. I know Rocket League and like esports. For some people, they're just like, what's going on? Like, I don't know. But I still love the support anyway, and the good games, and congratulations. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for Thomas University. That was a really good game. It was close, and you, like Andre said, you guys put up a really good fight. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. You want to say anything, Miko Baka?
Yeah, so kind of elaborate on that. Thank you to everybody, just everybody who's there. Thank you to the casters. You guys were great. I can't wait to listen back to the VOD and hear you guys cast because I wasn't listening during game because that's a little bit distracting. But thank you for casting. You guys are great. I sent the link out to mom and dad. Thanks out there. My sister's watching. Hey, how's it going? Day boss in the chat. Got some friends out there. Thank you guys all for watching. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your support. You guys are awesome. Xtrendy, got anything to say?
Yeah, just without regurgitating a lot of the same stuff. I want to just shout out the other team for sure. Thomas University put up a good fight. I want to shout out my teammates as well. We came in strong and we finished strong, And I guess if I'm gonna shout out anybody, I'll shout out my team here, my team back at home. I have a Royal Clan, so we play a lot of Rocket League off, outside of regular hours with the team here. So just shout out to you guys as well for the great casting and the great match overall.
We appreciate it. And well, we're going to let you guys go here because I know that you guys probably have some celebrations to do. So we'll let you head on out. Thank you again to the entire team here from St. Rose. You guys all hopped in the booth, and that was an absolute pleasure talking to you. So enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you guys next time.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and that is the St. Rose team, the Golden Knights, who just took a 3-1 victory over Thomas College. But we're not done yet, folks. We have still got more Rocket League to play. That is only our first series of the day. When we come back, we will have our second series up. It is the Sagu Lions versus University of Delaware. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Esports U. Once again, my name is Bass from the Past. Join alongside me, my main man, Hyperion. Hype, we are here for our second Rocket League series of the day here in the ECAC. Again, this is week number 2 of the ECAC preseason here at Esports U. We officially start on February 14th, but that doesn't mean that we don't get any less action. We're going to be moving into our second series of the day. It is the SAG-U Lions versus the University of Delaware. And again, another best of 5 here, so plenty of time for these two teams to feel each other out. But as we mentioned many times before, this first game, all the more important.
Oh, absolutely. Even though the official season hasn't necessarily started, it is time to prove yourself. You do get to be on the board. And as we were talking in that previous interview, momentum and morale is massively important. And getting that victory under the belt, knowing that you can do it, that's going to be the propellant into the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. It's just getting those wins underneath your belt, being able to understand that confidence really is going to carry teams. We heard this from the last team that just won. The St. Rose Golden Knights were on stream, and they said, yeah, the fact we built confidence after taking a loss in Game 2, we're able to rebound and just carry that to a victory. I mean, it's why they got that victory. It carried them to it. So the question is now, can either one of these two teams be able to figure it out in Game 1 and just kind of run away with this thing? Only time will tell. We're just about to hop into game number 1 here. Like we said, a best of 5. So while this first game isn't necessarily going to be, the end-all be-all, it can be pretty integral.
Absolutely. It sets the tone, and all the players are ready on the pitch. Well, it's one of those things where you need to get it under your belt, even though it's a warm-up game. You can argue both sides very handedly, but in a best of 5, it can get out of hand quickly. That one match might matter later on, so you do need to take matters into your own hand and scrape by every single win that you can get.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big thing here, is that although that first game may not end up, setting the tone outright, it could end up being the game that makes a difference here. If it ends up going 2-2 game number 4, what if you had won that first game? What if it was a 3-1 scoreline instead, and all of a sudden, you don't have to fight in a game number 5? So, yeah, game number 1 still going to be rather important here, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be the end-all be-all, like we said. So, I'd like to see a good back and forth between the two teams. We already had a really good back and forth there between Thomas College and St. Rose, but again, SAG-U Lions and University of Delaware, two teams that I'm not 100% familiar with, so that just means all the more volatility, all the more chaos, and honestly, all the more fun here on the pitch.
Chaos equals fun in the game of Rocket League, but you see the same thing I'm seeing. I have a feeling you have the scoreboard up as well, and there's a lot of season whatever grand champs in there. Season 1, Season 11, Season 14, and Season 4, all different seasons, but they've all been that rank at some point in their career. And here we go, Delaware versus the SAG-U Lions, CENC. Don't know whether I did that correctly, but it is underway.
We're going to have to find out if they can figure out a way to just get this one started efficiently here. 20 seconds in already, you can see the pressure being put on by Delaware, but they are just not able to find themselves a penetration into the back of the net. That's a good pass, though. Bruz up for this one, and they will hit it. Bruz, and they will find the first goal.
Soaring through the sky, facilitated by TJ, put it in that position where Kyle just can't really reach it, has to guess where that ball is going, and at that point you're already out of this game, out of that play. Delaware, they take the initial lead, but crazy Cal storming on through, but not battering the net on just yet. Brise and TJ having a little bit of an entanglement, tiny little dance, but they do manage to figure it out.
They do figure it out, but they can't keep it off the half here. Here comes Delaware with a whole lot of pressure against them. Pass center. Is anyone there? What a demo. TJ, the demo on Hood will keep them out, but it's not going to clear it. Crazy Kyle comes in for the follow-up, and I'm not sure who that was going for the in-and-out save in the goal, but that's rather ambitious first minute of play. It'll work out for now, but Delaware do need to be careful. If they concede a goal here, there goes all that momentum.
Shooter going for the in and out, Brazen, and also for the demo. He's feeling aggressive, he's feeling frisky, and we can expect a lot from him. And getting another demo there as well. Cheaton extends down the other end. That's a good touch, but Shooter is able to catch it and try and bring that along is a merry path. Jumping off the ceiling, that's what I mean. We can't expect a lot, but as soon as it doesn't work out, you do have to go back a tad and get in that defensive stance.
That's why we always say you got to go back to the drawing board whenever something goes wrong here. You know, understand that, yeah, you can attack with that same sort of plan, but maybe you should make a little bit of adaptations. We've said it many times here today. Oh, my word. Adaptations are really what separate teams, and so do open nets here. And Bruzze trying to get themselves any sort of goal here. Just trying to get even a shot, because aside from the first goal we have seen from Delaware, there has been very little offense on either side.
And thus far, every attack coming up futile. It does put on the pressure, so entirely pointless it is not. It does feel like every single opportunity that goes awry is just a squandered bit of time. But honestly, Delaware are fine with it. SAGU, they're the ones who need to press onto the attack. Only in a total of 4 shots in the entirety of this match. Bruzze looks to extend now, but a quick shutdown by Keaton is going to make sure that SAGU do regain control of that ball until Crazy Cal has a heavy touch and sends it into the hands of TJ.
The Lions trying to break out of their half, and oh my word, almost conceding because of it. I thought that was far off target. I'm pretty sure the last defender did as well, but as it ricochets off the bar, it gets a little bit too close for comfort. And speaking of which, Bruzze lets that one float across the goal and just barely keeps it out. But Delaware, they need to be very quick here. They're starting to allow SAGU a lot more pressure, and if they get a solid shot like that, how many can they keep out?
No.
Let's try 4. Not enough, and Crazy Kyle will eventually strike.
This was inevitable. This is one of those moments where you see it happening. It's like when somebody's falling. They're trying to keep on their feet, but you know inevitably they're going to crumble. They're not going to be able to hold their balance. And SAGU, they were able to shake up Delaware defense enough to push them over and get that first goal on the board, and maybe even a second one off the crossbar. Rigged, and yet another opportunity. Bruzze off the crossbar, but it's a shooter. That's going down the wrong end. Keaton is able to capitalize, and they won't capitulate.
Again, it feels like there's just a lackluster focus here on offense. TJ, where are you going, my friend? Completely abandons net while both of his teammates are in the exact same corner. And I know it's game number 1. The rotations aren't going to be perfectly clean, but unfortunately, it's also game number 1, where mistakes are what define teams and separate them at the end of the day. So despite there being just underneath 2 minutes remaining, Delaware have to be careful. If they play a bit too haphazardly here, they could go down in game 1, especially if that shot had been on target.
Those mistakes could be starting to tilt them as well, right? You have to, one of those moments where you have to lead, and then it all of a sudden dissipates, partly due to your own fault. Yes, SAGU, they played it well, but it was Delaware who gave them the opportunity, and I hope that Delaware aren't too harsh on themselves, because they are creating opportunities as such. There will be a clear away by Hood straight through the center. TJ decides to rip another shot. Crazy Cal, despite being awkward, still is able to make the save.
Still able to make the save, but not able to get it off the half quite yet. And with just about a minute remaining here, there's plenty of time for Delaware to find one good offense and turn this entire thing around. They do need to try and stay a bit closer to the ball. A booming clear like that just dispossesses themselves and gives a chance now for the Lions to close this one out. Shot off target, but wait a minute, that could be an own goal. Shooter has to keep it out, and Keaton can't get past the last defender. 45 seconds left, and now it is dire situations here. Delaware not only need a goal, they just need to get out of their half.
Currently, SAGU are punching to their ticket to a 1-0 lead. Crazy Cal wants to make sure that ticket stays punched and not robbed away by Delaware. They've got 30 seconds left, but they do need to move into the opposing half. They're stuck in their own defensive position. TJ trying to get back, but is he going to be in time? It will be off the crossbar. We'll hold up a second shooter. He's still in an awkward position. Keaton rings another through. TJ, they're being able to hold on, but Delaware, they're pressing the issue, and they don't need an effect where you're just attacking.
You don't even need to play any defense at all, because at this point, with 4 seconds left, you just need to let this one hit the ground. Or how about a goal for the road instead? Keaton to put in another and put the game away.
I'm struggling to breathe due to this game, purely because Delaware, they've not had any room to breathe either. SAGU lines are locking them up, taking their oxygen away, and Delaware, they do not have enough vegetation to reproduce that oxygen. And that will lead to this initial game loss. But we already talked about it. Obviously, it's very nice if you get it down your end. It's not the biggest problem if you drop it.
Yeah, this is still a feeling out period, it feels like, for Delaware here. They just didn't have enough time, and honestly, with opportunities like that going awry, I don't expect that to happen further into the series. SACU Lions do take this first game. They do so in pretty dominant fashion, 3-1, and honestly, it's not even the amount of goals that made that such a different game. It's the fact that the SACU Lions had a total of 13 shots to 5 from Delaware. So, it's one of these things where I think Delaware are not out of this, not by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely need to up their offense here. While they had decent shots aren't going to cut it here, High Fury. When the two teams are playing at this level, you need to be putting bangers on every single time.
SACU have done that. Not every single shot is a banger, but they are banging it to the backboard time and time again, making Delaware cross-eyed with the ways they are going to have to look every single time. SACU are playing this phenomenally, but that's only the first game. A change of momentum can be happening, and Delaware, they might have had some hardware issues as well. I'm hearing word on the street of a controller disconnect.
Listen, you can say whatever you want. There could have been a controller disconnect. Heck, there could have been, completely AFK player. Who knows? But the results are set in stone at this point. You can't go back. You can't change it. So for SACU at this point, they are up 1-0. And for Delaware, they now need to try and turn this one around. Can they tie up the series and find themselves a bit of a response to what was a lackluster game one? Only time will tell. Players about to hit the pitch here, and like we said, Delaware, a very important game for them.
If they concede this game as well, or if they concede the game entirely, rather, not just one goal, that puts them in a position where they're going to have to reverse sweep, so they're going to have to try their darndest to pull this in their favor. A TJ up high shooter tries to get that touch, but it's just one of those touches where even if you do get it, it's not going to be a massive influential touch, and the chances are you're probably going to miss it.
Oh, you might just miss it, especially if you're just going to play this passively. Not sure what happened, but the pace of play has drastically reduced here in game number 2. Delaware playing this one very methodically, just kind of waiting to challenge out at midfield as they continue to bop this into the SACU half, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like they still don't have that oomph necessary here. They're booming the ball all the way to the other pitch, but who's there to receive it? Nobody. Hood is there before anybody, and then Bruzet moves way too far up, so yeah, Delaware, I think, trying to make those adaptations we said would be necessary, but maybe doing a bit too much all at once. Move into these adaptation, lads. You can't just immediately throw everything and hope that it sticks, because if you do, you lose your defense, and that is going to cost you, but not if the shots are off target. SACU getting a big chance, but unfortunately cannot convert.
SACU, even though they're lions, they seem like snakes with the way they're constricting Delaware in defense. They're choking them out, and slowly but surely, they're losing their breath. They need that big clear away to at least come up for air for a little bit. Shooter, he misses out on that touch, and then there's a shot on target. Brizzy is there. Now the counterattack has started. It needs to be... It is essential for those counterattacks to be so lethal.
They need to be as on point as possible. Not necessarily because they need to hit the back of the net, but because you need to be threatening. If a team comes at you and you're not expecting them to score, a perfect example here is Keaton. There's no one that should be challenging that. Shooter the only one. The other player on the line just doesn't even budge because they're not going to be threatened. If they know the shot's not coming, if they know there's nothing you can do damage-wise, they're not going to jump. So for both of these sides right now, they need to start putting on shots that actually make the defense uncomfortable. We've seen it so many times. When a defense breaks down, it's not the initial mistake that costs them. It's the mistakes on top of that. They all compound into a snowball effect where eventually there will be a gap, and if a team is quick enough, they will take advantage. Unfortunately for the SACU Lions, despite multiple opportunities here, they still have not hit the back of the net. And as we get down to halftime here, it is still anybody's ball game.
Even though Delaware has been on the defensive end the majority of this game, they are at the exact same scoreline, but perhaps not for long as Hood goes into the center. Crazy Cal does some fancy aerial shenanigans and will come up empty. I like what SACU Lions are doing, though. They're not taking a direct line to goal time and time again. They are seeing the broader picture and trying to pass it along so they don't give away possession.
They're trying their best to stick close to this one here, and honestly, I feel like both teams are starting to do the exact same thing, which is just not necessarily focus on possession as much as it is just pressure and constant rotation. If the ball goes away from the team, that's fine, as long as they've got a third man there to collect it and restart the offense again. Perfect example here as Bruzet tries to get a shot in from a shooter pass, but uh-oh, that's a big miss. Kyle's got time and space, but no boost to get this on his car. Eventually, he will pick it up, but easily dispossessed by TJ. Breakaway play, or potential breakaway play on the other end, though, as Delaware Bruzet finds the first.
That's what we've been talking about. You can be on defense the entire way through, and this is a blow to the face for the SAGU Lions. You've been in attack the entire time, just not been able to crack that seal, and they do it in the one shot that they get. Oh, come on. This game is unfair. They might even get a second one on the board. Brizzy making it awkward. TJ still in the vicinity, but his Hood on the clear away.
Hood in a really awkward position there. Somehow does their best to at least keep it out of the net for now, but can they keep it out of the half? Seems like it. I don't know who that was that missed, but TJ, the only other player on the back end, so now they've got to be careful. And as Bruzet double commits, you can see, like we said, it's not the first mistake, it's the ones afterwards, and that could have been dangerous had SAGU recognized it. Instead, the other end, Delaware throw everything. It could have been too much, but no, TJ will get back. Barely in time able to keep out this offense, but for how long? With a minute remaining, SAGU are going to throw everything they've got at one final attack.
The broader picture that they're painting, sometimes it is overdone a tad, but never mind. That's just going to roll on in. Undefended net, and Hood will capitalize any day of the week.
This is the issue. We saw Delaware diving at this ball in the final third so many times. Heck, diving at the ball in midfield there and just overextending themselves. They may have been playing defense the entire time, but when you are playing defense that whole time, sometimes it can get a little bit frustrating. You're thinking, okay, we've thrown everything to get out of our half. We've thrown everything at an offense. Why the heck is nothing stuck? And when that frustration builds, it tends to break your rotations. Teammates seem to think that they need to be the hero, that hero mentality. We talk about it constantly. No one else has been able to get a goal, so I'm going to be the one to do so. It's detrimental in a game like this. When it's this close, you cannot afford even a single gap. And Delaware seems to know that. After giving up that goal, they've played very defensive here. And with 30 seconds left, they might need to do so for another half minute if they want to survive.
Slip up once, and all of a sudden you find yourself stumbling and tumbling down a flight of stairs. Brizzy, he's going to push that ball downfield. Heaton, there on the carry away, doesn't really get challenged until he's able to flick it over. Great read on it. Crazy Carl stays in field to deny Brizzy. A ball up high. TJ with a backflip. Keaton, that'd be a ridiculous read, and he does get the read, but it won't be on target. Crazy Carl still. It's a weird angle, and also no boost in attack means Brizzy can have one last-ditch effort in regulation. Can they capitalize, though? Hood actually puts it down the other end, and at this point, just ground the ball Delaware, and they do so.
They do exactly that, and we head to an overtime 1-1 here in game number 2. If SAGU take this one, they move on to series point and potentially able to make the sweep happen. But again, it is not going to be easy. Both of these teams have definitely stepped up here in game number 2. And while the first one looked like it was heavily in favor of the Lions, I was going to say the second could still be, but not with a save on the line. Delaware have definitely played better. The unfortunate truth is they just haven't played offense. It's been all defense for them. So if they can get one good breakaway play, I've still got faith in them to take this game.
Here they go then. It's tingling in front of the net, but the sensors won't be activated. Brizzy goes out wide, 70 boost to play with. He does get it to the backboard. It is not really going anywhere. It lands in the box now, but Brizzy is too far out of the rotation. Keaton has that space in the midfield. Hood already back in defense. Had me worried for a second, though.
Had me worried for about a second, but after that, no longer. You can see the defense is prepared, but maybe not for a whiff here. Crazy Kyle, a bit thrown off, and can understand why. No one expecting a dead ball out in midfield, but it might turn into an offense here for the Lions. They've got a bouncer center, and they've got no defense prepared, so Crazy Kyle will put it on and put it in! Crazy Kyle to put the team up by 2.
They call him Crazy Carl, but this seems clinically insane to me. Basically an own goal chaos in the defense of SAGU Lions. They managed to sneak that one away from underneath their opponents. Let's say sneak it away. They do get the lion's share of that game. They were in control the majority of the time, and it was only 2 shots that Delaware had.
Yeah, more puns about the Lions. Honestly, I'm getting a little bit jealous here. I was going to say stealthy like a cat. They snuck that one on in, but honestly, I don't even think that was that stealthy. It was a glaring mistake out of midfield that created that, and honestly, it's the perfect example of what you and I have been talking about, High Furia. One single mistake is what started all of that up. Yes, Delaware did not necessarily make the mistake on defense, but one lone ball out of midfield just kind of pops into no man's land. The whole team has to try and reconfigure their rotations, and then boom, triple commit on the line where no one knows if they're the one that should be going for the ball, which then forces it into an own goal. So again, compiling errors is the difference here. It feels like the Lions are playing this one with calculated risk, whereas Delaware, they're not afraid to send the house, but they're not doing it in a calculated way. They're getting desperate, they're feeling the pressure, and then they just kind of go, all right, screw it, let's throw everything we've got, kitchen sink, the baby, the bathtub, the bath water included, throw throw everything and hope that something sticks.
What's the baby doing in
You
that
never heard that phrase,
equation?
the baby in the bath water? You never heard that?
No, I'm European. I'm foreign. Sorry, we don't really throw babies around here.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. The point of the phrase is actually you're not supposed to throw the baby with the bathwater. The point is to, stay reserved and not throw it all. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't seem like the throwing is quite stopped here yet. You can see Bruzet thinks he's got the time, doesn't want to dive in it too early, but by the time he does, it's already a player there and Keaton to make up for the mistake. 1-0 here, 4:53 left in the clock, and the Lions at this point looking to close out the series.
It's one of those things where Delaware, they've had a formidable hold time and time again, but as soon as that early goal falls, it's a strugglesome position to see their way back into this game. Obviously, they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but every single goal has been so hard to come by for both teams, purely because Delaware has been that defensive. Now they actually need to search for more offense and not overdo it either. It's going to be a tough position, but Hood, he might just facilitate that. Now he relies on a good 50 to make up for it.
I mean, Hood has been facilitating everything throughout this series here. Ooh, what a shot, though! Speaking of facilitation, apparently one player on this team doesn't want to go down. Bruzet with a pass from TJ, and we are all tied up.
That is a feature into the top bins. Exquisite shot by Bruzet, and they're finding their offensive side as well. They're getting more oomph in there. That's all tied up. We have not seen such an aggressive game. There might even be another goal here. Is pitched wide in that 50 action. Hood able to receive the pass, but it's Crazy Carl there to stop it. Keaton backs to Crazy Carl. It's not a shot nor a pass.
It is a good 50, though, from TJ to keep this out of the half here, but I think we're going to need to see something a little bit more out of Delaware. Again, their biggest issues have been when they get locked into this defense and all of a sudden one error is found and they don't know how to recover. So I'm glad to see them moving into offense quickly here, but I am a bit worried. Yeah, Bruzet, I don't know if that was the best decision. Shooter on the back end by themselves just has to try and keep this out, delay the offense. The Keaton also tries to delay. A little bit of a fake out on the musty flip, stutter step, if you will. But it's not going to be enough. 90 seconds into this one, and despite another offense for the Lions, they still only have one goal to show for it.
Hood, potentially a 50, and Crazy Carl was in an awkward position. Bank that up high. Hood and Keystone both commit to it, but it will bounce, fortunately, into the center. Bruzet, this is awkward play all around, but it is in the midfield, so it's not really the most dangerous position for it to be in. Crazy Carl now on a carry out to the side. Bruzet challenges him head on. Hood force that underneath, and this could be awkward. Keaton goes for a shot directly, and Delaware, they seem to be aware of what Sagu Lions are doing. They do need to save it though.
They have to save it on repeat at this point here. They've had only saves so far in this game. A single shot registered to Delaware. It's the one goal that they have. Meanwhile, they have 7 saves versus the 0 the Lions have been forced into. So yeah, it's a tale of two different stories here so far. One side playing all offense, the other side playing all defense. But finally, the defensive team gets a couple of shots in, but they are denied by the other side. 2:30 left on the clock at this point. We are halfway through game number 3. And like we mentioned before, if the Lions win this one, that's the end of the series. If Delaware does, they now need to start the reverse sweep if they want to take it.
First step to making a road is to lay the first brick, and this would be that. To at least facilitate some kind of confidence, get that first game on the board, and Shooter and fakes it out, sidesteps on the opponent. It's Crazy Carl now with a pass off to the center. It will land there, but not necessarily in the way he was expecting. Hood technically having free range of the ball, getting denied though. That's going to bounce, fortunately, straight back into the center as Brazil catches it.
Catches it, but he booms it all the way out to the corner here where the Lions might be able to start another offense. Not TJ can put the shot on in, catches them by surprise, and Delaware finally take the lead.
That was a well-worked goal, Delaware. Free range in the center, and Hood nor Crazy Carl able to reach that ball perfectly placed. And I think something that Delaware has been doing greatly is waiting for Sagu Lions to touch the ball, because Sagu Lions have a next to go early for the play. Make sure they hit it instead of going for the best play possible. Pass in field, it's just a weak tap, and you want to hit the ball, but you do often do it at the cost of a lot of power and accuracy behind it.
Especially if it's that choreographed as well. If you've got a player going through the center, one defender back, and you do a complete wide swing to pass it to the center, obviously they know you're going to pass the center. So you need to be a little bit more creative here. It feels like the Lions are getting pressure. When it comes time for solid shots, they had been missing until this moment. Crazy Kyle to tie us up.
Solo Dolo don't get put in the fighting dojo with the Sagu Lions because they'll rip you apart. And it is only time. Delaware have been able to assemble themselves time and time again. The saves, how long are they going to hold up? That's the main question to be asking against Delaware right now. They've already got 9. They will need more, I reckon, to try and close this game out. Sagu Lions, they're not going to relent. They're not going to stop all of a sudden. They're hunters. They're carnivores. They want to eat meat.
They continually want to hunt at this point here, and I don't think they're going to stop being on the prowl for quite some time. 53 seconds left, and to be honest, if they miss a beat here, the series will continue, so the Lions are absolutely going to stick with it, especially considering it's been on their half for quite some time here. TJ going to put another shot. It's a bit high, and shooter denied by the defensive hood. They've played a very good defensive game here for a team that basically didn't play defense for the first half. To see their adaptations, and also to see now another offense building, bodes confidence, and it bodes really well for the Lions' chance at closing out the series, but not if this goal goes in. Shooter finds themselves one, and with 24 seconds left, Delaware are back on top.
Well, the pinch over Crazy Cal completely caught off guard. Delaware, they take the lead with only little time remaining. Sagu Lions, this is the time to really come alive, show your offensive capabilities, to show that lethality mainly, because they have had the opportunities. That's going to be a touch by Bruze. Smart by Hood to just take that out, but the bounce not necessarily in their favor. Pass along TJ with a quick shutdown. Shooter up there as well, but Bruze, it's all up to him now to keep this defense clear. It will be Bruze or Kyle going underneath of Bruze. TJ on the side will bait out Hood. Keaton, miles back, he needs to get this up. Crazy Cal, now you've got 2 tasks forward and keep that ball away from the ground. He's able to do that for now, but Keaton and Hood, they both panic, line up in a little train. TJ grounded in Delaware to take home the first game.
They take their first game, but to be honest, that is the smallest step here now in the hill that they have to climb. If they want to take this, they need a reverse sweep versus the Sagu Lions in order to take this one home. Hype, I mean, listen, if any team's going to get it done, it's Delaware. In the form that they are at right now, they look very, very good, and they definitely have started to understand the rhythms of their opponents to where they're making many good counters. The issue is that it still feels volatile. With a 1-goal game here, there's no way we can guarantee that we even see the 5th game at this point, because all the Lions need to do, in my opinion, is just be a little bit more efficient with this offense. We talked about it before. It's very choreographed. At this point, the reason Delaware is in this game is because they know how they're approaching offense, whether it's passing plays through the center, carries over the top. They are able to cut these options out and just not allow the Lions the same sort of offensive pressure. So if they want a chance at this one, if the Lions want to close this one out, they need to get creative with this offense. It is not a ask, it's a need, a necessity at this point.
And to add on even further to that, Sagu Lions, because they go up early, you give away all the intention. There's no element of surprise there. They know exactly that you're going to touch it, and, well, that it will be a lot weaker than it could be if you shoot it when it just bounced or whatever, when you rip it on a half volley. So just take a little bit more time in that attacking stance. You have the time as well because they've been playing so defensively. Delaware, they could be caught off guard by a slower pace of play. Sagu Lions, keep up every single bit of play except for when you need to shoot. Then take a step back, have a broad overview. But here's game number 4, still an important one. Delaware under the gun.
Delaware are going to try their best to just survive here at this point, and that's all they need to do. Take it a step at a time, foot by foot, and hope that eventually they can find themselves a goal and find the lead and hold on to it. Like we said many times previous, the Lions are not going to give up, not by a long shot. Oh, but they might bump into each other. Awkward position on the back end. Maybe someone from Delaware can take advantage, but looks like not. Bruze going to send it straight to Keaton, and he'll relieve the pressure for now.
Bounce on into the center. Shooter there. Will only relieve the pressure momentarily. Crazy Cal needs to turn inward, but TJ, he's diving all over it. Bruze, let's see whether he's getting there free, and he does slow down his pace just a little bit to make sure he gets it, but still, he got it. Keaton, doesn't matter what read you get, as long as it's not a goal, he can go on that counter-attack.
They're going to put on more pressure here, though. It does feel like we're starting to see a bit more out of the Lions, and, oh, maybe a bit too much. Keaton, overly ambitious out of midfield there, will instead pop it into his own half. Luckily enough, his teammates will be there to keep the play alive, and Crazy Kyle, if he had gone up for that a little bit earlier, I think they might have had a goal, but hesitation on the line gives enough time for Delaware now to set up and possibly launch a counterattack. Jay puts it high. Is anyone there for the follow? Bruzette, he's going to put this on target. Keaton to keep it out, and I think Crazy was prepared as well. But the defense has got to be careful. On-the-line saves already necessary out of the Lions.
Delaware, they've stepped up. They've found their drive into the momentum or into the attack. They know exactly what works for them now, and they're able to manipulate the pace of play so Jagu Lions are caught off guard as Shooter gets it onto the backboard. TJ in the midfield to catch it. Keaton gets it into Bruzette, but that still lands into the center. Kyle goes up high. Keaton, don't do him dirty. That's always ridiculous. But Hood still there to go for it. But it's such a weak shot yet again, and they have so much time. It was a triple commit. It would have been a triple commit if you put that anywhere higher. But he put it slow into the center, and they have enough time to sort themselves out.
Again, we keep on talking about how the defense needs to be uncomfortable. The first shot doesn't need to be a boomer. The second shot, heck, doesn't need to be a boomer either. They just need to be enough to frazzle the defense, throw them into a tizzy, and eventually find a crack. There's a crack, but it was quickly sealed shut. Well done. The demo in net left all of the SAGU Lions vulnerable. Somehow, some way, they survive and keep on playing halfway through game number 4. And now I think we're finally starting to see the teams play in peak form. Okay, maybe not the best time for me to say that. Aside from that one play, they really are playing phenomenally, though.
Crazy Kyle yet again going up early in the shot low. This is exactly what we've been talking about. And I don't want to keep on harping on that one point because I will start to feel like a broken record. And, well, if it doesn't change, there's no point to try and repeat it time and time again. But SAGU Lions, they are still into the attack. TJ on the backboard in a peculiar situation, loses control of the ball, has to boost down heavily to try and regain that touch. Hood slowly on target. It's an awkward shot. It's a tough one to be getting that in.
It's really difficult, but this is even harder. Floater in front of the net, but Delaware given the time to get it out. Hood retreated all the way into their own half to pick up some boost and restart the offense. And unfortunately for the SAGU Lions, that might actually mean the end of their pressure, because now Delaware are prepared, but maybe not prepared enough. Crazy Kyle sends it to the corner, and Hood will have time and space out of midfield. They're going for the bump, and they're going to allow Crazy to set up another shot. And with 90 seconds left, we're coming down to that golden goal scenario. The next team to score most likely will take it, and Keaton seems to know that. He'll set up his teammate. No, he'll set up no one. Crazy Kyle will get a freebie. What just happened?
Even if you beat me to death, I still wouldn't be able to answer. I've got no clue. I think I saw a bump there on the left side of the pitch where they weren't able to get back in time. Delaware, an internal error that allows SAGU Lions to break through and open up the scoring.
Apparently so. It's a heartbreaker. Honestly, I've got no other words here because Delaware doing such a good job playing an even game, not just defense, not just offense, playing all around. And finally, they get something to show for it. Bruzette with an immediate equalizer.
It's a quick counter. There was no time for SAGU Lions to adjust. Hood, that read, he was waiting for it. He was patient. And that will be punished by Bruzette, pouncing on it. And that's all tied back up. It's crazy how this entire game can go so scoreless. Plenty of opportunities, but nobody's able to rip it through. And then as soon as SAGU Lions score, there could be trouble for them. I'll pause my sentence for it, but Shooter so quick on it to give his teammates time to get back and actually facilitate an opportunity. Oh, that's scary.
Ooh, it's a little bit dangerous here. 50 seconds left, and you're seeing the Lions now feel a whole lot of pressure from this Delaware offense, but maybe it's going to go the other way here. Hood's going to facilitate this one. No, he's going to turn around. Keaton now going to have to try and restart the offense, and we've gone end-to-end here. The midfield presence that was so risky, so prevalent earlier in the game has all but dissipated as teams do not want to make that glaring error, because with 30 seconds left, you make one wrong challenge out of midfield. That is the end of the ballgame.
Crazy Kyle. They're going to try and do a perfect touch. Or sometimes there is one of those plays that there's nothing you can do about it, but there's something you can do about this. Brazil, oh no, that is into your own teammate. He's just still there to right their wrongs. And as is currently standing, Delaware tally on another to the score. That would be 2-1, but there's 13 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, Shooter, you know he would never hear the end of it had that not gone into the back of the net on the follow-up touch. Luckily enough, they can wipe the sweat off their brow and possibly move into game number 5 with 13 seconds left. There are no guarantees. One last offense built here. Crazy Kyle just needs to get it around one defender. Keatan's there. Shot out on target, and he steals it! What are you doing, Keaton?
No way! Keaton wanted to be the hero, but instead pushed over an old lady. And they don't come away with a tie. Internal errors up the wazoo. But it does add extra spice, right? Delaware, they're getting back into this. It's 2-all.
Yeah, add some extra spot.
Don't question it, mate.
I have to. I don't know what to say. I'm blown away. That probably should have been a note. We should be playing right now, but unfortunately, this is what we were talking about. When the pressure starts to build, when the teams get frustrated because it's been shot after shot after shot, and nothing drains into the back of the net, someone's going to be there. Someone's going to think, I need to be the one to take this shot. Completely ignore the team comms, not pay attention to where the rest of the team is. And unfortunately, it's going to cost you a win here, Sagu. Now, all of a sudden, Delaware are a single game away from possibly reverse sweeping this series. And Hi, Fury, I'm a bit nervous right now. It doesn't feel like the Lions are going to be completely in this one mentally. With a devastating loss like that, it can take an absolute toll on your mental stability.
And especially with the way that game ended. We don't know, because it went really quickly, right? We saw Keaton, phenomenal pass into the center. We saw an orange blip there somewhere, and we assume that Keaton stole it or put it away. Realistically, if you look that back, put it in slow-mo, it could be an entirely different scenario, and that's what Sagu Lions have to think as well. Don't stress it. Don't harp on that one mistake. Don't harp on that one opportunity that could have been, because there were blue blips to try and save it out as well. It's a new game, it's a new horizon, and you better make it dawn for Delaware. Lights out for them.
Let's see, can they find themselves that reverse sweep? It's a very rare thing in Rocket League, but it has been done many times previous. Can they do it here in the ECAC on the Esports U channel? We're going to have to find out. Game number 5 underway, 20 seconds gone. No goal scored so far, but the first one might have just arrived. Crazy Kyle denied by TJ on the line.
And TJ has been the quickest on track, and he's able to track that back to his goal, but that's Orker. Crazy Kyle yet again. It's not a goal, but sure, it works.
It's a big one, too. I believe this is the first time we have seen the Lions be the first to score since game number 2. So, this is big. They finally gained some momentum. Can they run with it, though, all the way to a victory? Only 30 seconds gone here. Plenty of time for a comeback out of Delaware. They just need to get the offense going.
Thus far, Delaware have been able to pound back rather quickly and pound one into the back of the net. Hood into the center. It's awkward. Crazy Kyle, he just jumps in for it. He doesn't care. He doesn't give 2 bangs. As Keaton bangs that through. Shooter. Still only clear away. Crazy Kyle diving in, and that might just be a tad too aggressive.
Ooh, but this might not be. Okay, never mind, it was. Keaton not able to make the touch in the air. Could have been something special, but unfortunately it'll be sent the other way where TJ is waiting. We'll send it off the ceiling. Is anyone there? No! He'll commit as well, and that's going to be detrimental because Keaton has time and space to go the other way. Tries to set it up center. Good 50-50, but the demo in center on Crazy Kyle will deny them that for now. Hood going to play at the back end and just keep it in the half, and this is really what Hood has done this entire series so far. He has been the facilitator for this team. A total of 6 assists. That is more assists than the rest of the lobby, I believe, combined. So, yeah, it's very clear. The game plan for Lions right now is just to let Crazy Kyle and Keaton attack on repeat while Hood holds this midfield to keep it in their half. It's a great plan, but can they do it for another 3:15, Hyperia? One mistake and all of a sudden Delaware, they can go the other way and get back into this ball game.
Crazy Kyle had an opportunity, but now it is indeed going the other way. Hood putting it underneath. That's a scary one. Shooter has to face a Keaton who's up early. Only a bird gets the worm usually. Now they need to worm their way into the offense. Delaware, they've been reluctant to give up anything that they aren't forced to. Bruze meets Keaton mid-air. Hood still there. He wants a piece for himself, and he might just get it. It's an Orca one. It will bounce off everyone but Hood. He will tally on another 2 assists. It's Crazy Kyle to force it through.
Oh, this duo has been doing it all game. I mean, when you want to talk about consistency, Kyle hasn't missed a game for scoring. He has been 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal. Want to know the only game where he has 2? This one right here. It's got to be a sign because for the Lions, it seems their offense has finally reemerged and is ready to go. But can they hold on? Halfway through game number 5, there are no guarantees here, especially when Delaware is on the prowl and looking for some goals.
Rosé along the pitch. You only meet a Keaton who just goes for such a cheeky touch over, baiting in everybody. Then he tries to overstep his mark. It was a good instance. Keep it at that instance, Rosé. I'm going to go on a tangent, right, and assume that that's not what he meant to do.
I would imagine so. It does feel like the panic is starting to set in here. I'm not sure if you noticed it. After Bruzza made the mistake on offense, he just started chasing the defense, and TJ is way overextended here. Delaware having to retreat into defense out of nowhere, and it might just work! No, the shot a bit off target. Shooter puts a beautiful ripper off the post, but it is off the post, and that's not going to help them in any way, shape, or form, especially when they concede another. Keaton beats the defender out of midfield, and 3 to the good are the Sagu Lions.
It's my favorite apple pie, but unfortunately for Delaware, you can't be crumbling right now. You need to hold strong. Sagu Lions are tearing them apart, ripping them to shreds, and Delaware, they quickly need to glue themselves together, get that mental game back, and start upping the pressure into the attack, put them in a pad and cook them to bits.
Honestly, this is just an impressive game all around, though, out of the Lions here. They're not only playing a good offensive game, but the defense has just been stellar as well. Really got to highlight Hood here. A lot of the times, the star-studded strikers are the guys you give the MVP to. I've got to give it to Hood here. Whether it be the saves, whether it be the overcommitments here as he gives up a goal for the team, it is an unfortunate time for me to highlight him as finally Delaware get on the board.
No, will this be? It is possible. It is certainly possible for Delaware. It will be tough, but this is one of those moments where Sagu, they're going to have it in the back of their minds. Let's not throw. This is a surefire win. All we need to do is not throw. What happens when you think that the entire time? Indeed, you usually end up throwing and start being mad with yourself.
Yeah, usually. Not always a guarantee, but at this point, yeah, the tilt does feel like it could be rather prevalent very quickly with a minute left, and more pressure being built from Delaware. All they really need is one good goal, and then they can focus on the next. But not if they concede. Crazy Kyle, who'll put in possibly the dagger on this series.
You can't let Crazy Kyle run loose. He's not called... He's called Crazy Kyle for a reason. Come on, now. It's literally in his name. Usually... he needs to be put in the psych ward, and you see what happens when he escapes. He wreaks havoc on the pitch, and Delaware, they took a step closer, and Sagu put them 2 steps back and are tucking them in.
I think at this point, they're going to really have to sort of just kiss this series goodbye. 43 seconds left. Maybe if this goes in, it will not. Crazy Kyle denies it on the other end. I'm going to say if that goes in, there is a chance, but unfortunately, they are not just fighting against the Lions right now. Delaware is fighting against the clock as well, and that clock will never stop ticking. 30 seconds left, and I fear at this point, I think it is all but set and done.
Especially if this goal goes in. Crazy Kyle misses it. Hood having no boost, but, Hood doesn't care about scoring himself. He wants to facilitate. He likes to set up his teammates. And that should be game still. It doesn't matter, Hood, that you weren't able to score there. You've got 3 assists. You've got all that you needed to do. And that means Sagu will deny the Delaware reverse sweep. They're just beautiful showmen who like to give us one for the road.
And they did it for the content, obviously. They knew that they had this one in the bag, and obviously they have it in the bag with that 5th goal going through. And honestly, good for Hood. I believe that's his 2nd goal of this entire series. My man couldn't get himself some goals in the last couple games, so he said, hey, I'll take the playmaker, and I'll grab myself a goal. Sagu Lions move on and take the series in 3-2 fashion, denying the reverse sweep out of Delaware. And oh boy, was that an exciting series, I fear ya.
And that's where that first game came in. We talked about it.
Yep.
It can be very forgivable, but it will end up costing you in the end. Usually it's just an unfortunate one, and that first game doesn't matter loads. They dropped it. They dropped the entire series. They could not pull off the reverse sweep, but man, did they get close.
They got very close, and to be honest, folks, that is not an easy thing on either side. Getting to the Game 5 for a reverse sweep, difficult. You know what is almost arguably even more difficult? Denying a reverse sweep once the momentum is not in your favor. The Lions, they held tough, they stuck together, and found themselves a win in the deepest, darkest depths. So can they find themselves some more wins in the future? We don't know. We'll have to find out. But that is all for our second series of the day. We're going to take a quick little break. When we return, though, we're going to speak to some of the players on the Lions and see what they've got to say about that series, because I hope they've got a lot to say. I got a lot to ask. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Being put on by Delaware, but they are just not able to find themselves a penetration into the back of the net. That's a good pass, though. Bruz up for this one, and they will hit it. Bruz is very, very quick here. They're starting to allow SACU a lot more pressure, and if they get a solid shot like that, how many can they keep out? No. Let's try 4. Not enough, and great.
On the board, and maybe even a second one off the crossbar. And yet another opportunity. Bruce off the crossbar, but a shooter. That's going down the wrong end. Keaton is able to capitalize it, and they won't
put the game away.
I'm struggling to breathe due to this game, purely because Delaware, they've not had any room to breathe either. SACU Lions are locking them up, taking their oxygen away, and
yeah, this is still a feeling out period, it feels like, for Delaware here. They just didn't have enough time, and honestly, with opportunities like that going awry, I don't expect that to happen further into the series. SACU Lions do take this first game. They do so in pretty dominant fashion, 3-1, and honestly, it's not even the... That's a big miss! Kyle's got time and space, but no boost to get this on his car. Eventually, he will pick it up, but easily dispossessed by TJ. Breakaway play, or potential breakaway play on the other end, though, as Delaware throw everything they've got at one final attack.
The broader picture that they're painting, sometimes it is overdone a tad, but never mind. That's just like gonna roll on in, undefended.
You can understand why. No one expecting a dead ball out in midfield, but it might turn into an offense here for the Lions. They've got a bouncer center, and they've got no defense prepared, so Crazy Kyle will put it on and put it in! Crazy Kyle!
we don't really throw babies around here.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. The point of the phrase is actually you're not supposed to throw the baby with the bathwater. The point is to, stay reserved and not throw it all.
Unfortunately, a tough position with Hood. He might just facilitate that. No, he relies on a good 50 to make up for it.
I mean, Hood has been facilitating everything throughout this series here. Ooh, what a shot, though! Speaking of facilitation! But he booms it all the way out to the corner here where the Lions might be able to start another offense. Not TJ can put the shot on in! Catches them by surprise, and Delaware finally take the lead.
That was a well-worked
center, one defender back, and you do a complete wide swing to pass it to the center. Obviously, they know you're going to pass the center, so you need to be a little bit more creative here. It feels like the Lions are getting pressure when it comes time for solid shots. Basically, didn't play defense for the first half to see their adaptations, and also to see now another offense building. Bodes confidence, and it bodes really well for the Lions' chance at closing out the series, but not if this goal goes in. Shooter finds themselves.
If this defense clear, will be Brose or Kyle going underneath the Brose. TJ on the side will bait out Hood. Keaton, Miles back, he needs to get this up. Crazy Kyle, now you've got 2 tasks forward and keep that ball away from the ground. He's able to do that for now with Keaton and Hood. They both panic, line up in a little train. TJ grounded and Delaware to take home the first game.
Take their first game. Coming down to that golden goal scenario, the next team to score most likely will take it, and Keaton seems to know that. He'll set up his teammate. No, he'll set up no one. Crazy Kyle will get a freebie. What just happened? Apparently so. It's a heartbreaker. Honestly, I've got no other words here, because Delaware doing such a good job playing an even game, not just defense, not just offense, playing all around, and finally they get something.
Gonna try and do a perfect touch. Sometimes there is one of those plays that there's nothing you can do about it, but there's something you can do about this. Brazil, oh no, that is into your own teammate. TJ's still there to right their wrongs. And Alex
left, there are no guarantees. One last offense built here. Crazy Kyle just needs to get it around one defender. Keaton's there, shot out on target, and he steals it. What are you doing, Keaton? Far, but the first one might have just arrived. Crazy Kyle denied by TJ on the line.
TJ has been the quickest on track, and he's able to track that back to his goal. But that's Stalker, Crazy Kyle yet again. It's not to give up anything that they aren't forced to. Brose Needs to be tan mid-air. Hood is still there. He wants a piece for himself, and he might just get it. It's an Orca one. He will bounce off everyone, but Hood, he will tally on another.
No, the shot a bit off target. Shooter puts a beautiful ripper off the post, but it is off the post, and that's not going to help them in any way, shape, or form, especially when they concede another. Keaton beats the defender out of midfield. Got to highlight Hood here. A lot of the times, the star-studded strikers are the guys you give the MVP to. I've got to give it to Hood here. Whether it be the saves, whether it be the overcommitments here as he gives up a goal for the team. It is an unfortunate time. It does feel like it could be rather prevalent very quickly with a minute left, and more pressure being built from Delaware. All they really need is one good goal, and then they can focus on the next. But not if they concede. Crazy.
Delaware reverse sweep. They're just beautiful showmen who like to give us one for the road.
Yeah, they did it for the content, obviously. They knew that they had this one in the bag, and obviously they have it. Grab myself a goal. SACU Lions move on and take the series in 3-2 fashion, denying the reverse sweep. It's in already. You can see the pressure being put on by Delaware, but they are just not able to find themselves a penetration into the back of the net. That's a good pass, though. Bruz up for this one, and they will hit it. Bruz very, very quick here. They're starting to allow SACU a lot more pressure, and if they get a solid shot like that, how many can they keep out?
No.
Let's try 4. Not enough, and great.
On the board, and maybe even a second one off the crossbar. Ring from the yet another opportunity. Bruce off the crossbar, but a shooter. That's going down the wrong end. Keaton is able to capitalize, and they will
put the game away.
I'm struggling to breathe due to this game, purely because Delaware, they've not had any room to breathe either. SACU Lions are locking them up, taking their oxygen away, and
yeah, this is still a feeling out period, it feels like, for Delaware here. They just didn't have enough time, and honestly, with opportunities like that going awry, I don't expect that to happen further into the series. SACU Lions do take this first game. They do so in pretty dominant fashion, 3-1. And honestly, it's not even the... That's a big miss. Kyle's got time and space, but no boost to get this on his car. Eventually, he will pick it up, but easily dispossessed by TJ. Breakaway play, or potential breakaway play on the other end, though, as Delaware throw everything they've got at one final attack.
The broader picture that they're painting sometimes it is overdone a tad, but never mind. That's just they're gonna roll on in undefended net.
You can understand why. No one expecting a dead ball out in midfield, but it might turn into an offense here for the Lions. They've got a bouncer center, and they've got no defense prepared, so Crazy Kyle will put it on and put it in! Crazy Kyle!
We don't really throw babies around here.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. The point of the phrase is actually you're not supposed to throw the baby with the bathwater. The point is to, stay reserved and not throw it all.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a tough position, but Hood, he might just facilitate that. No, he relies on a good 50 to make up for it.
I mean, Hood has been facilitating everything throughout this series here. Ooh, what a shot, though! Speaking of facilitation! But he booms it all the way out to the corner here where the Lions might be able to start another offense. Not TJ can put the shot on in! Catches them by surprise, and Delaware finally take the lead.
That was a well-worked...
The center, one defender back, and you do a complete wide swing to pass it to the center. Obviously, they know you're going to pass the center, so you need to be a little bit more creative here. It feels like the Lions are getting pressure, but when it comes time for solid shots, basically didn't play defense for the first half to see their adaptations, and also to see now another offense building. Bodes confidence, and it bodes really well for the Lions' chance at closing out the series, but not if this goal goes in. Shooter finds themselves.
Keep this defense clear. It will be Bruze or Kyle going underneath of Bruze. TJ on the side will bait out Hood. Keaton, Miles back. He needs to get this up. Crazy Kyle, now you've got two tasks forward and keep that ball away from the ground. He's able to do that for now. But Keaton and Hood, they both panic, line up in a little train. TJ grounded and Delaware to take home the first game.
Take their first game. Coming down to that golden goal scenario, the next team to score most likely will take it, and Keaton seems to know that. He'll set up his teammate. No, he'll set up no one. Crazy Kyle will get a freebie. What just happened? Apparently so. It's a heartbreaker, honestly. I've got no... Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports U Rocket League broadcast. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, joined by Hypheria, and also joined by a special guest now as well. We have wrapped up our series of the Lions versus the University of Delaware, and now we get to speak to one of the winners of this series. we want to say hello to Crazy Kyle. We're going to bring him on air here. Kyle,
Yo.
congratulations, my friend. You guys just took a victory. You denied the reverse sweep. How good does it
Thank
feel
you.
to walk away a winner?
Oh, dude, it feels fantastic. I definitely don't think it should have went to that game 5. Probably could have won it game 4, but I mean, it just feels fantastic to pull the victory away.
Absolutely, I can imagine so, especially after such an intense match. But you say it probably shouldn't have gone to game 5. How is that to deal with mentally, right? Because if you say you should have closed it out earlier, do you feel like you were making too many mistakes?
I mean, I don't think we were making too many mistakes. I mean, we just got in our heads. It was all mental at that point. I was telling the guys who are right next to me right now, I was like, guys, just snap out of it. Like, we're fine. We've done this before. We went to game 5 last week. Like, we can win it right here. And then once we just picked up our spirits and we just ran with it.
That's a big thing, running with the momentum. We talk about it a lot, and I really do think that you in particular were the guy running with momentum. Not sure how in tune you were with your specific stats for this. You scored a goal every single game of the series, including picking up a hat trick at the very end. So, listen, man, consistency is king. I know you go by Crazy Kyle, but Consistent Kyle would be a pretty apt nickname at this point here. So, do you have anything to sort of focus on shooting? Was this a goal for your team to sort of have you at the forefront as that striker, or is it just sort of that's what happened to be here today?
I mean, that's just what happened to be here. We noticed last season that we played in, it was anyone can pick up the striker any day. Keaton, obviously, he's one of our favorite first mans. Like, just send that man on the attack and just let him go crazy. And then Hood he told us earlier when we were warming up, he's like, I'm not feeling striker today, but I will dish y'all some mean passes. And so he was just passing it over to us, letting us shoot. I was like, dude, let's get it then. I'll just start shooting, put it in the back of the net.
Yes.
Brilliant. I love that. I absolutely love that. And I think it's one of those cases where it comes down to the day, but does that bring any difficulties with practicing because it's such dependent on the day?
Oh, dude, definitely. There are multiple days where we walk into what we call the arena and we have practice and everything. And we're just like, bro, we're not feeling it. Like, we'll play for 30 minutes and we're getting heated at each other. It's like, we got to take the day off, come back tomorrow, regroup, watch some YouTube, watch some Twitch, figure out what we're doing wrong, and then come back swinging the next day.
I love that. The mentality. You guys seem to be pretty tight-knit here, so I've got to imagine that you guys have got some celebrations planned, so we're not going to take up too much more of your time. Really do appreciate you hopping in the booth. Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go and celebrate with the rest of the squad?
A shout out to mom and dad. I'm not sure if they tuned into the stream. I sent it to her like 5 minutes before we started. I was like, come on, jump in here. But then just shout out to the boys next to me right here. Just going absolutely crazy. Like, couldn't ask for a better team.
Awesome. I love to see it. The camaraderie there is something else. So we're going to let you and your comrades go and celebrate. You guys absolutely deserve it after clutching out a victory like that. Kyle, we appreciate you hopping in with the booth with us. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, my friend.
Thank you. You have a better Wednesday.
Oh, thank you. I love this. Man, look at the guys we're getting here. Thank you so much, Kyle. Look at this. These colleges are raising these kids right. What on earth happened? My college was nonsense. These guys, they're just so respectable.
I don't know what's happening here. I'm sitting here, right? My European, I've got pretty good self-knowledge. I'm feeling bad about myself because everybody's so damn nice.
Well, let's see if the next two teams are going to be as nice. I think initially they might have a little bit of vitriol back and forth because guess what? We've got more series on our hands. We are not done here today. We're going to have to battle for Louisiana, as it may seem. When we come back, it's going to be Louisiana Tech versus Louisiana at Lafayette. So you're not going to want to miss it. It is a state battle for a best of 5. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Can you dig it?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports U channel. Rocket League here for the second week of ECAC. We are still in preseason for Esports U. That is going to start on the 14th, but here for the ECAC, we have still got all the action on deck, including our next matchup, which, like we said, is going to be a little bit of a hometown rivalry, or home state, if you will. It's going to be Louisiana Tech versus Louisiana at Lafayette. So, this is going to be an interesting one, Hypheria. We've got two teams that are both ready to battle this one out, and more than just the win on the line, the pride for the state as well.
I feel like that's even counting for more. You want to be having that pride of your state over your direct competition. It's such a bragging rights are worth unspeakable things.
Oh, yeah, especially when it's in Louisiana, when you're in a state that isn't too big and you can't really avoid each other if you end up going to big lands or anything like this. If there's a Louisiana event for Rocket League, you guarantee these two teams are going to meet up. So let's see, can they meet up here on the pitch? Can they find themselves a win to sort of start that rivalry, if you will? I've got no idea who's popping out on top, but all I can guarantee you is we should have a great game underway. Like we said, it's going to be Tech versus Lafayette here. We're going to refer to them normally as those names as, again, speaking for Louisiana, it wouldn't really work because, well, they're both from Louisiana.
Yeah, you know, it's a simple equation in math where if you have two of the exact same things in an equation, you can usually just remove them. There are rules to it. I'm not the fault if you fail your maths exam because I also have not cleared it. But Lafayette versus Tech, I can do the math and this match has started.
Oh yeah, the match has started. Game number 1 underway, and like we said, a best of 5 to determine it. So far today, we haven't seen any clean sweeps. It's been back and forth the entire time. Maybe we can find someone who just dominates from here on out. Only time will tell. Like we said, game number 1 underway, a feeling out process underway as well. And looks like an offense starting to build for Tech here, but maybe not. They're going to play this one patiently. Peter just going to wait out of midfield. Rips one on target. Jay Schwoozy has to keep that one out. And oh boy, this is already looking a little bit lopsided here. Tech putting on all the pressure, and meanwhile, Lafayette just trying to survive.
Yeah, they're holding on by a thread, and Tech are banging balls at that thread time and time again. Finally, they break away and take a big gasp of air because they were getting choked out. Peek up into the center, and JJC gets it into the corner, but that's a phenomenal touch by Villas. He's just gonna roll on in. JJC should get back, but that touch by Villas still ridiculous.
Ridiculous, but it's not enough to result in a goal quite yet here. A minute gone, and despite Tech having all the pressure here on offense, they still don't even have more than a solid shot on target. They can make me eat my words here. Peter trying to take this one around the corner. Jay Swoozy going to keep that one out yet again. Feels like that player has been really integral in just popping this out and finding some relief of pressure for the Lafayette side. But how far does that relief go? Back out to midfield. P-Cup going to send it back into the half. And oh, that's a miss on the backboard, meaning this is going to be vulnerable. Peter is there. Shot goes high, though, barely off target. And Tech finally have to retreat.
But Duncan, he is in a dominant position against Peacock, but loses control of the ball. And well, the reason, I'll give you a little bit of a history lesson. About 2,000 years ago, the Romans in Europe, they were dominant. The reason why is because they moved as a unit. And it seems like Tech are moving as a unit here as well. Lafayette, they seem a bit more as individual. And then you're going to have to start popping up. As soon as Tech do start to get that shield wall in order, you have legions coming at you that you won't be able to stop. But now as Peter tries to snipe out bottom left, misses only barely by an inch.
Barely by an inch, but it's enough to still put it off and put it away for now. Tech trying their best. They've had a plethora of shots here, but now that they're finding some resistance out of Lafayette as they continually break out of their half more and more consistently, they might have missed their window of opportunity to find an early goal. So now they'll have to earn it. Halfway through game number 1, more pressure on, shots on target, but Jay Swoozy to keep it out for now.
Feels like we're watching a repeat game where Tech are just continuously in the attack. Well, Lafayette, they've got an astounding defense that they're just not willing to relent, not backing down. Villas yet again to the backboard. Swoozy gets a touch on her, but JJC needs to clear that away further. JJ Swoozy was able to get that boost and will be able to utilize that to set up a counterattack. Peter, it's awkward. He gets bumped out of the way, and a quick counterattack will send Lafayette into a leading position.
It seems like they just needed to get comfortable here because Jay Schwoozy seems to know exactly what to do when the time comes. Flicks over one, bumps away another, and it goes to show you don't need offensive pressure. You just need good shots on target, and that's what Lafayette have found. 2 minutes to go here. Not that Tech can't find some of their own, but despite their best efforts so far, still nothing to show for it.
That bounced heavily in their favor, though. Peter puts it behind Jay Schwoozy and peek up, and Villas, they get entangled just a tad bit. Villas into the center yet again. Nobody there to try and capitalize. But that's a phenomenal block. That's a dunk. We're not playing basketball, but he is up there. Villas all the way back in defense now, and they're gonna have to try something else.
They're going to have to try and also survive on defense. Peter and Peacup both pulled off the line just a little bit too far there. Had a touch been made, that would have definitely hit the back of the net, and it still might. This one going to go on target. JJC dives through to try and run some distraction, but Peacup can still make the save, and that leads to a counterattack now going the other way. 76 seconds left on the clock. Lafayette have held on to their lead, but just barely been able to do so.
Peter, it's underneath the plane. Slowly trying to bait out over one with Jay Schwoozy. He's just repping one on target, and that's unstoppable. You get caught off guard by Jay Schwoozy, and you look like a floozy.
It's a bit unfortunate here. You can just see that the defense, it's getting impatient here. They're recognizing that they probably should have had a goal here with 6 shots so far and not a single goal to show for it. It can get frustrating. We've seen it many times here tonight. That impatience can set in. Once it does, it can be your downfall, but can they find a response real quick? Peacup wants to find it right there, but JJC as well as Jay Schwoozy will deny it. But what about the follow-up? Peter to finally hit the back of the net.
And that's the first one. The road to the comeback is started. That's only the first part. They do need another one to tie it up and even up the scoring. Lafayette They've been phenomenal in that defensive position, but this is where it matters the most. Those final 52 seconds is where they're going to have to hold the line and build a wall.
Gonna have to build a wall, but that's already feeling some sledgehammers. A shot after shot rips on through, and this one will crumble it. 2-2, 42 seconds left, and we are all tied up.
Tech, they just have no stopping. Peacup helping Vias along as well, but Peacup not being accredited at the assist there. Lafayette, that quickly got out of hand. That was about 10 seconds and they lost a 2-goal lead. They were able to throw it away, but Peacup, he wants to add on to it. It's a double commit for Lafayette. It's scary. Peter goes low with it. Vias just a tad too far out. Peacup also won't be able to continue this attack.
Be able to continue the attack, but the pressure still mounting here for both sides. With 24 seconds left, it is anybody's ball game, and really it's golden goal scenario. The next team to strike most likely will take it, and it seems like Tech want to be the one. Peek up the tree-man passing play, and Peter just needs to play out, finish it off. His shot just needed to be on target, but as he pops it high, Jay Schwoozy can easily take this the other way, and now disaster might have struck because Lafayette, wait, they don't have a chance. Peacup's going to dispossess. He's going to leave this low, and it stays up. EJC can't keep it up further, though. Overtime, game number 1.
Tech, each individual player has got 4 shots each, but Duncan wants to just tie it up and get the dub right off of kickoff. That's a great bump. JJC completely called off guard, but Peacock was already up, and now they're going to have to go back to that defensive stance. JJC into the center will be denied by Peter. JJ Swoozy still hanging about, wanting to get that to the back where Peacock is there. It won't be furthering the play.
Will not be furthering the play, and honestly, no one's really been able to further much of a play here so far. Just offensive pressure, something we've seen all day, but when it comes time for a solid shot, yet to find one here in overtime. Oh, I almost ate my words as V has had a good opportunity in front of the net. Not quite able to make connection there, though, and that's going to be an opportunity gone awry. An opportunity that I think should come back here now. Peter pops it up to Peacup. Peacup can't make the touch, and unfortunately, that's 2 offenses in a row where Tech have just been completely abandoned by their whiffs.
They're coming up empty, and at some point, you're going to start getting overzealous. You really want that. You start being too greedy. You're going to overextend. They have to prevent that from happening. Stay complacent. And Jay Swoozy, he's been a nuisance factor, continuously interfering with the opponent and making sure that the connection that Tech tried to have is with a lot of interference.
The interference has been everywhere here. It feels like there are no uncontested balls right now, or maybe I spoke too soon. Jay Schwoozy finally going to find themselves an easy touch out of the half, and it should be a shot on target as well. Viha is able to keep that one out, and with 100 seconds now played in overtime, we're finally starting to see the offense come to life, but still no definitive winner yet.
Well, JJC does have the boost. He was entangled in a little wrestling match in the corner there. Try and get that boost off of his opponent. Vias into the corner. It's an awkward read, and Jay Swoozy knows it just allows Vias to go for it, but this is an awkward scenario. Bump could be coming through. It's a phenomenal flick, but Peacup challenges early, and this could be the start of the counter-attack, but not if you miss the ball like that.
Again, the whiffs still coming in crucial right now. Neither team completely warmed up. Again, this is game number 1, so you don't really expect them to be completely perfect, but you do expect them to be aware of the errors. We talked about it a lot tonight. Errors are what separate teams in game number 1. Not necessarily the error itself, but capitalizing upon it and compiling once the awkwardness builds. Doesn't seem like either team is very awkward here, though. 2.5 minutes into overtime, both of them playing with complete composure. So what's going to crack, Hyperia? What's going to be that thing that separates these two teams?
I'm not one to tell you what the future holds. They could be Tech have been on the prowl. And that double commit, that could send them in a tizzy. If he has off the crossbar, that might just roll on in, but the second pass completely sending them into disarray. Tech being denied by the woodwork.
Everyone being denied right now. We're 3 minutes in overtime and still no one able to find themselves a solid shot. That one's pretty solid, but it's not on target, unfortunately. And as it ricochets off the bar, yet again, another shot denied, and there's another as well. Peter keeps that out, and we are end to end right now as we pass the 3-minute mark in overtime. When we came into this game, it was looking like Lafayette were just about to steamroll and run away with this thing. Then Tech get a response, and now we've never been closer. Two teams just completely evenly matched.
Like 2 deers who have their I don't know why I even started with this, because I don't know the English word for their antlers.
Yes, there
Having
it
their
is.
antlers entirely locked and unable to move. Viaz not able to move towards this play because he has no boost. Peter still whips that up to the backboard, though.
Whips it up to the backboard, but not able to, get a shot on target. Instead, it'll be peek up to try and just ricochet, or not even ricochet. I was going to say pinch it off the ceiling, but I don't know what this shot is. I didn't think it was a shot.
Neither did Peter, mate.
Is it a pinch?
It is a pinch. It is a phenomenal shot from Peter to get that on target and to win the game here for Tech, but it is off of a defensive error, and that's the problem, right? As soon as you're continuously back in defense, you get that one mistake. One. Yes, it is a decently big whiff, but one mistake, and that sends you into a deficit.
Unfortunately, this is kind of one of these things where it didn't ever really feel like we were going to see a clean goal get through. The defenses were well too prepared. We had 7 saves on the side of Louisiana Tech here. Meanwhile, Lafayette, they had a total of 12 saves throughout that game. So it's kind of clear Lafayette are going to have to rely on Jay Swoozy to be that player to facilitate them. He had the overwhelming amount of shots. He had all the goals for the team. The only thing he wasn't leading in was the saves, where JJC matched him, or actually beat him by a single one. But it's one of these things now where it's starting to seem like Lafayette, they've got a couple of different players that have stepped up here in game number 1, but they're going to need the rest of the team to step up in game number 2 if they want to slow down Tech. Because, in my opinion, Tech pretty much about as even as you can get. The only difference there is Peter gets that last goal, puts him up at 200 points. Meanwhile, Peakup and Vihaz, exact same point total for that game.
They are popping off on the side of Tech, but it is not necessarily at a consistent rate where they just dominate the entire play. Lafayette there, though, I think they did get away with it just a little bit, getting that 2-goal lead after being on the back half. It seemed like Tech were just caught in an awkward spot where they were just turning about, and, well, they got countered time and time again. Tech, if they iron out those issues, this could be total domination and utter obliteration. But Lafayette, they've got a nick to pull out the impossible. They've already proved it in that previous game, but they are down 1-0 in this series. It's time to prove yourself again.
See if they can do so. Game number 2 underway, and like we said, Lafayette just looking to even out this series here, as Tech definitely had a better back half than they did the first. Not really sure if that's going to guarantee them anything here. Again, it doesn't feel like this game has had a definitive winner yet. We were so back and forth there, and a single defensive blunder being the separating factor means that there isn't really much momentum here in game number 2. So can someone find that out the gates? So far, no. 30 seconds into this one, Peakup, though, trying to make me eat my words as another offense builds, but shot not on target, and the follow-up will not be either.
For being incredibly passive, Peter not turning in for this, and I guess rightly so, because Duncan just missed it entirely. Jay Swoozy, I think that's the man to watch on the side of Tech. Peakup out wide. Peter onto the backboard, goes up high. Peakup might be able to rip this on target, but the touch is just a tad weak. He did connect, but it won't be sending it, redirecting it into the goal mouth.
It'll not be into the goal mouth for now here, and nothing will hit that goal mouth so far. 4 minutes on the clock, and Peakup try to make me eat my words again, but no such luck. The connection not there, and another offense stifled for Tech here, which could be a problem if the shot goes on target the other way. Bot Duncan puts it off the bar, and the follow-up is denied. 2 shots in a row, both probably which should have hit the back of the net. Lafayette unable to score.
I was like 1, 3, 5, 7. It was odd.
Oh.
I thought it was pretty original.
It's extremely original. So original that I don't think I've ever even considered that to be a way that anyone would state that. But hey, you know what? That's why we're casters and not players. We do good with our words, not do
we do
on
good
the
words
pitch.
with our mouth, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not really. We just kind of make up phrases. And, well, I've got a phrase for this one. Banger on target. Vihaz to put the first in.
You see him get that run up. Swoozy just landing, but Duncan even more recent on that landing. And, well, Swoozy wasn't alone. Peter was sus among us, interfering. I apologize for that. I should not have.
All right,
referenced.
I'm glad. I'm really glad that very quickly you figured out that you were about to get roasted on cast had you not said something. But you know what? I'll leave it be. I'll let the game continue. And, well, guess who else is going to not let the game continue. I was going to say, Tech should be able to get a goal here, but as Peter puts that about as wide as he can, unfortunately, it's not going to work. Misses the mark, and now Tech are going to have to fight for a little bit more of a lead. They would have loved that safety net, but now as we get to halftime, they're going to still have to fight from a 1-0 lead.
Vias and Peakup, they're incredibly defensive, but are they prepared for this page? That's going to sail on target with Peakup and Vias both back for it. JJC just slightly wide, but actually it's just a pass. Jay Swoozy, indeed, perfectly out of nowhere.
Oh, top left bins. Beautifully paced here, and oh my word, JJC. Honestly, that's just so brilliant. To recognize there are 3 defenders in net. You've already got Jay Swoozy flying through the air, careening through the air, and you just get it to him perfectly. Perfect placement all around, whether it's a shot or the pass, and it could lead to another goal here if they keep up the pressure. Duncan can't get the first. JJC, he'll get the second, though, and Lafayette are back on top.
Tech in entire disarray in that defensive position. They're just not being able to break out, and it's due to that awkwardness that Lafayette are putting on their shots. They go at the final moment, make it unexpected, and Tech completely caught off guard time and time again. It's time for them to regain and try and get that lead back, or at least time this one up. Lafayette, they're playing this one brilliantly to deny Tech any momentum. They're quickly getting back, but you can't go for a dribble out like that, Shrews. You put your team in a tough position, and Vias, he will punish.
Unfortunately, we knew that this was going to come. This is how it goes when volatility is around and you have a triple commit in front of the net. Someone's going to be there, and Vihaz, he's there very early. 2-2, 2:09 left on the clock, and Hype, we've been in this scenario before. We already saw an overtime, and I can guarantee you one thing. Lafayette do not want to go there again.
Neither do Tech, mate. Neither of these teams want to go to that tense overtime because it just brings up so many nerves, and it's never nice to be under stress. You want to have a nice breezy game, and well, Vias might just be able to facilitate that, but Duncan and Schwoozy already on the pinch clear.
Ready on the pinch clear, but can they find anything besides that? It seems like they will find Peakup on the other end, who's just gonna, yes, pop it away for now. No one really wants to get it off the half here. Peter playing very patiently. Eventually he will pop it out, but Duncan able to just send that right back into the half, or maybe not. He'll send it into the hands of Jay Swoozy, who is not really able to do much with it, but I guess JJC will be there to at least keep the play alive. Vihaz wanted an interesting redirect. Would have been something special, but instead it's denied by the defense. And now at this point, gotta wonder whether or not we're going to see a little bit of chaos, if you will, here. A lot of whiffs, a lot of weird plays, and a lot of open nets. Peter just needs to put this on. He misses, but Vihaz has the follow-up.
Vihaz for the third time rings on through. Third time's a charm, and this does have a little bit of charm to it, doesn't it? Off the crossbar. Was it off the crossbar? Probably a few inches off, or centimeters, whatever currency or whatever value you use. It was close.
It was extremely close, but unfortunately, close doesn't cut it at this point. And with a minute left, you're going to have to be able to try and fight this one back here. Lafayette, they've been here before. They've found themselves some late goals in the game, but can they find them the one that keeps them in the series? I don't know about it, Hyphier, especially not as they get denied yet another shot. Oh, but that's a big miss. It's a 1v2. Peakup. Duncan, where are you going? Run some distraction. Bump the goalie. Do something. Don't just drive away, because now that is another opportunity squandered.
Vias gonna keep this close, wants to get the follow-up fifth, but Jay Swoozy's just waiting on the back line, and I do like that. It's not necessarily time for Tech to completely run rampant and try everything in the playbook, or they might need to start up in those thrusters, especially if they start playing like this. This is dangerous. Vias yet again, he goes low and then up high, and that will bring the score from Tech even up higher.
Oh, Vihaz, he just doesn't stop here. His fourth goal of the game, and does so by just kind of dismantling the defense. They think he goes high. They try to adjust when they see him go low, but all he really does is force them to collide into each other. 19 seconds left. A chance for a comeback here if Lafayette can get a kickoff goal, but Hyperia, I'm thinking we're unfortunately in a scenario we saw similarly earlier today. Lafayette want this one. They're most likely going to need to do it in a reverse sweep.
We already saw earlier today how tough that is. Even if you get two in a row, you grind that momentum out, then you can still be denied by just a regain in that final one. For Lafayette, they're putting themselves in a tough position that they're going to have to work themselves out of, but Chase Woozy's getting bodied there.
Oh, I love that. I'm sorry. Bump plays are one of the funniest things to me in Rocket League just because they're so unexpected. And in an instant like that where it's like, hey, listen, man, you could score a goal here. We could let you stunt in the air. No, come on now. It just slams him out of the way and goes, let's end this one outright and move on to the next game. And, well, that's where we're at. Lafayette at this point are now going to have to collect themselves and try and reconfigure everything as they go into game number 3. Because, listen, I'm not going to say that Tech look overwhelmingly in favor here, but there's nothing to say that Lafayette have the edge. We talk about this a lot. That separating factor. What is that edge that goes to one of the two teams? Which one is going to be sharper on the day? And it very much seems like Tech is that squad.
I think it was one of those cases where Jay Swoozy in that game one, he was popping off. They were absolutely ridiculous. And as soon as you were a bit more quiet, it was still a decent game out of him, but it wasn't like his game one performance. And as soon as you start relying relatively heavily upon that one player to facilitate the attacks, you need to figure out something else, and sometimes that just comes too late. We talked about it early in that interview where you want to facilitate who's feeling it on the day, and as soon as Jay Swoozy says he's feeling it, but then in that second game can't show up to that same regard, that puts them in a tough position. They're going to have to fight their way out.
It's also one of these things where every once in a while you do see a pop-off player in game 1, and then the rest of the team goes, hey man, listen, we appreciate that you're taking the offense, but we kind of need you to rotate into the rest of the positions. And that's kind of the issue here is that if you do have that star-studded striker, it can be at the cost of the rest of your defense, the rest of your midfield presence, really a lot of different things on the pitch. I mean, look at professional play. This was a huge issue that Rogue ran into with First Killer, where the two other players, Taroko and Turnturo, just didn't know how to run rotations when he wasn't the main striker. So let's see, can they figure this out? Can Lafayette find a way to not just have Jay Swoozy as the main striker here and get a win on the board? Honestly, that's the first thing they need to focus on, though, High Fury. Just get this first win, and then the reverse sweep can come after.
No, Swoozy! Oh, it was a 3v1. They were all running ahead for the demo, and then he decides to go for a flick early. That's just painful. That would have been a phenomenal play, but Jay Swoozy might just be able to write his wrong peak up very much before I can even finish that sentence. Will deny.
He's been like that the entire day, and to be honest, I hope that he continues to stay this way, and well, for the rest of Tech, they're going to hope that Peter continues to drill shots into the back of the net. He's done this before, and he'll do it again. 30 seconds in, and the lead goes to Tech.
That's such an unfortunate position, Lafayette. It was one of those scenarios where they had the chance to take the lead, they squandered it, and they quickly thereafter get punished. It's a double punishment. You first don't get the goal, and then you actually concede one thereafter. You know, then you're going to have to move on, forget about it, and have goldfish memory. Because in this regard, that might just be positive. Peter along to Peacup. That's an open net for Peacup. Exquisitely played JJC. He's not able to get back.
And that is beautifully played all around here. Peter, I don't know what happened in between games, but he has stepped up, recognizes the defense, has got impatient, has moved way too far off the half, and just perfectly passes it to Peacup here. All of a sudden, we're in a dangerous scenario, High Fury. That's another goal in favor of Tech. And from a team that has had the momentum already in their favor, for Lafayette to try and just turn this one around with already a 2-goal deficit. To say this is a large hill to climb, this ain't a hill no more. This is a mountain.
I'm not familiar with mountains. I'm Dutch. Sorry. But it must be a great analogy.
I'm not gonna lie, this is how unfortunately bad my geography is. It took me a second to remember that you guys have like no mountains. It's all lakes and just flat land. And yeah, I didn't really recognize that until about halfway through your sentence. And to be honest, I don't know if the teams are recognizing it either. They may know that they have a mountain to climb, but they may not understand that they need to start climbing right now. Get the gear, get on going, get to the summit. Because if you do not, that's the end of the series.
You might already think you're at the top, but little do you know, you've just only climbed the first step, and Lafayette are not even there. They're standing in front of it, debating whether they should even go up, because it does seem like a tough task. But Duncan gets an ad to the side. Jay Swoozy commits as well, and that does pop that back into the center. It's a dangerous clear away, but this is a lot better by Jay Swoozy. They know exactly how to shut this down. Tech, they're running interference every single time that Jay Swoozy even remotely near the play is meeting a player midair.
I think the big thing here is those booming clears we're seeing out of Lafayette. They are not confident in their ability to transition down the pitch because of these constant challenges out of this player in particular. Peacup has been doing this for 2 games straight, and now it is so effective that Lafayette don't ever want to keep the ball close. The one time they don't booming clear, and Peacup is there.
Peacup, he's just banging them in, and Vihas, who came up big, in that last game now has played half the game with 4 ball touches. 4. He's not having the greatest time, but who cares? They're winning 3-0, and he came up massive in the previous game. It's time for him to take a rest.
I mean, honestly, if you have a 3-man rotation where, you know, the front 2 are going to be your primary strikers and you never have to play defense, I'm never going to complain. That's a free check at that point. If your goalie doesn't ever play goalie, but you're still paying him £1 million a year, who's he to complain? He's going to absolutely take it. And right now, Vihas, oh, he's not going to take it. He's actually going to try and get a goal for himself, but no such luck. First offensive chance for Vihas, and he almost nails the back of the net.
Oh, Pico, that's a beautiful play. Peter tries to control this air dribble, but the redirect of that ball's trajectory, it's not going to be easy, merely impossible. And Peter is about as lonesome in defense. He knows he's got time. He knows that there's a very little chance of Bot Duncan getting that touch mid-air, phenomenal first touch, and then redirecting that on target with an air dribble. It's a great play. They have a great read on the play, but that will be forced through by Jay Truzy.
Finally, they get a goal on the board, and they needed this one now more than ever. With 100 seconds left and staring down the barrel of a sweep, they need to just get some sort of momentum in their favor and to slow down this other side. Again, Tech had been able to cut out every single option, every single attack from Lafayette up until now, but finally they have penetrated and found a way through. The only issue is they don't have a lot of time to do it another 2 times in a row. 3-1 still the scoreline. If Tech hold on, they take the win, but Lafayette, they are not done yet.
Vias wants to bury them 6 feet deep, though. He wants to have this game finished. He wants to have that insurance. And Peter putting that up high. It's a 2-goal insurance right now, but you could always have unexpected costs, and there could be a downturn all of a sudden. But yeah, they're not expecting to make this comeback if they can't get into the attack.
Have to get into the attack at some point here, pressed into their own half for what feels like an eternity, but finally they get a reprieve, and it's right to peek up. Again, booming clears have been an issue for this Lafayette team. They're so desperate to get out of their half that they just boom it as hard as they can, and inevitably there is a player on Tech who is waiting and ready to refacilitate the ball. Speaking of which, perfectly played here. Peek up, pops it out of the half from a pass from Vihas, and at this point, they're not necessarily looking for another goal. They're looking to waste time. They are booming it away, and with 30 seconds left, they might as well close out the series here.
Tech, what I said at the start was proven to be so true. Oh my goodness! Peek up!
Dude, wait, come on now. The series was already over. There's 26 seconds left. You don't have to do this. Redirect from their own pass. 64 miles an hour into the back of the net like a speeding bullet. He slams that home. And not only does he slam home the goal, he slams home the series. Lafayette are going to have to lick their wounds and come back another day because Tech have closed this out and will take it in 3.
Oh my word, what a way, what a cherry on top for that sweep. That is brilliancy. It is purest form. Tech. They're moving as a unit, but they prove that they can also do it solo. Peek up, coming up big there to put them 6 feet deep and make sure that Tech do indeed win. And as soon as this hits the ground, there will be alarm bells ringing, and Tech, they win 3-0. That means a sweep.
Sweep on through here. Bring out the brooms, lads, or maybe put them away because the series is over now. Tech take it in not necessarily dominant fashion, but dang, was that third game impressive. 2 1-goal games in a row, and then the third one, they decided, all right, Peek up, you've been quiet. You hadn't had a goal in the first two games. We mostly had you as, you know, that guy to set us up, throw us some passes. Why don't you set yourself up a couple of times? And boom, does he ever.
Run loose with it, lad. Come on now.
Yeah.
I love that. You know, they had a little bit of time. They have the space, and that kind of comes down to that moment where you smartly decide when to utilize your mechanics and when to dial it down a notch and just play the standard game.
Yeah, and that, I mean, listen, man, you can call that standard. I don't know if I'm going to call that standard ever in my life. That shot was unreal. But the good thing is that these guys are not off the leash yet. We can't let them off the hook because we got to speak to them about their victory. When we return, we're going to be talking to the Tech team to find out how they're feeling because, oh boy, these boys better be hot. We'll have to see, though. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
was able to get that boost and will be able to utilize that to set up a counterattack. Peter, it's awkward. He gets bumped out of the way, and a quick counterattack will send Lafayette.
Been able to do so. Peter, underneath this plane, slowly trying to fade out over.
Jay Schwoozy, he's just repping one on target, and that's unstoppable. You get caught.
Set in. Once it does, it can be your downfall, but can they find a response real quick? P-Cup wants to find it right there, but JJC as well as Jay Schwoozy will deny it. But what about the follow-up? Peter to finally hit
52 seconds, where they're going to have to hold the line and build a wall.
Gonna have to build a wall, but that's already feeling some sledgehammers. A shot after shot rips on through, and this one will crumble.
Peter still whips that up to the backboard, though.
It up to the backboard, but not able to get a shot on target. Instead it'll be peek up to try and just ricochet, or not even ricochet. I was gonna say pinch it off the ceiling, but
targeting to win the game here for Tech, but it is off of a defensive error.
A way that anyone would state that, but hey, you know what? That's why we're casters and not players. We do good words with, or we do good with our words, not do
we
good
do
on
good
the
work
pitch.
with our mouth. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not really. We just kind of make up phrases, and well, I've got a phrase for this one. Banger off the fight from a 1-0 lead.
Diaz and P-Cup, they're incredibly defensive, but are they prepared for this page? That's going to sail on target with P-Cup and Diaz both back for it. JJC just slightly wide, but actually it's just a pass. Jay Schwoozy indeed.
And you just get it to him perfectly. Perfect placement all around, whether it's a shot or the pass, and it could lead to another goal here if they keep up the pressure. Duncan can't get the first. JJC, he'll get the second, though, and
Lafayette, they're playing this one brilliantly to deny Tech any momentum. They're quickly getting back, but you can't go for a dribble out like that. Schwoozy, you put your team in a tough position, and he will punish.
Unfortunately, we gotta wonder whether or not we're going to see a little bit of chaos, if you will, here. A lot of whiffs, a lot of weird plays, and a lot of open nets. Peter just needs to put this on. He misses, but Vihaz has the follow-up.
Completely run rampant and try everything in the playbook, or they might need to start upping those thrusters, especially if they start playing like this. This is dangerous. Vihaz yet again, he goes low and then up high, and that will... Even if you get two in a row, you grind that momentum out, then you can still be denied by just a regain in that final one. For Lafayette, they're putting themselves in a tough position that they're going to have to work themselves out of, but Jay Schwoozy's getting bodied there.
Oh, I love that. I'm sorry. Bump plays are one of the funniest things to me in Rocket League. Just
Good play, but Jay Schwoozy might just be able to write his rug P-Cup very much before I can even finish that sentence. Will deny.
been like that the entire day, and to be honest, I hope that he continues to stay this way.
And they're going to have to move on, forget about it, and have goldfish memory. Because in this regard, that might just be positive. Peter along to P-Cup. That's an open net for P-Cup. Exquisitely played. JJC is not able to get back. Near the play, he's meeting a player midair.
I think the big thing here is those booming clears we're seeing out of Lafayette. They are not confident in their ability to transition down the pitch because of these constant challenges out of this player in particular.
Duncan getting that touch midair, phenomenal first touch, and then redirecting that on target with an air dribble. It's a great play. They have a great read on the play, but that will be forced through by J2.
They are booming it away, and with 30 seconds left, they might as well close out the series here.
What I said at the start was proven to be so true. Oh my goodness! You can also do with solo P-Cup coming up big there to put them 6 feet deep and make sure that Tech do indeed win. And as soon as this hits the crowd, there will be alarm bells ringing, and Tech, they win 3-0. That means a sweep. Sweep gets a touch on over JJC. Needs to clear that away further. JJ Schwoozy was able to get that boost and will be able to utilize that to set up a counterattack. Peter, it's awkward. He gets bumped out of the way, and a quick counterattack will send Lafayette.
Been able to do so.
Peter, underneath the plane. Slowly trying to fade out over one with Jay Schwoozy. He's just repping one on target, and that's unstoppable. You get caught up
and set in. Once it does, it can be your downfall, but can they find a response real quick? E-Cup wants to find it right there, but JJC as well as Jay Schwoozy will deny it. But what about the follow-up? Peter to finally hit
52 seconds where they're going to have to hold the line and build a wall.
Gonna have to build a wall, but that's already feeling some sledgehammers. A shot after shot rips on through, and this one will crumble.
Peter still whips that up to the backboard, though.
It up to the backboard, but not able to, get a shot on target. Instead of a peek up to try and just ricochet, or not even ricochet. It's because they pinch it off the ceiling, but
Targeting to win the game here for Tech, but it is off of a defensive error.
a way that anyone would state that. But hey, you know what? That's why we're casters and not players. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports U channel for Rocket League. My name is Bastlin Pass, and for the last time today, I will be introducing my lovely co-caster, Hypheria. But Hyph, unfortunately, the casting is over. We are no longer going to be doing any casting, but we are going to be talking to one of the players the last cast that we just had. Louisiana Tech take a 3-0 sweep over their state. Well, we're not going to call them rivals yet. Maybe we'll let the player do that instead. We've got Peek Up here from the Louisiana Tech team, and we want to welcome him into the booth. Peek Up, congratulations first off on the win. How you feeling after taking that sweep?
Oh man, it feels good. Feels good to win. Our team played pretty good, so it just feels good to be able to play a team from our state and win. So
Certainly. Now, I think everybody back at home has got the same question I do. What's the deal with the name here, lad?
it was just my nickname in high school. It was my first name and last name. A lot of people think it's like a pee cup, like when you pee in, but it's not really. It's just my first name and last name. So.
Makes sense. It's a cool nickname, and honestly, as a guy who also has his name from his last name, my actual last name is Bass. I respect it 1000% through, my friend. And well, another thing we've got to respect is your final performance of that game. You pick up a hat trick in Game 3 after not scoring a single goal through the first two. What switched? Because Game 3 came around, you scored what is, in my opinion, the best goal we've seen all day. Did something change, or was it just sort of, hey, we've got this one in the bag, it's time to stunt?
It's funny you say that. Usually, I'm not dogging on my team or anything, but usually I'm on the top of the leaderboard scoring the most goals. but I just try to. I've been working on kind of playing more passive, passing my team, let them do work, and they showed up and they did an outstanding job today. And I guess the last game, I was like, all right, my time to shine since I let y'all. So.
Now, is there actually any rivalry? Do you know the players personally on the other end?
I don't personally. I know some of our other teams know them, and we actually one of the teams faced them in CRL, I think. And so, I mean, there is kind of a little rival there. It's nice to beat them since they beat us in CRL. So.
Well, I mean, the rivalry can only continue from here on out. I'm hoping that maybe in the future you guys get some sort of Louisiana-based events that'll give you a chance to keep on battling against these guys. Because, man, you guys had a heck of a performance here today, and I can guarantee you that Lafayette are going to want a chance at revenge. But that is not here. That is not today. That will have to be next time. And, well, we appreciate you for your time here today. Peek Up, thank you so much for hopping in the booth, my friend. Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go and celebrate with your squad?
Shout out to Louisiana Tech. Go Dogs,
Nice.
and the other teams here at Tech. And good luck to them in their ECAC games, and thank y'all for putting this on. Y'all did some great casting.
Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you so much for hopping into the booth with us, and congratulations once again on taking the 3-0 sweep. A very impressive performance, to put it simply. But now we'll let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, my guy.
All right, thank you. Y'all too.
Hypheria, we have arrived. It is unfortunately the end of the day for you and I for Rocket League. But it is not the end of the day here at Esports U. We've still got many more games to come here. We've got Overwatch coming up next, and I guarantee you are in great hands with the people coming up here. We're going to throw you over to Jag and Septilence, who will be taking over for Overwatch for the rest of the day. But for myself, for Hypheria, for our producer behind the scenes, Colton, we want to thank you guys for tuning into this Rocket League portion. But like I said, do not go anywhere. We're going to take a quick little break, get our new casters in, and when we return, Overwatch action here at Esports U. We'll see you soon.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to some ECAC Overwatch, brought to you on the Esports U Network. I am Stevenson, that handsome and talented man. Joining me tonight is Jag. And Jag, let me say, right off the bat, I was excited to be here. I was stoked. But when I found out what teams our first game of the night was, tonight went from good to great.
Yeah, absolutely. We got two matches. This first one, though, it looks like a heavy hitter, but this is a lot of firsts for us, Septlins. Our first time casting ECAC Overwatch. We've done a lot of Valorant, but first time touching that title in this league. Our first time on the Esports U Network Twitch. And tonight we're going to see a banger of a match. I mean, two teams that it's only been 1 week, but they look like they could be the top teams. This could be a rematch in the playoffs down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams coming out swinging. I know there's at least a 4-something on either side, so they're coming in strong, and it is going to be an absolutely fantastic matchup. And I've got to say, right out the bat, I'm much more familiar with Bethel than I am UK, because Bethel I have cast on LAN. I've met the entire team. They are very nice, and I've seen them play a lot more. So my commentary may lean a little bit more toward them simply because I'm more familiar. But no matter what I say about it, like you said, I think this is destined to be a phenomenal matchup.
Let's talk about this Bethel squad. I mean, they have a lot of accomplishments coming into this matchup. They were first in the GLEC and the NECC conference in the fall. They finished third in the CNC Midwest, which I believe that's the LAN you're referring to. They've got the trophies on trophies. What more can you ask for? And they also have a great program. It seems like they really have built it up from the ground. This, esports program in general is really strong. And also they're going to be starting out on a map they really like on Lijiang Tower. But on the other side, Kentucky, they're also looking pretty good. I mean, both these teams coming off 3-0 wins in the first week. Kentucky is returning. They went 8-2 last semester. They didn't have as much success as they'd like to in the playoff. But now they have this coach that is very well known in the Overwatch community. They've got Samito coming in, a former content creator for the Florida Mayhem, and also, just a really high elo player. Big brains on that coaching spot. And they also like Lijiang Tower. So both these teams, a lot in common, 3-0s. Both like Lijiang Tower. This is going to be, I think this could be a 5-map series, honestly, just looking at it right away.
Yeah, we've got to remember, Jag, the beautiful thing about Overwatch is this could go beyond 5 maps. It is supposed to be a best of 5, but the draws are absolutely possible on a lot of maps that we have here tonight. And I've got to say, these teams, they've got some good taste, because not only is Lijiang Tower the best control map in the game, but it is the best King of the Hill. King of the Hill is the best map type in the whole game, in opinion, but that very many people agree with. We're going to be jumping in here in just a minute, and truly, I feel like I've repeated it 1,000 times, but I'm over the moon to be here today. I'm over the moon to get to see these teams perform, and I know that not only is this going to be a great series, but no matter how this one goes, we've got a second series locked and loaded coming up after this one, so we have got a lot of Overwatch today.
All right, so this could be going into the late hours of the night, maybe even into the early morning if we're able to get there. I mean, looking at our matchup a little bit later, Stevenson University Mustangs versus Stockton University Surge, they're also a team that has the same record. Again, only 1 week, but they had the same map record in their first game, so that could be another 5-map series. We don't know quite yet, but we're going to get to it later. I want to touch base once again upon Lijiang Tower, because it is one of my favorite maps as well, and with control, you never know what you're going to get. I mean, we're about to find out the first point in just a moment, but each of the 3 points on control are very different. This one is going to be Gardens, which means I'm assuming one of two things. It's either going to be a dive comp, could be, Wrecking Ball with a D.Va, or a Winston with a D.Va combination, a lot of speedy DPS, or it's going to be a Symmetra. And it looks like we're going to get the best of both worlds. It's actually going to be Symmetra on both sides with a Brawl comp for Kentucky and a dive comp for Bethel.
Round 1.
Yeah, and I got to say, right out the gate, I want to talk about this early. Momo on the side of Bethel. I know that she is a D.Va specialist. She can certainly play other tanks, but D.Va is where she shines. So I have no idea what Brandon can bring to the table from Kentucky, and I really want to keep an eye out on that D.Va v. D.Va matchup. The action's going to be beginning early, and it's going to be Kentucky with an early point presence. Bethel being forced down and out. Red Ninja going to be the first one to fall. Brandon finds that elimination early. The damage to be dealt. Momo, that mech, no longer in the field, and he falls, but is it going to be enough? 2 down on the side of Kentucky, but it's 4 down on the side of Bethel, and just like that, it's being turned around. Zach, the bloodthirstiest Zenyatta you will ever see. That much I'm sure of. He is coming in hot, able to mine a 3K, secure Bethel a point cap that seemed impossible.
It's just a great play from Bethel. They lose one early on, but they can just run around. They've got all the speed that they need. In Kentucky, their strength is in numbers. They have to fight together, and when they get that free ceiling, they could have just backed up and taken the point. They had the Symmetra turrets. They're still running the Symmetra. They could have just played around that, but instead they lose that. They lose positioning. Now they're going to try to regain it right here.
Positioning is the name of the game. Jag and Kentucky, they are looking to find it early on. I'm shocked to see Kentucky still rocking on the Symmetra. They're trying to plug in that microwave, but even when it's plugged in, it cannot get heated up. Quibsy has that minefield, and I suspect to see it in just a moment. There it is, and it looks like it could be a big one. That's going to be one elimination already. Big J's pulse bomb gonna miss, but that is A-OK. Fastest charging ultimate in the game. Bethel looking good here in fight 2. Oh, Big J gets traded out, but we are looking at, what is that, a 1-6 trade? Any team in their right mind is going to take that one.
It's a 1-for-6 trade, I guess, with characters, but you got to think about the ultimates that were just used there. They used the Transcendence, they used the Mines, and like you said, the Pulse Bomb, not too big of a loss. They'll get that back pretty quickly, but that's 1 for 3 ultimates at the end of the day, and now they can just teleport right back and hit a huge shatter.
My goodness, MH is going to be coming in quick as day. A double elimination from the Cassidy is not going to be canceled out by Momo's bomb for the first time. Looks like Kentucky is finally going to get their feet on the ground, and possibly, no, they will flip the point here. Bethel 70% and counting, essentially one win away from capping this first stage.
Yeah, and especially now that they've staggered out a little bit more, they keep Big J on the point. They get a few more seconds, and they win this next one. They get a nice flip easily, and this could be all that's written, but there's still ultimates on the side of Kentucky. They have the self-destruct, they have the sound barrier. I think that's the biggest thing now. The sound barrier has to be timed correctly. Could be used to counter, or could just be used to, I would say, either counter the visor or try to counter something else, but right now it looks like they're not using it for anything.
A couple of things are being used, but maybe not how we'd expect. My goodness, Brandon making a lot of space with that Diva Bomb, getting up close and personal. And Big J on the Tracer is not something that I remember from my time with Bethel. That was quite a few months ago, to be honest. So, they could definitely be shaking up team comps. Red is going to be popping that visor. Better late than never. A couple of really huge eliminations. Mortality Field keeping the team alive, but oh my goodness, Red Ninja with the flank there. Able to find that elimination, and Bethel, they have swapped it back. Kentucky just getting almost half of what Bethel already had.
That's actually a really smart just reset by Magic. They have enough time.
Yeah.
80 seconds is where you're fine. So they'll get the respawn in, now they can bring everyone back. They're going to be relying on this Deadeye. It has to be huge. I think that's why they're trying to send this Cassidy maybe on a bit of a flank. Oh no, actually going to send it with the rest of the team, and now Big J, you got to be careful.
21 HP in a dream. Holy cow, that is going to be a danger close one. There's that Deadeye you wanted, Jack. Let's see what it's going to be able to do. It finds Squat. Not a single thing. Going to get picked up in the first elimination in favor of Bethel. Quibsy bringing out one angry minefield and making all the space they need and possibly even more. Wiggly gets burned down. The recon has come through from Kentucky. And Quibsy, oh my goodness, just storming through Kentucky right now. They had a great hold, a great defensive push, but Quibsy rolled right through him, and that will secure that first stage win. Oh, no, it will not. I'm sorry. It's going to be one Tracer and a Dream, but unfortunately, she's not going to win the 1v5. That will secure Bethel's first stage win here on Lijiang Tower.
Can you imagine if Quibsy can't do anything and the rest of the team somehow falls because they're just in their animation right there? They try to go for a little bit of the BM, a little bit of the, hey, we won this round. The Tracer does touch. Doesn't do anything at the end of the day. Has to recall. Can't get the touch once more, but that could have been disastrous. Regardless, you'll have to see a little bit of personality, and there's a lot of personality coming out from that Bethel squad. It looks like they'd lose that first fight, and they did lose one fight along the way, but after that, and really before that, it was just all of them. This Wrecking Ball comp, they're playing it to a T. We know Kentucky likes the Reinhardt. Well, now it's going to be Ryan v. Ryan, getting Quibsy put up just as good a performance on that main tank. We're going to see how it plays out here on Control Center.
Main tank is going to be a big change. Reinhardt versus Wrecking Ball. You pretty much cannot change your speed more drastically than that. Reinhardt, a much slower character, and Big J starting this fight early. That microwave doesn't even get bought. It is sent right back to the store, right back to spawn as Symmetra falls on the side of Kentucky, giving Bethel a huge numbers and a huge damage advantage. The question is, can they keep it moving? Can they find a couple more eliminations, or is this going to be a bit of an overextension, which Kentucky can soon capitalize off of? Their Symmetra already back in full swing, and oh, never mind! She doesn't even get to swing as she is taken down by 6. Also falls Mad Jack, the third to go, and that is a guaranteed fight win for Bethel here. Red Ninja chasing them into spawn, guaranteeing at least 10 more seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Pilot Diva has to jump off the map. A good job not getting staggered out too badly there, because Pilot Diva really just can't do much there to protect herself. Either you get the mech back and maybe you are able to get the remech kill. Maybe you don't. That time you jump off. But I think the biggest thing we're seeing between these two teams is Bethel get that first elim. And what do? They just hold on to the same angle.
Oh my goodness, it's the first Elin 3 fights in a row, Jack. Whimsy angry as ever, whether it's on the Wrecking Ball or the Reinhardt. Clearly a very well-versed player, as much as dropping an emote, falling to 9 HP, and living to tell the tale. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Bethel, they've got nearly four ultimates. In Kentucky, they've got one to work with right now, but three very close on their doorstep.
Momo was getting so much value out of the Sigma. Even you talked about it, they're usually a D.Va player, but here, that double shield, which usually actually is a disadvantage because the Symmetra charges up for damage on it, working out dividends, especially those accretions.
Oh! Not great, but good enough, especially after NH had dropped that shatter already. A huge opportunity for Bethel to capitalize as that main tank falls. They are keeping Kentucky in their spawn. They've seen the points, but they have yet to even touch in Jag. Bethel is not letting them pass this choke.
Lost their Earth Shatter as well. At this point, you might have to commit the sound barrier, not even as a defensive ult, just as an engagement. Yeah, just a little bit extra protection. Just run in, swing for the fences. You got to do something, and you got to do it before they get their sound barrier, but I guess teleporting behind works too.
Oh, forcing the beat, so now Myzik has to wait. A 25 HP Riptire, probably a 1 kill guarantee here, but no! The turret gonna catch it out. Now it is the beat being dropped from that. Jack Kentucky, an insane health advantage, but a player, just hitting a 5v5 down the line. Both immortality fields off, all damage now officially permanent. Another 1-for-1 trade. Quipsy falls, Myzik is gone. Shinakai is going to be taken out as well, and Zach has been taken off the board. Is this Kentucky's time to crack this point wide open? Jag, it looks like it just might be.
It is, but they use so much there. All they're going to have is a photon barrier to work with. The Symmetra's not even there quite yet. Good news for them is that teleporter is still up, so they do have a little bit more movement abilities to just get to that point a bit quicker. But they're going up against two tank ultimates, and unless you hit a really nice, or at least when you activate a really nice photon barrier, it could block the shatter, but it's not going to do anything to mitigate the gravitic flux. That's still going to hit no matter what, as long as you're in the area of effect when it launches.
Ooh, speaking of area of effect, Jack, let's get to see how effective this one is. Not nearly as effective as Momo would like. A turret, actually. Gonna take Momo down in those final moments. Myzik's cleaning up Quibsy afterward. In Kentucky, they are finally large and in charge. It took them a little while to warm up, but they have got these wheels a-rolling, and they are ready to keep this point on lock. That is a second fight in a row. Kentucky's able to hold on.
Yeah, I really did not like how they played that. They split their tanks, so you try to throw the gravitic flux one way and throw the Rhine the other, and then follow up maybe after they land. But instead, that photon barrier just completely split them apart. It left Mobo very vulnerable, and now they're on the outside looking in.
The outside always looking in. Can they be more than they've always been? That is a joke from a very niche community. But anyway, we've got some action. Speaking of action, Big J on the Riptire there. The Junkrat making waves. That's why he's the best character in the game. And Big J is not slowing down anytime soon. A 4K from the man himself, Big J, secure Bethel a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower.
Kentucky, they kept it close. They weren't really the favorites in those engagements. They always had to come back, but they were coming from behind really well. Just could not get the full cap on either point. And a few fights go a different direction. Maybe we see a point here on Lijiang Tower. I think this map, or this series in particular, has a lot more to go. I don't think this is going to be 3 maps whatsoever. But it really comes down to the compositions and how they're played. It just seems like, for the most part, Bethel had a read, or just had a better idea of what they wanted to do, how they wanted to execute in every engagement. And because of that, even though, they did lose fights, they did lose point percentage, they never lost the objective, they never lost the sight of what they were going for, and they never really lost ult banks. In general, it seemed like their ult bank was much healthier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ult bank especially was the name of the game. It's toward the latter half of that, we saw the rotations coming out from Bethel. The ults were much cleaner. They weren't as hectic as they felt, especially on the first stage on Gardens. The ultimates felt, use them when you've got them. But as the team comp shifted, the ultimates needed to shift as well. And I think Bethel had a really great hold on that. They also had a phenomenal peel. Every time somebody dropped low, pretty much the entire team would collapse to guarantee Kentucky couldn't find any eliminations. And in a game like Overwatch, it's all about eliminations, right? So when your team cannot get any kills, it's going to be really hard to succeed. And Bethel is doing a great job to make sure Kentucky just cannot find eliminations right now.
And you technically could win a map without ever getting an elimination. The team would have to be AFK in spawn, but it could happen. I mean, that's why C9s happen when you're alive and you don't touch the point, and then the other team wins because of that. I think the biggest thing is you kind of talk about, rotations. That's a big part of why I think the maps went the way they did. On that first round, we talk about, you lose your Soldier 76, but you still win the fight. Well, what happened as a brawl comp, you don't have to take the rest of the fight. You've already won the point. You could just stay on it, play around your Sim Turrets, play around your Reinhardt shield, and just kind of wait for the point to be capped. Instead, they try to run in, finish out the fight, take out everyone else, and they get caught in a small room with a wrecking ball and a tracer, which is not where you want to be with either of those heroes. Both of them do much more damage at close range. On the other side, when we saw it on Control Center, Bethel, even though they got that first elimination, they did not chase. They held natural cover. They held the high ground right near the point, and they had someone still on that point, so they could just cap it. And they still won the fight because of their positioning, but they did not chase whatsoever. They didn't overextend. And I think that's a really big difference we're seeing in kind of these teams' mentalities and knowing your win condition early on.
Yeah, and win condition, obviously, in any game is the name of the game, right? You have to know your win condition. You can't push past it. You have to fight to it and then use it to win it all. And moving into our next map, I'm actually surprised to hear this. We're going to be going to Rialto. So I'm curious to see what Kentucky is going to be bringing to the table. My immediate guess, Echo or Farah or both of them, because this map, almost more than any other in the game, I think those characters, well, I think Echo gets value everywhere, but to focus on Farah a little bit, I think she gets insane value from majority, the first and second, and if you're lucky, the third point of this map, but it is a lot just who can control the skies, who is large and in charge above the map rather than on it, usually seems to be the team to walk away with a win here on Rialto.
And one thing about this map that's so interesting compared to most is that this is the best and probably only map I would suggest running far on defense, actually. The angles, the positioning, the natural cover that's there, because the buildings are so tall, there's so many places you can just kind of hide behind, just take away your flying and just kind of float to the ground. I mean, there's no damage from heights, so you can just drop all the way and you'll be fine. Because the other thing that we could see is a Widowmaker. I think this is also a really good Widowmaker map. I think, it's not necessarily her specialty here. I think a map like Havana might be a little bit better for her, but that's the best counter. If you're going to run a Farah, if you're going to see a Farah against you, just run the Widowmaker, because there's a lot of great ways to play her into that. But Farah still has the advantage overall because of those tall buildings. So we could see a very interesting DPS matchup develop there. Other than that, I'm expecting double shield. I think double shield or wrecking ball is going to be the name of the game. Rhine is kind of always, possible anywhere, especially if you have a Reinhardt player who really wants to run that. But double shield on the cart, that is what you usually see on a map like this.
Yeah, double shield on the cart, like you said. But we saw Quibsy earlier with that wrecking ball. I mean, it was clean, right? So I would suspect to see wrecking ball coming out from Bethel. And I don't think we saw a wrecking ball from Kentucky. I'm not positive on that, but I don't believe so.
Only Rhine so far.
Yeah, only Rhine so far. So first of all, a great observation from you, Jag. And second of all, let's keep an eye on that, because right now, it seems like Kentucky may still be sticking to that Reinhardt. Now, if you are going to run Rhine here on Rialto, I do think it makes more sense on more sense on offense than it does on defense. But it's still going to be difficult. There's no Farah or Echo, which is shocking. There's no Widowmaker. These teams are taking some individual liberties here.
I will say, the one thing that I do like about Kentucky's comp is because you have the Baptiste, the Immortality Field. You can kind of just run in past their shields, and then you got that Immortality Field that's going to keep you alive. Lets you kind of just brawl through them and ignore their protection. But you also have to deal with all the spam that Bethel's going to have. The Hanzo, the Ash Dynamite, the Zen Discord Orb that does more damage to someone, the Baptiste. There is so much that's going to be coming at you. How do you even get through those shields and you have all this damage in your face?
I've got to say, I'm surprised to not see Big J on Torbjorn right now, because unironically, Big J may be the best Torbjorn player I've ever seen in my entire life. That's not even a joke. That is a real sentence. And I think Torbjorn could work very well here, but Big J seems to be rocking on the projectile. We're going for a pseudo double sniper comp, Hanzo, Ash. And Kentucky, they are putting some pressure onto Bethel, but Bethel has already rotated out. Now, as much as I like the idea of what Kentucky's doing, they just had nobody on cart for about 15 seconds. And now losing their casting that early in an engagement is pretty much going to stop any attempt of a push they were going for there.
They have the Lucio, so the idea is we're just going to try to, go up and around, speed through, but they can't get past the damage. Again, it's the same thing. The spam damage, just, wait, what? Oh, that's the angle. Oh, okay, it makes sense.
Big J, just uncontested there. Okay, now he's contested and things. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, wow. Oh, man, that was phenomenal. Truly a great shot from Big J. It was close quarters, sure, but, I mean, he missed quite a few to make up for that one. And I'm worried about this Reinhardt more and more, Jag, because if you look up any Reinhardt how-to, right, the number one thing is making sure your shield doesn't take too much damage. And Orisa's number one job is to grind down that shield. So how is NH ever going to get close enough in this scenario to use their shield?
They think that the Diva Matrix might be enough. Sure, you can absorb damage, but it's not going to be absorbing enough here of how much is being put out. I think a Sigma would be a better choice here, honestly, and
I agree.
It works.
Yeah, and also My6 on the Reaper now. The number one issue Kentucky has is they're not able to get close enough to fight. I personally wouldn't bring out a close quarters character like Reaper. I think that's going to hurt them a lot more than it's going to help them. But who knows? You know, I'm sure they're all much higher ranked than I am, so I'm only speculating. But I'm really worried about Kentucky's kind of attempts moving forward. Already half their time bank is gone, and Bethel has 6 ultimates on the board.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I think the idea is now with this Symmetra, they're going to try to teleport in, but they're taking way too much chunk damage like before they can set up the teleporter once more. If they can teleport right into them, Lucio speed into their tank line, like this works out perfectly. But they have not been able to break through. Now, this rotation I really like.
Yeah.
But there's still plenty of time for the rotation on the side of Bethel. I mean, they can just basically take the attacker stance on the card and keep moving back.
Oh no! Oh my goodness, those dragons, they may have not gotten any kills, but the amount of damage they just did sealed Kentucky's coffins before they even had the chance to lie down. That was a guaranteed fight win for Bethel the moment those dragons came out. Oh my goodness, Big J, just a phenomenal use of the ultimate there.
A great Sager as well, only 60 seconds left. No ultimates. There are no ultimates. The only one we've seen so far from Kentucky.
Used one.
Yeah, they used 2, but there's no ultimates for Kentucky just yet. They are very close to some, but if they lose this fight outright, if they lose it really quickly, it's just going to be basically desperation to get back to the point. This could be very dangerous for them as they continue to run out of time.
Momo with somehow an accretion stun there onto NH, and speaking of, this Reinhardt just fell to beneath half HP. Oh no. Momo baiting out the beat, and now that Gravitic Flux is essentially free with them grouped up the way they are right now. She's going to be trying to rotate the flank. The Rhine is gone. You've got to try to regroup for one more fight. The Overwatch factor needs to kick in right here, right now. But Big J, already another Dragon's online. I've got a hunch that Kentucky might not be able to get this much further.
I think it's going to be the Gravitic Flux into the Dragon Strike because it's going to land them perfectly. But no, the Dragon Strike's eaten.
Huge from Brandon there. He said, fool me once, fool me twice. Oh, Transcendence making an appearance now from Jake, trying to get some action. Gravitic Flux picks up 3 and brings one down 6 feet into the ground. Already the Reinhardt falls to elimination in favor of Kentucky. Whipsy has to swap as a team. One by one, they are following Kentucky, waiting for the last possible moment, but finally finding their footing. They just barely may be able to take us further into real.
Zach still has the Am Matrix. There it is. Can they still break through all this damage? Oh, they're going to use their own Am Matrix too.
Oh, I was afraid we were going to get a pseudo C9 there from Bethel, but Quipsy is going to be able to stabilize just a bit. The Death Blossom now going to be a huge one. My6 picking up 2, going to get accretion and fall, but that is not going to be enough. Kentucky are finally breaking that barrier down and capping that first point. 2:20 on the clock.
And we've been praising Big J for, you know, a good reason. Has had a very dominant performance in the DPS, but they're playing the off angle. I mean, you see it right there, the D.Va is waiting for that, is able to eat the ultimate with their defensive matrix. And the combination that they could have had with Momo and Big J, those two ultimates, they work really well in harmony. Instead, they kind of have to throw out the Flux after they already lose their Orisa. That fight just falls apart, and that's not what you want. This is not what we've seen generally from Bethel. They've seen very much in sync, but that time it just did not execute very well.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, but here comes the
another one.
Way! He does it again! Oh my goodness, Brandon with a back-to-back eat. Big J somehow already 1/5 of the way to another Dragon, but that unfortunately is not going to help your team out here. Red Ninja going to fall early on, and that gives Kentucky the exact opener they need to just storm into this team. Kai going to be going in deep, able to find another elimination with the help of Isaacs. One by one, Bethel will begin to fall. And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh, that headshot?
The second headshot?
What?
He's got another Dragon already.
The third?
Wait, he finds 3! Big J, he's looking for a 4th! Oh my god, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question on everybody's mind, can these Dragons finally make an appearance here on Rialto?
I mean, my whole point I was going to say at the beginning of that was you get that one elim and that's great. There was also no one on the cart for a while, so Bethel has a recontest. You don't even need a recontest. Just a one-man army and he gets another one.
This is what I remember about Big J. This kid is insane. To the highest definition of the word, a phenomenal Dragon to open up that fight. Dismiss Immortality Field out the door immediately. Jake finds that Reaper once again. in Kentucky, they look so strong, and it took one angry guy with a bow and arrow to tear apart everything they had going for them. 30 seconds, 20 now on the clock.
In fairness, I wouldn't want to mess around with Hanzo either. He looks like a cool dude, but he does not look like a dude to be trifled with whatsoever. But looking at the ultimates, Kentucky, that Death Blossom, it was their saving grace last time. They're close to it. Can they even get close to the point? They're going to send a teleport straight into them. That's a really good way to get rid of them.
Yeah, that's just a super easy way to clear him out of sight there. Now, the Bongo making some music here with Necrophilic Flux online too. Have already gone down. Bomb from Brandon has to be huge, and it is not going to find squat. Bethel popping every ultimate they have, but I mean, why not? Jake takes out Myzix there, gets that vengeance kill, and Kentucky will be stalled on points 1 3/4-ish of Rialto.
Sounds like you're talking about the Harry Potter movie. Oh yeah, just go to point 1 3/4. You'll get on the train, don't worry. But there is no train to be caught, unfortunately, for the side of Kentucky. It looks so good. The Reaper swap,
it truly did.
The Symmetra combination, it was finally paying off. The thing that we talked about, just running into them, it was finally happening. And the second point, because of the way it's designed, there's a lot. I would say, I mean, there's still winding corridors, but like the distance to kind of get across, not nearly as much because there's so much more high ground you can just go through to get to the enemy team. But they left Big J alive. And after that 5 elimination performance, that's all it really took. Kentucky, it seemed like the wind was out of their sails. The ultimates, they weren't built up quick enough, which was kind of the problem they had in the first place. It was down to that last fight on first point because they weren't able to build up that much in that first 4 minutes. And by the time they finally got things online, they'd already lost about 3 people in that fight. And I would love to see the stats at the end of this because I'm wondering if we are in flooded deadlift territory. And the definition of flooded deadlift, 50% or more of the final team blows in a map. I'm really curious to see where Big J is at right now.
I'm wondering what Big J's headshot accuracy is right now. We have seen an incredible amount of headshots coming out from Big J so far, and it has been a delight, truly. Now, Kentucky going with what I often refer to as the Havana hold. It's when you hold right up close and personal in those spawn doors. They've got the perf comp to do it, but can they make the waves they want to? Momo gets that intel early, and Orisa there to grind that Rhine Shield down there, going through, trading locations. An amazing pull from Quimsy there to keep that action moving. Immortality Field's down on both sides, but Momo and Jake will be taking out. That microwave is plugged in and on full charge. Another one going to fall. Red Ninja takes out one, but gets taken out in return. Myzix going up and around. I thought they get a little bit of movement there, but not nearly as much as they'd want on a first attempt.
And I love this. This isn't done enough on this map. You call it the Havana hold, but honestly, I feel like Rialto kind of gives you a better way to do this, especially the Symmetra. You can teleport in and out pretty easily. There's a lot of environmental eliminations you can get because the water's right there on that first bridge. I don't like that they backed out of this, but I guess it makes sense because they do have the Matrix in the corner. They're playing for natural cover.
Yeah, and natural cover, 3/4 cover could be huge here. Unfortunately, Andy just not able to land those shots onto that opposing Baptiste. Zach gonna get healed right back up. I think okay, well, maybe it's just Big J. I was gonna say, win condition might be farming Bob here and just letting him kind of make waves, but as long as Big J is alive, it seems like the fight will always be far from over. It's gonna be NH, the next to fall. All of a sudden, a 6v4 in favor of Bethel with a lot more time on the clock than Kentucky had when they made it to this spot.
And I don't disagree with the plan to back up because, yeah, natural cover makes sense. You want to be protected from Big J and Red Ninja, but the point of a forward hold isn't to win a fight, it's just to solve. It's just to kill time off the clock, make it harder for the attackers. And there, you're just giving them free progress, and they get an angle they want, and now they've got another Dragon Strike.
Yeah, it's going to be, no, not through the image. He goes a little too far to the side, but it looks like that's not going to matter. A great Space Maker and a great Kill Finder. 2 going to fall there from Big J's Dragons, already a quarter of the way to the next, finding that D-Neck as well, looking for the baby Diva, but does not need it because the rest of Bethel is there. Up close and personal shot onto Myzix, dismissing that Reaper, and Bethel tapping that first point with 2 minutes on the clock.
All right, I love this. The match chat, keeping it light with Quibsy saying, I thought you were my Lucio. You scared me, Reaper. Big J, get out. I guess not. But there's still space being built, so that's not the worst int I've ever seen in my life. There's still plenty of time for that card to keep moving, and Kentucky, they're not moving in on this despite getting 1 elim. Maybe they've learned their lesson. Hey, we got that 1 elim on the previous map, we still couldn't win it. Let's just play safe.
Ooh, they find a second one there in the form of Jake, but it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. All 4 supports off the clock. Kentucky is going to lose everybody else in the process. Momo taking a bit of damage, but going to be saved out by Quimsy, who may give the price of their own life keep that teammate alive. No, Quibsy makes it back to the team somehow. No supports in sight, but they do stay alive at the end of the day. That card is a rolling Jag, and with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, Bethel, they are mere inches away from turning this series into a 2-0.
It has to be the Death Blossom. Wizard has to find a huge one here. They also have to deal with this bomb. They got to build the Dragon Strike, and they've already found out where the Reaper is.
Oh, guess who it is? You open up the door, and it is the #1 person you do not want to see. Big J on the Hanzo, finding 3 of the 6 eliminations in the final fight and guaranteeing almost single-handedly not only that the cart stops there for the enemy team, but that the cart gets there for his own. Big J, without a doubt, MVP of Rialto. An incredible performance.
It's so interesting because, you know, the performance we saw from Bethel on Lijiang Tower, sure, Big J did really well, but that was a very, I would say, team effort. You know, there are a lot of moving parts. There was a lot of moving factors. There's 2. This was shutting down the Death Blossom. Okay, you know, how many more can you get? Another one. That was 4 elims, actually, at the end of that, not just 3. That's 2 big fights at the end of this map. On either side, they were able to get 30% of the team's damage. I really want to see what the final blow ends up being like. It was, yeah, I don't want to, you know, discredit the rest of the team because, again, Bethel just playing really well overall, but especially that the last fight on Kentucky's attack, or second to last fight, that was actually a 5v1. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 moments in particular, like you said, Bethel as a whole, as an entire team, you know, they worked together to get to that point, but there were those 2 fights in the exact same spot on the map, just with swapped sides, where Big J finds, what was it, 5 in that first fight to stop the cart, and then 4 in that second fight to guarantee the cart moves to that spot for his team, confirming that second stage of victory, that second map victory on Rialto. It has been breathtaking so far. I believe we're throwing it to a super short break. I'm not positive. I think we're going to throw it to a short break. You know, use this time, get some water, use the restroom, do whatever you got to do. But come right back here in just a bit, because if those 2 maps told us anything, they told us this is going to be a phenomenal series. See you right back here in just a minute. Oh my goodness, just swarming through Kentucky right now. They had a great hold, a great defensive push, but Quibsy rolled right through them, and that will secure that first stage win. Oh no, it will not. I'm sorry. It's going to be one Tracer and a Dream, but unfortunately she's not going to win the 1v5. That will secure Bethel's first stage win.
Can you imagine if Quibsy can't do anything and the rest of the team somehow falls because they're just in their animation right there?
They keep it moving. Can they find a couple more eliminations, or is this going to be a bit of an overextension, which Kentucky can soon capitalize off of? There's Symmetra already back in full swing, and oh, never mind! She doesn't even get to swing as she is taken down. Isaac also falls. Bad Jack 2 thirds to go, and that is a guaranteed fight win for Bethel here. Red Ninja chasing them into spawn, guaranteeing at least 10 more seconds.
I think the biggest thing we're seeing between these 2 teams is Bethel get that first elim, and what do? They just hold on to the same angle.
Oh my goodness, it's the first Elin 3 fights in a row, Jag. Quibsy angry as ever, whether it's on the Wrecking Ball or the Reinhardt. Clearly a very well-versed player, as much as dropping an emote, falling to 9 HP, and living to tell the tale. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Bethel gonna catch it out. Now it is the beat. He dropped from that. Jack Kentucky, an insane health advantage, but a player did. Oh, just hitting a 5v5 down the line. Both immortality fields off. All damage now officially permanent. Another 1-for-1 trade. Quibsy falls. Bison is gone. Shinakai is going to be taken out as well. And Zach has been taken off the board. Is this Kentucky's time to crack this point wide open?
You're in the area of effect when it launches.
Ooh, speaking of area of effect, Jack, let's get to see how effective this one is. Not nearly as effective as Mopo would like. A turret, actually. The outside always looking in. Can they be more than they've always been? That is a joke from a very niche community. But anyway, we've got some action. Speaking of action, Big J on the rip tire there. The Junkrat making a wave. That's why he's the best character in the game. And Big J is not slowing down anytime soon. A 4K from the man himself, Big J, to secure Bethel a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower.
Kentucky, they kept it close here on Lijiang Tower. I think this map, or this series in particular, has a lot more to go. I don't think this is going to be 3 maps whatsoever. But it really comes down to the compositions and how they're played. It just seems like, for the most part, Bethel had a read, or just had a better idea of what they wanted to do, how they wanted to execute in every engagement because of that. Oh, that's the angle. Oh, okay, it makes sense.
Big J, just uncontested there. Okay, now he's contested and things. Oh! What? Oh my god!
Oh, fine for the rotation on the side of Bethel. I mean, they can just basically take the attacker stance from the cart and keep moving back.
Oh no! Oh my goodness, those Dragons, they may have not gotten any kills, but the amount of damage they just did sealed Kentucky's coffins before they even had...
No, the Dragon Strike's eaten.
Huge from Brandon there. He said, fool me once, fool me twice. Oh, Transcendence making an appearance now from Jake, trying to get some action. Grenade Clutch picks up 3 and breaks 1 down 6 feet into the ground. Already the Reinhardt falls to elimination in favor of Kentucky. Quipsy has to swap. That's right, we were going to get a pseudo C9 there from Bethel, but Quipsy is going to be able to stabilize just a bit. The Death Blossom now going to be a huge one. Isaac picking up 2. Going to get accretion and fall, but Bethel will begin to fall. And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh, that headshot. The
Oh,
second
another
headshot.
one!
What?
He's got another Dragon already.
The third?
Wait, he finds
A third?
3! Big J, he's looking for a 4th! Oh my god, he finds it! He is single-handedly...
Get rid of them.
Yeah, that's just a super easy way to clear him out of sight there. Now, oh, the Bongo making some music here with Necrophitic Flex online too. Have already gone down. Bomb from Brandon has to be huge. It is not going to find squad. That's popping every ultimate they have, but I mean, why not? Jake takes out Isaacs there, gets that vengeance kill, and Kentucky will be...
It's just assault. It's just to kill time off the clock, make it harder for the attackers. And there, you're just giving them free progress, and they get an angle they want, and now they've got another Dragon Strike.
Yeah, it's going to be, no, not to the image. He goes a little too far to the side, but it looks like that's not going to matter. A great space maker and a great kill finder. 2 going to fall there from Big J's Dragons. Already a quarter of the way to the next. Finding that D-neck as well. Looking for the baby Diva, but does not need it because the rest of Bethel is there. Up close and personal shot onto Isaac.
Has to find a huge one here. They also have to deal with this bomb. They got to pull the Dragon Strike, and they've already found out where the Reaper is.
Oh, guess who it is? You open up the door, and it is the #1 person you do not want to see, Big J on the Hanzo, finding 3 of the 6 eliminations in the final fight and guaranteeing almost single-handedly. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Week 2 of the ECAC Overwatch, brought to you by Esports U Network. I'm still Septilent, that's still Jag, and we are still bringing you one banger of a series between University of Kentucky and Bethel University. It has been nothing short of breathtaking up to this point, and I truly cannot wait to get into Map 3.
One Hanzo. That's all it takes, apparently, to win an entire team fight. That's what we saw earlier on from the side of Bethel. Kentucky, we've seen fight from them. They looked really good on Lijiang Tower. Just a few misplays, maybe not the best comp to run. On Rialto, it looks like they're going to get very far in that map, and then they were shut down by one amazing, I'm going to take a line from you, Herculean task of a play from that Hanzo that we just discussed. At first they said this is going to be more than 3 maps. I need to see something from Kentucky here to convince me otherwise, because now I feel like Bethel, they might have this in the bag. I'm not sure what can stop them after a performance like that. Kentucky, you got to come up with something amazing here.
Yeah, it's going to really have to be a no punches pulled situation from Kentucky, because we are moving into Map 3, which, like you said, could very possibly be our 3rd and final map of this series, Hanamura, which is a Hanzo map. He works very, very well here, and I'm honestly terrified for Kentucky. They're really going to have to spice things up, and Jag, I think they're going to have to change their team comp just a little bit. We've seen Shinkai, I believe that's their name, on the Symmetra the entire series, as well as NH on the Rhine the entire time. There may be even more specialists on their side, but Bethel clearly has their number, and they're going to have to spice things up here if they want to win this.
And one thing to think about is that when I worked for the Outlaws, I talked to Junkbook about this before. Why don't you swap your team comp? And a lot of the response was, and you'll hear this actually from a lot of coaches in the Overwatch League or in Contenders, we would rather run what we've practiced and what we feel comfortable with than try to swap things up last minute. And, sometimes as a fan, you're thinking, like, why am I hitting my head against the wall? It's not working. It's not working. This is what they do. This is, what they are brought in for. This is, they think this is the best thing to run. Maybe it's just better suits their playing style. Maybe just is better for their hero pools with the players. There's a lot of reasons why they could be doing this. I agree that, it might be time to swap things up, but this is their map pick, as they've lost the last who have been their map picks. So here, I'm sure they've got something under their seat that they might be pulling out here to try to bring this back a little bit closer. I love that shot, by the way. Hands out to our observer. That's a great shot. One thing to note, though,
a little confused when we swapped screens there.
It's a different
that was
game.
jarring. Yeah.
It's Siege Mode 3. I mean, you don't know Siege Mode 3? Come on, man.
I can't say I've ever cast Siege Mode 3 before, no.
Oh, you got to get into it. But I will say also, this is a really good Symmetra map. I mean, everyone knows the way you play this. Yeah, just do it straight for the choke and attack. And on defense, you can set up the turret and have a much easier recontest if you lose 1 or 2 before the main fight breaks out.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
So the pressure coming out now. Myzix was on the Bastion, and Jag, I didn't hate that. I don't hate the Mei either. I think she can work out really well, but I think Bastion truly could have made some waves. I mean, it could have been a great opportunity. The TP in and immediately taken back out. Half the team separated. Shinkai gonna fall more down the line. It's straight away. They're not even gonna get a fraction of a fight here as Bethel is ripping Kentucky to shreds. A complete and total team kill.
And it seems like there's a bit of miscommunication there. The teleporter was destroyed before NH could go through it, so although most of the team was there, not all the team was there, and that's your main shield, your main protection. So even though that Bethel played that split, they had their Baptiste on their Orisa, they had a Mortality Field, that's all you need to keep them alive. And also, you know, they can fortify, they got a little bit more protection, but now they're going to try to TP over the top.
And it looks like all 6 of them did make it through, but not without taking quite a bit of damage from Big J, who is still rocking and rolling on that Hanzo. Pressure coming out now, a phenomenal dynamite from Red Ninja. 70% and counting for this Bob, and Bob could be the change they need to win this fight. Both Mortality Fields going to be taken down, but Jake is going to fall, traded out by Andy Brigg, and traded for that. He's Quincy is going to fall on the side of Bethel, giving Kentucky that numbers advantage. As I say that though, Brandon gonna lose that mech, and NH falling into critical condition. The Dragons making space for Bethel to win this fight once again. Kentucky, they've got 3 left on the board. Bethel, they are still rocking with 4. Myzix, no escape abilities here. 26 HP in a dream, but he's gonna go for the tactical reset instead.
Yeah, they get 1 tick out of it, so that's something, but it does cost them a little bit in terms of the time bank. Still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They still got plenty of time. They take out Big J, but because of that reset from Myzix, they're actually kind of back to square one. They're back to 6v6.
Yeah.
It gave them enough time for everyone to kind of reset and get back to where they needed to be.
They go for the TP, but choose not to take it. That may have been a fake, may have been a misclick, but either way, they're going up and around through the high ground. Something I truly do wish we saw teams do more often, but let's see if it even works out for Kentucky here. We're going to be waiting it out, maybe waiting for a teleport. Yep, waiting for a teleporter to come off. Cooldown so they can shuffle themselves right in. NH going for that Earth Shatter and finding just a little bit. Only going to be able to pick up Zach there. Looks like that may not be the progress maker they needed. Here comes a lot of damage now from Red Ninja. Bob must have been used already, but it looks like Bob wasn't even necessary as this dynamite will begin to burn down Kentucky, leaving Bethel large and in charge.
Yeah, it's a really good rotation. It gets the Ant Matrix out early. It allows them to run in with Shatter, but unfortunately the only person they hit there was the Orisa. The Fortify was active, I believe, so I don't think they actually ended up falling there. Jake had their Brigitte shield, so they weren't hit by it either. One thing it does do, though, is it continued to force out ultimates. Bob was used, Rally was used, Gravitic Flux was used. So that was 4 ultimates that were used in that engagement when all was said and done. And now all that's left standing is going to be that Supercharger, but that could be enough. Oh, that might be a fat finger.
Had to be a fat finger, had to be a misclick, and honestly a disastrous one. You've got less than a minute on the clock. You are never getting that ultimate back here in this half of Hanamura. Wall coming out, giving them a huge opportunity to stay alive. Big J being caught out though, chased into oblivion by Brandon, and there's very few situations where the Hanzo wins that fight. Makes Brandon have a critical condition, but not going to be close enough. Unfortunately, Kentucky finally cracking through. They have found all the eliminations they need, and possibly a couple more to finally crack Hanamura open. Got that first point. Can they cap the second?
I saw the way that Bethel split there. They were all over the place. Red Ninja was trying to jump away. Big J gets completely zoned out. A great play by Brandon to bring the heat and bring the pressure to them. And they might be cut out again because they were just about to run into the whole squad.
Yeah, they're about to run right into a 6v6 and a massive dynamite from Red Ninja. 6v6 may turn into 6v7. NH not going to find. Oh, no, excuse me, did find Momo. A huge opportunity. I miscalculated that entirely. Momo will fall. Big J taken offline as well. And Jack, we asked Kentucky to show us something. It looks like they finally remembered how. They've got some great value. A 6v4, but a colossal, as big as can be, spawn advantage for Bethel right now.
Yeah, that's the thing about These 2 CP, the assault maps, either it's going to be a snowball or that spawn is just too much to overcome. And even though they got the first 2 picks, they didn't get any point progress. That's a huge win overall. Yeah, they dropped away.
Yeah.
They were chasing eliminations. We saw this on Lijiang Tower. You got to play the objective. Again, elims are great, but you can win a map without getting an elim. It's very possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And Big J may be an elim here if he's not careful, falling to a couple digits and even taking out a mech in the process. Brandon losing that mech. Here comes some dragons, not an eat in sight. Huge gravitic flux, or excuse me, a huge accretion rather from Momo. But gravitic flux, I suspect, maybe making an appearance here in just a couple of minutes. Red Ninja finds one. Jake finding an elimination of their own. And Jake on the brig right now. Just, I mean, some truly handsome gameplay and some truly handsome dancing as well.
It reminds me of someone else who also had the same name and also played Brigitte in the Overwatch League last season. Very phenomenal. I mean, Brigitte and Mercy, I feel like, 2 are supports that don't get enough respect. Yes, you don't have to aim nearly as much, but it's all about games and it's all about timing. Your shield backs can be absolutely useless or can be absolutely necessary to winning a fight. And so far, pretty good, especially considering that we saw them before on the Zen to play a little bit more long distance. Now they're playing for a bit more CC.
Oh, okay, here comes a strategy we're very familiar with, but they did not calculate the gravitic flux on hand. Here comes Robert making an appearance on site, trying to get some lineups, and Brandon losing that. Again, has to stop that Diva Bomb. Keep that alive, but Red Ninja finds the headshot, turns it into a quadruple kill. They get a quintuple kill, giving us their best Big J impression, and that is another fight win for Bethel. 60 seconds left on the clock, Jag. Only 1 ultimate in Kentucky's pocket.
Yeah, Robert definitely did something there. The Bob got 2 final blows, and then the rest were all Red Ninja hitting those shots. It looked good again. I mean, we saw this before from Kentucky. Looked really good. Every Alto going into second point. Here on second point, Hanamura, they had a lot of momentum going. They got those first 2 elims. Just didn't play it the right way, and now they're down to a minute. They do have the photon barrier. They could use it right on the point. Try to drop down. There it is. But the way they split it across, it's kind of half and half. Usually you don't do it just directly down the middle like that.
Yeah, that is certainly just a fascinating choice, to say the very least. Now, Shatter making an appearance from Quibsy, the first time we've seen them on Reinhardt, and it looks like it may be working pretty well. However, this Death Blossom may have something to say about it. Instead, it may be Angie, the bloodthirsty support player, who's got something to say about it. A triple kill to boot, keeping the fight alive, but Red Ninja will put that piece down. And with 3 seconds left on the clock and 5 eliminations already against them, I believe Kentucky is going to have to kiss that second point goodbye. 161% in total. Win condition has been set, Jack.
And it's not a bad win condition, honestly. The biggest thing is Kentucky, they get that first tick, which means that they could have gotten more out of it, potentially, but even though you don't get the full 2 ticks, you do have the marker right there. It does stop there. The way it works is, essentially, when you're in-game still, when you're still in the round, it only stops at certain check markers, but when it comes down to the actual total of what the other team has to get, it's going to be whatever your final, or I guess the biggest push you got, wherever, the marker was, even if it doesn't fully sit there because it wasn't far enough in general. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but essentially, it's 2 ticks you got to get if you're Bethel, which means that Kentucky, they hold out here on the first point for a while. It's very possible we go to another map, a map 4, which would be Escort. Or actually, it would be hybrid, I believe. But the biggest thing is that there's no draw condition now. It's either you win or you go home for Kentucky, which I think adds a lot more pressure, honestly.
Yeah, you win for the first time in 3 maps, or you go home 3-0. They 3-0'd last week. They might get 3-0'd this week. I did have a little bit of, a chat with Bethel before. When I found out I was casting, I was like, oh, Big J plays some Torbjorn. I was told no, so that's a little sad. But Myzik's now a player after my own heart, bringing out one of my favorite characters in the game to watch, the Torb here on the defense. And Jack, I got to talk about Mad Jack as well. You talked about supports maybe not getting enough respect, and Mad Jack bringing out that Mercy.
It's in a pocket the Ashe, which is perfect. I mean, Ashe with the Mercy damage boost. Yeah, it's a 1 headshot, 1 kill, essentially, on any squishy target. Also, more dynamite damage, lets you build your Bob faster, and we have the Resurrection. So there's a lot of pluses that can really help you here. It's just all about positioning. If you fly out with your Valkyrie to try to, catch someone, maybe try to heal them up, and you're caught in the middle of that transition, you're basically just dead meat. You are just not going to be in a place you want to be.
Yeah, you are not going to be in a place you want to be at all. It's going to be a lot of pressure now on Kentucky as Bethel is moving in large and in charge. And I can't remember the last close quarters fight that Kentucky won. Every time they get close enough, Bethel seems to win it. Zach, a player who I remember on the Ana, finally bringing her out already only 10% away from a Nano. Eons ahead of anybody else in lobby. And there it is on the Reinhardt. But you cannot save Red Ninja in time. Pressure is on Quibsy trying to make up for that loss. Damage is dealer in the back. Is that off the map? Oh no, unfortunately it is going to fall onto the low ground below. Quibsy making waves, but he's got to be careful to not overcommit. Quibsy going to go down 1 HP in a dream, and there is nothing left to be done. He was stalling. They are 3% away from a point cap.
Yeah, stalling, but it's not going to be enough. Oh man, I think if Momo was up there with them the entire time, that actually could have been a stall. That could have been essentially a 4C9. They could have just body blocked. But instead they play on the point, and remember, 3 is the max you actually get for how fast it goes. Anything after that, I mean, it's nice to have all 6 there, but you don't actually get any extra speed in capturing the point. So both tanks could have been up there, could have also had extra protection of Momo in the defensive matrix, but it's still going to be 2.3% needed to actually get this done. To this Dragon Strike from Big J, it has found value when it isn't eaten, and it has been eaten a little bit.
Yeah, that's been eaten a couple of times, and Zach going down early. Bethel, they have been so close, 97.7%, but close only counts in hand horse and shoot grenades, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be NH with a phenomenal gravitic flux. There we hear the charge come through from Quibsy, but the damage has been done, my friend. I don't think taking that approach is going to be safe any longer. They're going to have a Molten Core, they're going to have a gravitic flux, they're going to have a Dynamite. So many AoE damage dealing abilities that Bethel may want to change their strategy. I mean, Kentucky essentially needs a full hold to guarantee us a map 4. They need to win 2 more full fights and then maybe a panic push at the very end.
And the good news is that Kentucky, for Bethel, doesn't have the gravitic flux, but they do have everything else that you mentioned, and they're going to have to deal with this Bob right away.
Yeah, that Bob going to be storming through, and this is kind of that situation I was talking about, those abilities that could really be a hindrance in that small area. They're still going to try to tank through them. Bob, of course, only aims at one person at a time, so it's usually quite easy for the other 5 to just bow him down in close quarters like that. 60 seconds left on the clock, and Jag, for the first time all series, it feels like Bethel might not really know what to do.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate around. They've got to deal with the bongos, now the superchargers. There's a lot of extra damage in. They should have just waited this out, but they lose Big J on the rotation. They have to take this 5v6. They do have a lot of ultimates to work with, including the sound barrier, which could sustain them. But if it's hit too late or too early, it might not be as effective. This is coming down to the wire. Actually, they have more time than I thought they would. They could actually try to see or wait for Big J to respawn. Off-angle Dragon Strike could completely cut the point in half, zone them out.
Also be eaten.
Oh,
they're going to go for it. Oh, man. Okay, they're sending out everything they've got. Momo going to be able to find one. Brandon falls early. The Orisa shield down. Quibsy with a personal Earth Jetter taking down only the Torbjorn. Not able to confirm any eliminations off the back. All thanks to that darn 2 immortality field, but it has fallen. Here comes a Bob, and Quibsy into the tree. Not going off the map today. That is going to be a clean performance from Bethel here in what was supposed to be that final fight, but they have finally kicked it up another notch. They have shifted it into 5th gear, and they are looking to win Hanamura. They've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to cap, what was it, 62%.
And see, I don't want to say I predicted the future or anything, but I totally predicted what would happen there. They throw in the Dragon Strike, it's just a zoning ultimate. They catch out Orisa, Brandon goes a little bit too close, is in perfect range for the self-destruct, the Diva Bomb flies in. That is all they needed to get into that fight. They get it, and now they have swap comps. They're going to try to run a double shield into their opposing double shield. One thing to note, no mercy, so a little bit less healing, no res. They got that Discord, they got the damage, and they still got Big J.
Big J, I mean, truly stronger than any ultimate in this game at this point. I mean, just a phenomenal performance. I love the flank shot there. A really risky move. That is some high risk, high reward. And that, honestly, it was a great pincer maneuver. No way! That has to be luck. That has to be luck. Nobody has got accuracy like that, but Big J is trying to prove me wrong. Oh my goodness, this kid is an animal on this Hanzo, and I am loving every second of it. Jag, another one as that Mercy goes down. It is Rialto all over again. Big J large and in charge, and Bethel walking away with a 3-0 victory.
The biggest thing is that, yeah, Big J definitely cleaned up this last engagement, helped take that second point to 61+%. But the way they got there was team play, and that's kind of, I think, the biggest thing for Bethel. Yeah, you got this superstar DPS player who's hitting shots and flicks like I've never seen before. It's absolutely incredible. But teamwork, it's making the dream work, and I mean, here you see Red Ninja actually is the one that gets the play of the game. Both That was a sextuple kill at the end of the day. That is incredible. And in general, Kentucky, they're definitely a good team. This is a team to look out for. I don't think they played poorly at all today. I think there were a few, I think again, like the comp changes that we'd like. I think that's something they can work on with time. They still got a long, spring season ahead of them. But Bethel, you're putting yourselves on the map after that performance. I think everyone in ECAC is looking at them and thinking they are the team to beat after something like that.
Yeah, Bethel has won, like you said, trophies on trophies beforehand, and they have proven that here tonight. 3-0ing a team that 3-0'd somebody else last week. By no means an easy feat. And like you said, I was talking a big game up on Big J, but truly, he could not perform like that without such an incredible team behind him. Like I said, that pincer maneuver, truly high risk, high reward, never would have worked on his lonesome. So that goes to show how important each and every member of that team is. And I believe we'll get to talk with a member from that team in just a couple of minutes. I think we're going to throw it to a super small break. We're going to try to get somebody in for an interview, and we'll see you folks right back here with some more Overwatch in just a bit. Don't go far. Oh my goodness, just storming through Kentucky right now. They had a great hold, a great defensive push, but Whimsy rolled right through them, and that will secure that first stage win. Oh no, it will not. I'm sorry. It's going to be one Tracer and a Dream, but unfortunately she's not going to win the 1v5. That will secure that first stage win.
Can you imagine if Whimsy can't do anything and the rest of the team somehow falls because they're just in their animation right there?
They keep it moving. Can they find a couple more eliminations, or is this going to be a bit of an overextension, which Kentucky can soon capitalize off of? Their Symmetra already back in full swing, and oh, never mind! She doesn't even get to swing as she is taken down. Isaac also falls. Mad Jack with third to go, and that's a guaranteed fight win for Bethel here. Red Ninja chasing them into spawn and guaranteeing at least 10 more seconds.
I think the biggest thing we're seeing between these two teams is Bethel get that first Elim, and what do? They just hold on to the same angle.
Oh my goodness, it's the first Elin 3 fights in a row, Jack. Whimsy angry as ever, whether it's on the Wrecking Ball or the Reinhardt. Clearly a very well-versed player, as much as dropping an emote, falling to 9 HP and living to tell the tale. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Murray gonna catch it out. Now it is the beat. Dropped from that. Jack Kentucky an insane health advantage, but a player just kidding. A 5v5 down the line. Both immortality fields off. All damage now officially permanent. Another 1-for-1 trade. Quincy falls. Bisons is gone. Shinakai is going to be taken out as well. And ECAC has been taken off the board. Is this Kentucky's time to crack this point wide open?
In the area of effect when it launches.
Ooh, speaking of area of effect, Jack, let's get to see how effective this one is. Not nearly as effective as Momo would like. A turret actually. The outside always looking in. Can they be more than they've always been? That is a joke, a very niche community. But anyway, we've got some action. Speaking of action, Big J on the rip tire there. The Junkrat making a wave. That's why he's the best character in the game, and Big J is not slowing down anytime soon. A 4K from the man himself, Big J, secure Bethel a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower.
Kentucky, they kept it close here on Lijiang Tower. I think this map, or this series in particular, has a lot more to go. I don't think this is going to be 3 maps whatsoever. But it really comes down to the compositions and how they're played. It just seems like, for the most part, Bethel had a read or just had a better idea of what they wanted to do, how they wanted to execute in every engagement because of that. Oh, that's the angle. Oh, okay, it makes sense.
Big J, just uncontested there. Okay, now he's contested and things. Oh! Oh my God! Oh!
For the rotation on the side of Bethel, they can just basically take the attacker stance on the card and keep moving back.
Oh no! Oh my goodness, those dragons, they may have not gotten any kills, but the amount of damage they just did sealed Kentucky's coffins before they even had.
But no, the Dragon Strike's eaten.
Huge from Brendan there. He said, fool me once, fool me twice. Oh, Transcendence making an appearance now from Jake, trying to get some action. Grenadier Clutch picks up 3 and brings 1 down 6 feet into the ground. Already the Reinhardt falls to elimination in favor of Kentucky. Whimsy has to swap. That's right, we're going to get a pseudo C9 there from Bethel, but Whimsy is going to be able to stabilize a bit. The Death Blossom now going to be a huge one. Bison's picking up 2. Going to get accretion and fall, but Bethel will begin to fall. And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh, that headshot.
The second headshot. What? He's got another dragon already.
The third?
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my God, he finds it. He is single-handedly.
Get rid of them.
Yeah, that's just a super easy way to clear him out of sight there. Now, oh, the Bongo making some music here with Necrophitic Flux online too. Have already gone down. bomb from Brandon has to be huge, and it is not going to find squat. Bethel popping every ultimate they have, but I mean, why not? Jake takes out Isaacs there, gets that vengeance kill, and Kentucky will be...
It's just assault. It's just to kill time off the clock, make it harder for the attackers. And there, you're just giving them free progress, and they get an angle they want, and now they've got another Dragon Strike.
Yeah, and it's going to be, no, not to the image. It goes a little too far to the side, but it looks like that's not going to matter. A great space maker and a great kill finder. Two going to fall there from Big Biz. Dragons already a quarter of the way to the next, finding that D-Neck as well. Looking for the baby Diva, but does not need it because the rest of Bethel is there. Up close and personal shot onto Isaac.
Has to find a huge one here. They also have to deal with this bomb. They got to build the Dragon Strike, and they've already found out where the Reaper is.
Oh, guess who it is? You open up the door, and it is the #1 person you do not want to see. Big J on the Hanzo, finding 3 of the 6 eliminations in the final fight, and guaranteeing almost single-handedly not only that the card stopped the TP in and immediately taken back out, half the team separated. Shinkai gonna fall more down the line. It's set to straight away. They're not even going to get a fraction of a fight here as Bethel is ripping Kentucky to shreds. A complete, and they're going to be waiting it out. Maybe waiting for a teleport. Yep, waiting for a teleport to come off. Cooldown so they can shuffle themselves right in. NH going for that Earth Shatter and finding just a little bit. Only going to be able to pick up Zach there. Looks like that may not be the progress maker they needed. Here comes a lot of damage now from Red Ninja. Bob must have been used already, but it looks like Bob wasn't even necessary as this dynamite will begin to burn down Kentucky, leaving Bethel large and in charge.
Yeah, it's a really good rotation. It gets the Ant Matrix out early. It allows them to run in.
Oh, okay. Here comes a strategy we're very familiar with, but they did not calculate the gravitic flux on hand. Here comes Robert making an appearance on site, trying to get some lineups, and Brandon losing that. Again, has to pop that Diva Bomb. Keep that alive, but Red Ninja finds the headshot, turns it into a quadruple kill, making a quintuple kill, giving us their best Big J impression in that. Yeah, that is certainly just a fascinating choice, to say the very least. Now, Shatter making an appearance from Quibsy, the first time we've seen them on Reinhardt. It looks like it maybe works pretty well. However, this Death Blossom may have something to say about it. Instead of maybe Andy, the bloodthirsty support player who's got something to say about it. A triple kill to boot, keeping the fight alive, but Red Ninja will put that piece down. And with 3 seconds left on the clock and 5 eliminations already against them, this Kentucky is going to have to kiss that second.
It isn't eaten, and it hasn't eaten a little bit.
Bethel, they have been so close, 97.7%, but close only counts in hand horse and shoot grenades, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be NH with a phenomenal gravitic flux. Then we hear the charge come through from Quibsy, but the damage has been done, my friend. I don't think taking that approach is going to be safe any longer. They're going to have it also be eaten. They're going to go for it. Oh, man. Okay, they're sending up everything they've got. Momo going to be able to find one. Brandon falls early. The Orisa shield down. Quibsy with a personal Earth Shatter, taking down only the Torbjorn. Not able to confirm any eliminations off the back. All thanks to that darn immortality field, but it has fallen. Here comes a Bob, and Quibsy into the tree. Not going off the map today. That is going to be a clean performance from Bethel here in what was supposed to be, just a phenomenal performance. I love the flank shot there. A really risky move. That is some high risk, high reward, and that honestly was a great pincer maneuver. No way! That has to be luck. That has to be luck. Nobody has got accuracy like that, but Big J is trying to prove me wrong. Oh my goodness, this kid is an animal on this Hanzo, and I am loving every second of it. Jag, another one as that Mercy goes down. It is Rialto all over again. It's a large and in charge, and Bethel walking away. Kentucky and Quibsy, oh my goodness, just swarming through Kentucky right now. They had a great hold, a great defensive push, but Quibsy rolled right through them, and that will secure that first stage win. Oh, no, it will not. I'm sorry. It's going to be one Tracer and a Dream, but unfortunately, she's not going to win the 1v5. That will secure Bethel's first stage win here on Lee Shankdown.
Can you imagine if Quibsy can't do anything and the rest of the team somehow falls because they're just in their animation right there?
Can they keep it moving? Can they find a couple more eliminations? Or is this going to be a bit of an overextension, which Kentucky can soon capitalize off of? Their Symmetra already back in full swing. And never mind! She doesn't even get to swing as she is taken down. Isaac also falls. Mad Jack third to go. And that's a guaranteed fight win for Bethel here. Red Ninja chasing them into spawn and guaranteeing at least 10 more seconds.
I think the biggest thing we're seeing between these two teams is Bethel get that first elim, and what do? They just hold on to the same angle.
Oh my goodness, it's the first Elin 3 fights in a row, Jag. Whimsy angry as ever. Whether it's on the Wrecking Ball or the Reinhardt, clearly a very well-versed player, as much as dropping an emote, falling to 9 HP and living to tell the tale. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. I'm still Septulant, that's still Jag, but this time we are joined by the handsome head-hitting Hanzo himself, Big J. Big J, a simple question for you, and a very simple one indeed, but a 3-0 and a dominating one at that. How does that feel? I know you guys are used to winning. We know you've got plenty of trophies, but with the performance you gave us tonight, I mean, how does that feel walking away from this?
Honestly, a 3-0. So we knew this team was like a really like high SR, like better than like some of the teams we played last year. No offense to them, but play 3-0 in them, it felt really good, especially since like the Hanzo that I've played. I think it's like one of the best performances I ever have. I usually get flamed for it, but getting like praise here from my team, it feels really good.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about that, Hanzo, a little bit more, even on Rialto in particular. I'm sure you know what point I'm about to bring up. On your defensive hold, you guys have it to the very last second on first point. Things go a little bit south. They get almost a second, and then all of a sudden, you just unlock your 6th chakra or something, and you drop a 5K. What was happening for you in that moment? What was happening in team comms when you were single-handedly destroying the enemy team?
All right, so I'm gonna be honest here. I knew we were losing the fight, but I thought like maybe I could get like a pick or two and then die because I knew my team was gonna get back faster since we had hold. So I was aiming for the BAP. I'm gonna be honest here. I accidentally killed the Reaper, but then I ended up killing the BAP too. So I said, all right, I'm gonna die anyway, so I'm gonna just go in for it. And then I ended up killing like 2 more, and then my team came back and we just ended up winning the fight.
Yeah, you got the Symmetra and the Lucio right after that. You could see the confidence was budding, and honestly, after hitting shots like that, it doesn't matter if the first one's an accident. You're still getting the elimination, and you are rolling on through. I want to talk about a different play, actually, one that I think encompasses Bethel's Overwatch team as a whole. You guys on Hanamura, it was looking a bit dicey on your attack that first round, or your first point attack. You got down to the last fight, you fall early before you can actually commit. Yeah, the team has to wait for you, and then you go in with the Dragon Strike. So I know we talked about this a little bit before we came on air. I thought you guys were doing it as a zoning ultimate, just trying to catch someone out and then focus them down. Can you kind of break down for me how that play ended up actually happening and how you took that first point?
So what happened was, so I got picked off right away, which is unfortunate. It all happens. They had some really good pull combos, and I ended up taking too much damage. So I'm coming back from spawn. I knew that there's Sig and Ash and Mercy were sitting left side high ground. So I'm like, okay, we called that we have Dragon or whatever. So when I Dragon, I was gonna Dragon like center of point, trying to like make it to where I could get the left high ground while getting point 2, and then we ended up dragging it, and then we able to push in on that. And I don't remember who got the first pick, but we ended up getting picks from that after, and I was able to take like a good off angle to get some picks too.
It was Momo with the self-destruct. The way that it looked, I mean, she threw it in the perfect place, got the Orisa, gets their main tank out of the way. So to me, it looked like a set play, just zone them out with the dragons, catch someone off guard, and then throw the self-destruct in. But sometimes, luck, again, luck, it could be great.
Yeah.
So it
Sometimes you
seems
gotta
like it all
improvise.
worked out. Exactly. Sometimes you got to improvise. My last question is, you guys showed a lot of looks today. I mean, we saw a lot of different compositions come out. I gotta ask, is this something that's pre-planned? Ahead of time, you kind of have each comp planned per map, or is it more just kind of adapting on the fly, seeing what your opponent does and playing against that?
So first map, it's like we go into like what map we usually play. So like for Lee Shang, we usually play like the ball tracer on Gardens or whatever, and then we see what their team runs. So we knew that they run like Rush or whatever. So our coach gives us some like a comp to run for like second, third map based on what they play. And for that double shield, we were just able to like poke out their Rhine before they like do anything with TPs, and we were able to set up counter plays to TP, which was really good.
Yeah, 100%. And I want to jump back a little bit just for a bit of giggles. I want to talk about your tank teammate, Momo, as I learned something very special, but I want a confirmation from one of the players so chat does not think I'm crazy. Is it true that she wears a sock on her head underneath her headset?
All right, I'm going to be honest here. She doesn't. She does not.
No, Jay, you are slandering me.
I'm kidding. She does. She does wear a sock on on her head. I think if I remember correctly, it's because of like the headset. She doesn't want to have I can't speak English. I'm sorry. She has heads. She doesn't want to deal with the headset hair where it like stands up and all that. So she just wears a sock, so it's a little more comfortable.
Yeah, it blows my mind, and I want everyone to know it's real. Supplements is not making things up. But Big J, before we let you go celebrate with the team, one more question for you. Is there anybody you want to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you're here with us?
I want to give a shout out to my dad. Thank you, Dad, for everything. I want to give a shout out to my teammates and my coach Dan.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, actually no, that's good.
Oh, that's it? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, perfect. Well, Big J, thank you so much for joining us, and tell your whole team, an incredible performance from you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you. We'll see you later.
See ya.
And with that, folks, we are done with game 1 of the night. We've got a second game coming up for you in just a bit. It is 9:15, so that game is projected to start in about 15 minutes. So you've got a couple of minutes to get some water, maybe grab a quick meal, but come right back here for some more Overwatch action in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Can you dig it?
Everyone's just poking around. You had lost the Orisa early as post, so you're going to take your time, just try to build your alt charge. And that's especially not what you want to have happen to you. Lose Ash for post, had to throw in your Immor already, and people are low. It's just this waiting game.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition. They're not even playing poke, but they're playing poke. If you know what I'm talking about, they're not playing for
they're
picks,
kind of there, but they're not.
Yeah, they don't have the poke.
in.
They don't have the poke comp, but they're playing like they do. And honestly, in a point this close quarters, it's not imperative to play poke.
No, but
you play poker
you do want to
in
play
places like
focus fire
Nepal,
here.
not here, and that is true. Supercharger going down as well as mines for both teams. Supercharger from Blind Swan, mines from Killer K, but
Can they get another tick off this?
It's not enough. Is it enough to get another tick? Perhaps like that's what you want to see from
It's
the
so
Sigma.
close.
Yeah,
And
they
they
have
get it.
they do have another tick. They have three.
Do
they
they
have
get
actually
it?
all three. They have all three. They're so
It's
close.
down to the
It's a
wire.
centimeter away. It's so close to the three. It's coming down to just this last push.
It is
Bob on
at
the point trying to stall.
0.8%.
There's 60
It
second
is
push.
that close.
60 seconds left. Less time than Louisville had now. Like I said, if Louisville is able to, they're going to regress all of their progress. They have to get one tick in 45 seconds without overtime.
Louisville, they just gotta hold them off. They gotta keep them off the point.
You know,
and
I think
they
it's
win
totally
this
possible.
map. Frosty getting a pick early.
Frosty taking the Deadeye out of that rotation was honestly imperative for Post's success here, because if they have that Deadeye and the Flux, they can stall that time. I mean, Deadeye alone is like almost is like 6 seconds of nothing. So if they're able to keep pushing like this, they could honestly win. Deadeye comes back off spawn. MJ Gator with the Dragon. Frosty's up there. They want Frosty gone. They know Frosty's the challenge. He's actually going to come down behind him. Grapey wants Frosty gone because he knows that he's the biggest threat to him right now. And Frosty's not going to let that happen.
2 seconds left.
Unless he
got
is!
picked off.
Grapey actually does find the angle on Frosty. Frosty had no idea where it came from, and he was blasted. It's unfortunate, honestly.
Honestly,
Grapey.
I think this is going to be it for them unless something miraculous happens. Post has held the point.
I mean, Louisville wins that there, and that's the point that they needed for that game.
Indeed.
That was a great hold from Louisville. Grapey coming in to find Frosty there, honestly, was exactly what they needed.
And Gator actually shows up on the play of the game here as the sharpshooter. Well, this is
yeah,
gonna
like
be
you said, he
something to
took
see.
out Frosty, and that was the biggest thing that we were like, oh, the Battle of Hanzos, look at that, and he
but Frosty apparently came out on top on that one.
I thought I must have misseen it because I thought Frosty actually was taken out there in that, but I think it was the Baptiste.
It must have been an earlier pick. Well, in any case, what a match right now. I mean, honestly, this
it is a heated competition, 1-2, and it's honestly amazing to watch. Louisville has great talent. Post has great talent. I think that where Post shines is a Blind Swan on tank and Frosty on the Hanzo. It's a comp that's worked for them so far, and if it continues to work for them, we could see 2-2.
Indeed, we could. We're going to be going to hybrid next. Honestly, I'm hoping for a King's Row. I really am. It's just a brawl in me. But that could honestly get shut down by the other team's double shield. They've been so effective on some of these maps that I expect to see brawl prevail. And
yeah, exactly. It's a surprise to see these comps. Like I said, they are basically playing poke with a brawl comp at the very end of there, and like a double shield comp for. It was a war of attrition, and Louisville came out on top.
Indeed, they did. Well,
it looks like it's going to be going into the fourth game of this rotation, this match between University of Louisville and Post University here, which hopefully is just as good as it was for the first three, because this has been a nonstop throw ride of back and forth ults, and it's just been such a good game to watch and commentate, and it's great to see these two teams compete so
thoroughly
fiercely.
enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, they're like I said, they both came off of a 3-0, so it's not like they were stranger to the competition, but I think they both had different expectations going in, and I think these teams have definitely had their opinions readjusted about one another, and now they're probably like talking in the comms. They probably know the other team's name. Oh, look out for Frosty, look out for MJ Gator, etc.
Oh,
stuff like
yes.
that. So
it's those kind of moments where you really make an impact on people. When you make it so that your presence is known and that people see you as a threat, or even just out of respect for your skill, that's what I see as a great thing to strive for, honestly.
Exactly. I think that they're keeping their head down because they know Frosty's out there with a drawn bow or a scoped widow, and that's That's what you should be. I mean, playing against somebody like Frosty's caliber, I would be watching my head as well. He is a great player with great ability, and then MJ Gator the MJ Gator's DPS skill is also not to be underappreciated. It's both teams have this talent.
I think it's starting to shine now.
Yeah, both teams have this talent, and it's great to see it come together.
Yep. Now it's just a matter of how you're going to utilize that.
This next map, I don't know if we know exactly what next map this is going to be, but like you said, it is going to be hybrid. So the hybrid map pool that we have, it could be anything from it could be anything from Blizzard World, although I doubt it.
I doubt it. Not many people use Blizzard World.
I think it's going to be
honestly.
Honestly, I think it's going to be either Kings or Hollywood. I think those are the top two maps.
I think the Bonnie might get thrown in there. We've seen that dive-ish kind of hybridness to, I believe it was Post with Swan on the ball. And Sigma, I see Ball just on the top right of Nimbani. And
they are going
Sig on the top left.
We did just hear they are going Kings Row, so Nimbani was a good idea because the deck. You're right. With Swan on tank, that would be a really good area for him to operate. But Kings Row honestly is one of the better hybrid maps, I'll say, because Blizzard World and Eichenwald exist, and we don't see those in rotation for a reason. So it's not really a competition there when we have Hollywood, Nimbani, and Kings Row. Those are the three. They've been here since pretty much day one. They're gonna stay. So
they're loved by all, and they're just a pure classic. You think Overwatch, you think Kings Row. It's a standard practically to play on these kind of maps.
It's the hybrid experience. It's the Overwatch experience. I mean, it's hopefully going to be a great game here that we have with University of Louisiana and Post, like the great games we've had in the past. 30 minutes, and actually it's been I think an hour 30 almost.
I think so too. It's been quite a long
for these games. It's
match.
It's a very long match, and none of it has been boring. I mean, it's been back and forth. It's like it's a giant game of tug of war, and yeah, that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's just one of those where you're saying, what's going to happen next? You're on the edge of your seat just to see who's going to do what. Is a pick going to happen here? Frosty going to get something? Is Gator going to get something? What's going to happen?
The unfortunate disconnect that happened that round too. It happens sometime. But I mean, the supports in this game have also been great. Everyone is playing their role perfectly, and it's stuff you'd see. It's stuff that you love to see with the supports coming in, the beat building, everything, and the wall amplification, everything. It's honestly it's like I said, everyone's playing their part. Everyone's doing it correctly. I'm not sure when we're going into this next Kings Row game. I don't know how much time or how much time the teams are taking.
So, in any case, we're going to see what happens here right now. Here we are, Kings Row, good old London. I wonder if we're going to see Big Ben here as we take the cinematic tour.
I assume so. The person in control of these cinematics has always done some great angles here, and it's a great map. It's a classic. I remember
surprisingly futuristic when you think about it.
Near future Overwatch. It's just like I didn't think Nolan would have like a skyline. It's cool. It's a great Overwatch. Is great. Some great maps. Some great design and art style. It's just it's so unique, and yeah, I love seeing these maps like this. A good few feuds were settled on this map here with some of my friends back in Prime Overwatch. This is where arguments were settled here. Before deathmatch was even a mode.
Statements were made.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Louisville with Louisville on the blue side. That might throw me off a little bit, but Louisville with MJ Gator on on May here, going to be looking for a wall to try and separate them across. Isn't able to find it with yeah, you can't trick Blind Swan like that. He was too aware of the situation. He knew that might happen. But Louisville tries to match Post's kind of like sneak tactic that they had in Havana. So yeah, we're hoping to see that this point is seriously already fiercely contested. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple seconds.
You know, I'm surprised that oh, there we go, first pick already, and again, surprisingly close. I was expecting Frosty to go Hanzo again. It's been consistent, but the Echo, well, I don't think it's gained as much value as you would have hoped it would.
JBeb at half HP, a Blind Swan just respawned. The 2 tanks are down for Post University. We have engaged Updeck at full HP as well as Killak. They have the ability to defend this point as hard as possible with the HP that they have, and my dude Sam meets his demise at the hands of Dane's boop there. So
it's so much back and forth, but it seems
it's
Louisville's just holding. Sadly, they're down their BAP, so they're really gonna have to build up this beat here in case something goes really wrong.
Yeah, it's honestly, you love to see this kind of stuff, this back and forth kind of,
close playing.
It's honestly the best kind of like back and forth you can see. We have Reaper clone, we have Grapey down, we have Dane down, and Killak actually meets it down. And my dude saw ults just to keep off the point so they can secure it with the wall coming from MJ Gator. And yeah, it looks like the point is all but had for Post University. Sorry, the colors are they're on red.
They
now.
keep
they're
swapping back and forth. They're a little confusing.
It's hard for me to realize. So
you know, you and me both. That's why it messes with me too when I see the names and the colors going back and forth as they are. And right away, Louisville is coming back strong. They are trying to hold this choke, not allowing any sort of advancement at all.
yeah, it's a huge choke. There's only a couple ways you can go around it. You can go above it, and even then most heroes can't even get up there, or you can go below it. And if Louisville plays this correctly, then they have every opportunity to keep them there for the entire game, all 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So if they're able to keep, like, you know, look at Louisville's ults. All 6 ults are there. I mean,
they use Beat, they use Blizzard.
We have Blizzard out. We're about to have Hammer out. I guarantee it's going to come in the next couple seconds.
Probably not right away. They're going to wait for that transit drop down, and then once the Sig Shield's down, I believe that's when it is key.
There it is.
Just like I said.
Slams them against the wall, has them all in the corner. Even if he died there, his team is set up to be able to take most of them down. But it doesn't look like they followed through as Dane went down and Engage obviously went down, but Killak was down too.
That's just a hard thing.
MJ Gator taking shots at Echo. Hard to pick those up.
It's hard because you see the play there, you see it, like the gears turning in the mind. You try to communicate it, but one false step, one mistake can cost you. That's one of the biggest, I would say, cripples as a Reinhardt, is that you have so much value, but if you make one small mistake or you're out of position just a little, it will cost you a whole choke, if not even a point.
It's hard for you to capitalize off that, especially when like the split second moments in your mind that you can't communicate out loud. It's hard. It's hard to communicate those things.
Oh my goodness, dude just goes in with a double Deadeye, and they got this momentum going. Ever since that choke, they have been pushing them back further and further into their spawn here of the factory. It's truly a frightening thing to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, I mean, we have Frosty on Echo. He's going to be looking for a clone here soon, I think, if Post can't get this out right away, which they're going to try and do. Obviously, they're going to try and go right for the point. But if they can't get right to the point, that clone is going to be imperative to be able to just get that last extra push. I'm thinking a Rhine or Diva clone, because that's normally, you know, Echoes normally try and get a tank to be able to finish. But if Grapey can get this Deadeye up here, which he has at full up, he's at low HP, but if he's able to get it full up, he can actually stop Frosty's clone up here, and Sir Meech is actually going to Sir Meech, Frosty, and Deadly Drew was alive there, and they're actually going to have to retreat to their other team for support. MJ Gator coming here for the switch here, but it's going to be Reaper. We've seen it before, and they've been very successful with Reaper before, especially with that last minute stop on Volsky they had before. So we're hoping that that's going to continue here.
Now, given they only have Frosty's ult right now, that's all they have against Louisville. So they have to either get ults out of them or get picks here. Maybe a bit of both. They go in with a copy on the Rhine, gets the kill on the enemy Rhine on object, I should say. Being objective here, of course. Copy goes down thanks to the Reaper. MJ Gator headshot in. This Cassidy's just on the flank.
Yeah, this absolutely. It's you're right. That the Cassidy, My Dude Saw, and Grapey are two of the best that we've seen so far. And it looks like Post might have this wrapped up. Like I said, if a lot of competition doesn't come out from Louisville very quickly, because they have the Deadeye, they almost have the they do have the supercharger. Sorry, and it's hard to contest against these ults.
Indeed, it is. Now it's curious enough to say because Louisville did win that Havana map, so. Part of me was expecting that once it got to Escort that they would be fine. But then again, that was pushed into overtime for round 4. So we'll have to see how this hybrid works as Louisville now is on the attack.
Exactly. It's 0-3. They got all the way, and Louisville has their chance to shine. And if they don't take it, then Post takes the dub.
Indeed, they do. Gonna go swinging through the factory here, take a nice little tour, get to see chains hang from side to side.
Not the most aesthetic map, not the most beautiful landscape map. We're in that factory there, but it's the cryptic messages. It's classy,
wait a minute. What does that say? No bot? Oh, it's no bots.
I feel Sami, you can't play here. There's no bots allowed. It's
all right, fine. I'll see my way out the door. All right, thanks.
It's honestly, I feel like a real estate agent describing this place. Like, yeah, we have a nice coffee shop around the street, but then we have a giant German in armor with a giant hammer on the streets. So look out! Like it's like I said, classic map, classic area.
He only knows one button, charge.
Yeah, exactly. He can shoot fire out of his hammer, and just don't look it down the street line.
Just don't look at him. Don't look him in the eye, and you'll be fine.
It's such a classic map, and I've so much attachment to it because it was there at day one. It's the hybrid map, and
it's the map they showed in everything.
As a support main, I'm very attached to that cart, if you know what I mean. Like I sit on it. I get it going. I make sure that it reaches its destination. So yeah, it's got a near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, with any MMO or MOBAs, I should say, that I play, it seems like one of the biggest jobs I always face is staying on the cart. Oh, interesting. Reinhardt's on the high ground here. Are they just trying to get it for tactical advantage, or are they going to actually do something with it?
I'm not sure, but Frosty and My Dude Saw have all the time in the world to just melt his shield. It's not going to be. He's going to have to recharge his barrier. It's going to be low. So
he's a menace right now to them.
Yeah, it's engage object only with he has full barrier now, but he didn't. I guarantee you, he did it before. And the double bubble coming from Post is like we've seen before in these games. It's hard to stop because they're so confident and they're so competent in this composition that there's no way that Louisville can. I mean, they have competed against before, but only in rare circumstances. As Frosty and My Dude Saw can just play the correct angles behind the shields and just get picks. MJ Gator on Hanzo here, trying to get the Zen and the Sigma at the same time. Sigma's pretty low. J-Bev is going to actually go down a couple seconds here. There he is. They find J-Bev, and then Zenyatta's going to test by himself. Lowest HP hero, unfortunately, I can't go against the whole team, oddly enough.
So I'm trying to figure out what happened there. It seemed like Louisville wrapped around the entire map there and just flanked them. all at once, allowing them to cap the point. Is that what happened, you'd say?
It looked like, yeah, it looked like you're correct that post university was definitely caught off guard. I'm not sure by what. We were spectating met a lot of post people, so maybe we were caught unaware as they were. But it seems like we weren't able to see the exact thing. But I think what happened was, from my perspective, from what I thought happened was that University of Louisville was able to get enough utility, utility like flashbang and storm arrow, and it was able to get behind post and was able to capitalize there.
Indeed.
Frosty coming in as the clone, 81 HP.
You know, you love to see those shatter kills now. In a way, I'm glad they buffed that. It's a little weird to see now that whenever you shatter someone point blank, that they die, because it used to only do 50 damage. Now it does, I think, 300 or 250. I can't remember exactly.
The earth shatter damage is, I think it's
It might just be a 200 base, I believe it actually is.
I think it's well, the
Post
does 50 damage.
4 picks.
It does 50 damage per enemy when it hits it, I believe. But I think the updated, I think it does around 250, close to be able to take out the DPS that are in front of you.
And you have to be, like I said, practically point blank in order for it to do that sort of damage.
They really did buff the tanks and their close-up ults with D.Va and Ryan.
Yes.
Maybe next, whenever Risa puts her bongo on you, you just die. That's what's gonna happen next. Like Larissa's just gonna run up to you and hit you with a bongo, and it's wraps.
I'm still trying to get used to not having that experimental feature where you get to kill people with beat drop.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really want it to be in main game. As a Lucio main, I wanted some like like death capability. Good eat from Killak to take away his flashbang there, but I wanted the utility from the Lucio to be able to kill on impact, but unfortunately that's not what's going to happen. D-Mac, Killak is actually on feet now. Sir meets his demise at the hands of MJ Gator. We have Frosty up top with a clone. He's probably going to clone soon.
That just made a difference.
That I did make a difference with Deadly Drew coming out here, assisting my dude Saw and all his Deadeye antics that we've seen all game, with finding, I think, a triple kill there.
Just like, wow. Because if you're Louisville right now, you're thinking to myself, what the heck do we do right here? We're burning our time. We're under 2 minutes now, and we've thrown practically almost every ult at them, and we still haven't gotten past this like alleyway of a choke.
It's true. It's hard to think of what they're. It's hard to know exactly what they're thinking in the situation, but they have. You're right. They're not even on the cart right now. They're actually pushing them on the side angle, and no cart. It's actually regressing. So they're trying to play for picks so they can get progress after they kill the team. But if they're not able to. MJ Gator will be ulting here soon with the dragon as he sees 3 of them stacked up. I'm surprised it's not coming out yet, but he dies before he's able to take it out. You know, the cart is still regressing. Looks like they're going to get people on it in a couple of seconds here. But I might actually be mistaken. They're not going to get people on it. And University of Louisville has to push again for, I think, a third or fourth time here, actually.
4th time, practically. They have a minute left. Their ult economy, in comparison, they're up there. Louisville is compared
they're better
to
off, yeah.
Post. But we've seen time and time again that Post ult economy doesn't really matter to Post as much as positioning does. Because Louisville loves to pour into the ults.
I mean, we have MJ Gator with an ult. We have Grapey at 90%. We have an engage object at Flux already, and he already used it as soon as he got it, and he knows where to put it.
And right there, Post got another pick.
Good.
But it gets traded by their Arisa.
But see that Grapey only meets the Arisa with his Deadeye, and in comparison, my dude Sa would hit like 3 to 4 people. No, I'm not comparing their ability as saying one is better, but certainly my dude Sa has been more tactical with his Deadeye placements, and it's helped Post more. Now that being said, Louisville did get that second point that we were talking about. They needed to get, and they did get it. But then again, they got it at the last 130. So if they don't keep this momentum going, having 2 to 3 people on the card at a time, it's not going to last.
No,
So
they especially need time here because if
Exactly,
we go into overtime, they're going to have to fight for a tie. And you do not want that when you're up 2-1 in this series. You want to close this out and get that win.
this is not something that you want. You don't want 1 minute on the clock with a regressing cart with 22 meters to go. It's not a situation that anyone wants to find themselves in. But Louisville has proven during this entire game that they work with situations that nobody wants to be in. They succeed and they can continue to challenge this point. I mean, just the fact that this game has been going on this long, almost 2 hours now. It speaks to the ability of these teams. I mean, these teams are here to compete and to win, and they're not going to leave without a fight.
Like, to its own degree, when you think of Overwatch games, matches themselves, the maps, they're quick to a degree. 10, 15 minutes. At most 20. So to see these games just getting dragged out over and over again, it really shows the skills of the players. Like, they want the win. They want to compete.
We've seen these games go. Yeah, you're right. It's not a very long-based game, but everything's been overtime. Right, everything's been won with that eighth of a tick left on the sky that we saw. Like, everything's been won within like a hair. And that shows how good these teams are and how fierce of a competition that this game actually is. If somebody was to ask me like what teams are able to compete together and be like equally skilled, I'd say Post and Louisville. I mean, we see it right now, and it's overtime with
and they're
0
fighting
seconds,
like, teeth and bones, everything. They are throwing everything out, trying to get this point.
It's a tug of war. I mean, we have Ball going on a point. He's going to last there for a couple more seconds, and then see what's
Before his
spawn
grapple
again.
breaks, but
J Bev is right there. I mean, it's not.
They also have to make something happen here if they're even going to get a tie. Otherwise, they lose this map.
Here comes the Rhine charge. Post needs this. Post needs this defense here. They have almost everyone on Louisville still on that point, and they're not looking like they're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Engage is throwing one low, and even then he's already healed up.
Oh, poor Ball.
I mean,
Right
honestly,
into the pit.
Dane, that's what you want to see with those boops from that point. That's just the dream right there. So
Indeed. Well, it's a minute 25 practically. Practically a minute 25 that they have to defend for. In order to just get the tie. It doesn't count as a point on the board. It just says they don't get a point.
yeah, exactly. It's honestly, like you said, it's a war of attrition. It's what it's been the entire it's what it's been the entire match. It's what it's been the entire game. It's a tug of war, back and forth, and honestly, it's just a great thing to watch. I mean, this is the competition. Now we have a minute and 24 for Post to get this cart going while Louisville tries to defend, and this is what it comes down to. Like, this is what it's led up to, and so who wins this? It's imperative to the long cycle of this game, and we've been here so long. We've watched these teams compete for so long. Like, we've like make it happen. Like, one of these, I'm begging one of these teams to make it happen.
Hey, if you see Frosty's back on the Hanzo, I think they want to just get picks. They don't care about style, all charge. What they want are picks. So I think that's what we're going to see here. Doors have opened. We can see the Hog there. He's trying to be sneaky, but he doesn't even know that he's been spotted. Both storm arrows come out from both teams. No picks yet, but it's looking real close. J-Bev very hurt, and Gator actually takes out Frosty. Gets traded back by Kill Kid. Getting picked off himself. We're just at a 5v5 currently, but Frosty gets back to the point quicker. So Louisville really needs to get another pick out here, and they did. They did just that. They get 1 pick, 2 pick, 3 picks. I swear, I feel like the count right now. Just pick after pick after pick, and there's 30 seconds left on the board. That's the defense you want. You need, when you are trying to defend your King's Row, picks are essential. Because if you can get those picks, you're able to just keep the momentum. and stagger a bit, especially looking at this ult charge here. MJ Gator goes in with his dragons. Post gets the pick on draw. It's not the greatest thing, but draw did get the window off, so you're hoping that Louisville gets the picks they need. Post, they're making their statement. They are going in. 1 person, 2 person, 3 person. Deadeye goes in. Trans goes in. Dragons goes in. Only one left, so on the point is ball, but it does not seem like it's enough. Even Lucio tries to touch, but it's just not there. Post,
unfortunately, it's not there.
The point.
Post does get that point in at the very last second on overtime.
Oh my god. It has to come down to King the Hill. Control. J-Bev here with the play of the game. Got to see which one this is, because there's been so many great fluxes in here.
That MO from the J-Bev's BAP right there actually saved him from that Rhine charge if he wasn't able to succeed. So that was a good MO from the Baptiste of Post. You're right. It is going to. Oh, sorry. It is going to come down to King of the Hill. It's going to start exactly how it's going to end exactly how it started, and I don't know what map. I mean, if it's Busan,
it can't be Busan.
I mean, it can't be Busan, but like we saw on Busan is what I was intending with that. We saw that Post is good at it excels at controlling a single point. If you put Swan on ball, he's going to be able to have mines and just control a single lane. If you put my dude Saw on Cassidy, he's going to have a Deadeye that's going to be able to control that point. So honestly, we have to see Louisville. We have to see MJ. We have to see Gator come out with some good plays. We have to see maybe him compete against Frosty as Hanzo again. I have no idea what comps we're thinking. I have no idea what map this is. We'll let you know as soon as we figure out what map is up next.
Well, we'll see you guys in a bit. We're going to head off to break now. We'll see you very soon.
Why, good evening, everybody, and welcome back for some more ECAC Esports Week 2 Overwatch edition on Esports U Network. That's a whole mouthful, but we're going to have a whole bunch of fun as well. I'm still Subtilance, that is still Jag, and our second and final series of the evening will be none other than Stevenson University Mustangs up against Stockton University Surge.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we had such a long delay, well, we had the student broadcast going at the same time, and actually 2 members of the Stevenson University Mustangs were casting that wonderful match. So, luckily for us, they're not going to make us wait a little, not too much longer. They have decided to step down from that. We could not see the end of that game, but we are going to see them playing in this one, and that was Somi Nomi as well as Renzer. So I want to give a shout out to them, and especially to Somi Nomi, who is actually very integral behind the scenes at ECAC. He does a lot of work for a lot of different titles. So, good job tonight. We'll see, though, if you can play just as well as you cast it.
Yeah, absolutely. Somi Nomi is a pivotal member behind the scenes, an intern right now with the program, and just doing everything he is asked and more. So absolute shout out to him for all that hard work. But like you said, the hard work off the field, let's see what hard work you can bring to the field. I'm super excited to be jumping into this. I know our first map is Lijiang Tower, and I'm sure we're going to be starting it up any second now, Jag. I truly cannot wait. And it's hard to hypothesize right now because, unlike other games, we can get 3 stages right now. It's not just any, given play style, any given team comp per stage. But if there was any heroes where you were thinking, oh, they work on every aspect of Lijiang, is there anybody that comes to mind for you?
To be honest, I don't think there's one that works on every stage, but if I had to think, I would say Symmetra is probably the closest because her teleporter gets value almost everywhere. On Control Center, you just TP from spawn into the map. On Night Market, you can just go, from kind of where your first choke is all the way onto the point through the top window. And then on Gardens, kind of the same thing, from right before the bridge up to the top window onto the point. So I would say she's really great for a lot of reasons. I think she's strongest on Night Market because usually you don't see a dive or a Winston that can destroy that.
Right.
One thing I want to talk about really quickly before we think about this more, though, is, these 2 teams are both coming off of losses. So in the last series, both of them got 3-0s, both of them 1-0. This is the exact opposite of that. Both the Surge as well as the Mustangs, 0-1's a week, 0-3 map-wise. And although it's really early in the season, I think it's really crucial to know, this is all about momentum. You need to get a win here to get your season, on the right foot. 0-2, it's not impossible to come back from, but it's going to be very difficult.
Difficult is, I believe, the name of the game, Jag. I think you've hit the nail right on the head, and I think you also crushed the analysis of expecting that Symmetra here. Let's see when she's going to be able to make these waves. And already the microwave is plugged in, locked, and loaded. And I truly cannot wait to see if Wisner, is going to be able to pick up any value. And there it is, Killua, the first to go down. Going to be mega unfortunate there. That's losing your main tank is truly going to help, Stevenson secure this first point cap. Somi Nomi, critical condition as well, but that no longer matters as Melon and Gainbird are going to bite the bullet pretty far behind.
Johnny gets taken out, but it's okay because immediately you treat back the Reaper, so no harm, no foul. Your teleporter is also still up, so everyone that did fall can get back, and it's only 1, so should be able to get back in the swing of things. One thing to mention is that Wisner can charge their beam not only off the sim on the right shield, is what I'm trying to say, but also off the projected bubble. So
yes.
You saw there, they actually got a lot of charge off of Melon's projected barrier and personal barrier. And that's why they were so, just high damage in that engagement. So, yeah, it's not double shield. It's not going to last nearly as long, but you are giving them a lot of charge with those barriers.
Yeah, and Symmetra also, just great at burning it down. The barrier can only take 200 damage before it disappears, and Sim, she can do 200 damage in a horrible amount of time, to be honest. It is terrifying how quickly a Sim can dish out some damage, and speaking of dishing out damage, here she comes again, able to take out Killua before they even get the chance to swing that hammer onto the enemy team. Stevenson going to find themselves up in a 6v4, and it looks like that number is just going to grow. 2 more fall on the side of Stockton, and Stevenson are looking large, but Jag, they are also looking in charge right now, 60% and counting.
And they have everything going for them except support ultimates. I'm expecting probably either an early Blizzard, early Photon Barrier, early Earthshatter to try to keep this momentum up. The self-destruct is the only thing I don't expect to be thrown out right there. I think that's probably going to be more of a re-engagement tool or maybe just a remech. I think a lot of people kind of overvalue throwing it in and hoping for the best. A lot of the time, that just goes up and does nothing. It can zone out really well, but you have this teleporter available just to get back to a point anyway, so you don't really need to zone them. You're just waiting for them to walk in and get Maywalled.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what Stockton's Baptiste's name is. I got distracted, but oh, there's going to be a blizzard early. Johnny is going to get some hyper aggression, and Somi Nomi is going to find some value. And it is a lot more than just Somi Nomi. That is a complete and total team kill coming out from Stevenson. They have won Li Jiang in what feels like a matter of seconds.
Yeah, 100-0. Stockton really never touched the point besides that first fight. I feel like every other fight happened outside of the point for the most part. There was that last second contest that didn't really prove much of anything. And that's kind of the problem if you run the Reaper here. I mean, you can do a lot of damage, but it kind of reminds me of our last series. Like, you got to get in there first. And if you're being held at distance, if the Symmetra is charged up and melting you down, Reaper doesn't do much. Even if you have the kind of heal steals, the way I describe it, he absorbs a percentage of the damage that he does back into his own health pool. You're not out healing a sim barrier at full charge. Now it looks like it's basically the same exact thing that we just saw. Actually, Stockton, though, they're running an Ana and a Baptiste. I'm not sure if they were doing that last map. It's very interesting.
They were not.
And did you see this, what Somi Nomi just did? Just charged completely straight through. That didn't even bother with the sim TP that was set up after.
Yeah, and I think you've hit the nail right on the head here. Stockton is bringing a slightly modified, slightly weird team comp out in the form of two main supports, the Ana and the Baptiste. On the bright side, they've got that sleep dart, which can go a really long way, but can Stockton get in to utilize that sleep dart? That is the question at hand. Anaconda trying to put this Reaper, trying to farm some damage, but what a wall from Johnny. Oh no, excuse me, I thought the Ryan got caught out, but somehow Kahlua made it to the far side of the wall and got to stay with the rest of their team. The real issue at hand, Stevenson's Wisner is just got this microwave completely prepared, has these turrets all over sight, and now Kahlua does not fall for the wall once, but will fall for it the second time. Anaconda not far behind, and that Baptiste with a riddle of a name will also be going down. Stevenson looked great on stage 1, looking, I think, even better here on stage 2.
The Anaconda don't want none at all.
No!
If you're a Reaper, it's so hard to, yeah, I did it. It's so hard to get into this. It's the same kind of problem they have. I mean, Symmetra, her turrets, they do damage to you. Sure, you can kind of wraith in, but then the rest of your team's caught out. Also, you can get walled off. It's just so hard to play this comp into what Stevenson has, especially considering that they just teleported in and took the positioning right at the beginning. They do have this Amp Matrix. That could be huge. Could open things up, or it just lets Stevenson rotate back behind natural cover, and then they use their own Amp Matrix. They're going to try to go for it.
Oh, fascinating May wall there from Johnny, simply trying to buy the team some time. That garage door had opened way up, and the aggression was going to be coming out. Now the Photon Barrier makes an appearance. The garage door coming out from Stevenson as well. They are using every ultimate in their bank, except for even Somi Nomi's Earth Shatter. That is going to be a clean-up crew if I have ever seen one. But Jack, that was not enough time on the clock to end the round. There is at least one more attempt for Stockton.
That was so costly. That's 4 ultimates right there. And I mean, I think once you hit the Photon Barrier, that might be enough. You might just win that because you have that extra protection. Amp Matrix definitely never hurts, but the Blizzard, the Earth Shatter, those are going to be things they want back, especially considering that Stockton is actually approaching quite a bit of ultimates themselves. Actually, they used the Nano there. I didn't see that go off. That might have gone off trying to save someone and it didn't land.
Oh, I also did not catch that, so I don't think it made an appearance. I think you're spot on with that analysis that perhaps it was used in an attempt to save somebody, and that attempt fell just a little bit short. My golly, here comes Stockton with every ultimate they've got, but Cynic gonna pop that bomb, not able to find anything, and it looks like ultimates aren't even needed for Stevenson to have the success they are looking for. They're going to win Li Jiang Tower 200% to 0, Jag. An absolutely one-sided battle.
Yeah, and the on a BEP, I personally am not a huge fan of that because I would describe them as main healers but flex supports. I think BAP's a little bit more kind of hybrid because he can be played as either. The difference, a main healer, they just do a lot of healing. Flex support versus main support is more just what you're intended it to, and flex support, their abilities are kind of the key to their kit. Sure, she does a lot of single target healing, the Ana, but it's all about her anti-nade, it's all about her sleep dart, and it's all about the Nano. There, we didn't see the Nano come out, or maybe it came out and just, became nullified because the person they tried to use it on, and unfortunately got eliminated before it happened. The anti-nade didn't really see them either. I did see one sleep dart, but it was in a lost fight already. If you're going to run that, kind of funky backline, you got to make it work right away. And they didn't really give themselves much of a chance because, again, they're entirely on the outside looking, and they could never actually get to the point. And it's, that hero I talked about at the very beginning, maybe not the best on all points, but still looking very good on those two that we saw. That Symmetra just was keeping them completely out of, it's kind of like the Eric Andre, let me in. They were not being let in whatsoever.
They were not being let in the slightest. Now I want to talk about a Way of Will, the Baptiste on the side of Stevenson. We really hardly got the chance to talk about them because they weren't doing anything flashy, right? They were just playing Baptiste, doing everything right. But I'm gonna tip my hat to them. 72% healing. They healed 72% of team damage taken, which is bonkers. That is absurd. So I just want to take a moment to recognize Way of Will's performance there. Truly incredible. And we're going to jump into our second map here in just a moment. Hold on. They just sent something, but I don't have my glasses on. So, okay, some crazy cards here. Cynic getting 25 eliminations, which is 76% KP. Johnny, 9 Blizzard kills out of 24 eliminations. That's insane. Somi Nomi with 6 Earthshatter kills and only 6 Earthshatter stuns, so a 100% kill rate. And like I said, Way of Will, 72% healing of team damage taken. That, from all 4 of them, is absolutely absurd.
And you were making fun of our producer about wearing glasses before, but I think they might have helped you right there if you were wearing them.
I didn't make fun of him. I just said I didn't want to wear mine.
Okay, fair. But, apparently we're not good at doing math or seeing stats. Anything with numbers we just don't happen to be very good at. But that is, I think the biggest thing is, like, across the board, that was a very big team performance. And we talked about this in the last series, Bethel, they looked great. They had that one standout Hanzo and DPS player. But here, this was like, there's no one I'm like, oh, that was the person that looked best. Because they all looked so good.
There's no Big J this time.
There's no Big J. And if you're Stockton, you're thinking, all right, well, if there's, because I feel like Big J got isolated a lot in that last series.
Yep.
They were getting dove by Brandon on the Diva all the time. But if you're Stockton, you're looking at this and you're thinking, all right, well, if there isn't one particular person to shut down, how do we just win this out? And it really comes down to map selection. I think it is going to be an escort map. This is going to be their pick as they were the losers of the last map. I think this will be very detrimental for the rest of the series. If they're able to make a stand here, not even necessarily win the map, but if they pull up a really good showing, bring something new, maybe not the Ana Baptiste backline, it could definitely be very competitive, and maybe they'll be able to fight back and make it longer than just 3 maps.
Yeah, and the fight back would have to be very strong. And it's interesting because I think the Mustangs have like a domino to fall, so to speak, but it's just Somi Nomi who is the main tank. So every team comp is usually around the efforts of destroying the main tank, right? And I think even the Mustangs are aware of that. So it's almost like, the Surge know nothing at all. It's just a bit of a toss-up here. It's going to be really difficult, go to take out the main tank, but if the Mustangs are working exclusively to keep that main tank alive, you're stuck in this infinite battle.
I would agree with you. I think that especially in Ryan comps, your kind of main objective is to take out the main tank. I think maybe Wrecking Ball is a little bit different. I think it's like the one exception because Wrecking Ball is just a nuisance. He's going to roll around. At that point, just go for the backline. I mean, they're squishy. They're usually going to be pretty immobile. But especially in the Ryan v. Ryan matchup, I mean, that's definitely the one you want to go for. But again, like, how do you even get the Ryan down? You can't really engage. You got the Reaper, and he plays at close range. You can't get there because there's the Sim turrets. Your Ryan can't push because of the Sim turrets. It all comes down to the Sim turrets. So at that point, maybe you just try to swap things up, go for a Winston. I think a Winston actually be really good there. Mobility, he could jump out. He's got the Tesla cannon. It's AoE. It destroys all the turrets in one swoop. And even if Somi Nomi has the Ryan shield up, you can still do damage through it. Tesla cannon goes through every shield. So I would have loved to see that adaptability. We didn't see it that time. We saw them try something new. Didn't work out. I want to see them try something new, but something that works and makes sense, especially for the map that we're going to. And I think we do have an idea of what map it's going to be. It feels like we're living in the Twilight Zone. It's going to be the first 2 maps of the last series. Well, it's going to be Rialto is what we entered comp here. But I've seen Wrecking Ball work here. I think especially if you can distract the tanks, that's kind of your main thing. Because Orisa with her Hall and Sigma with his Accretion, that's a 1-2 combo. You pull them into the Hall, you hit the rock, and they're stunned, and then you melt that Wrecking Ball down. But if you can avoid that and just roll around and just be annoying and just take everyone's eyes off of the people on the cart, they can just spam you down. Maybe you got a Tracer in there and they team up with the Wrecking Ball and they kind of run someone down. It's definitely a possibility. I agree with you. I don't think Orion works here, but I think especially at the lower elos, you're going to see a lot of Reinhardt comps just because that's generally what they're more comfortable with. And it looks like we're going to see at least one Orion comp. Very interesting. One from the side of Stevenson.
There's enough time for Stevenson to change. I believe they are on the defense, so it's going to be... there's a possibility, but something tells me Somi Nomi may be sticking to it Or they're on the defense. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side. So Sominomi is definitely going to be sticking to it. Stockton bringing out a Sombra here. Also a substitution. I don't believe Max was in last map on Lijiang Tower. I believe Max is a substitution in here for map 2. And this Sombra, Jack, she can be insane here for Stockton, or she can be nothing short of a thorn in the side if it does not work well.
It's like they're just scouting for information. It could be a swap too. They could actually switch off of this and try to do something else. She runs around, collects information. I think you've got 3 targets. Either the Echo, try to hack them out.
Oh!
Okay, well, never mind. It's gone. So it's going to be a Junkrat. I'm expecting full sale swaps. Yep, there it is. It's going to be Ryan v. Ryan again. I was going to talk about how you get the Echo out of flight. You can just immediately get environmental elimination. But instead, it's just going to be mines in your face.
I'm just so excited to see Junkrat. I don't even care about anybody else right now. Oh my goodness. I love Junkrat. We saw it last map, or last series on Lijiang Tower. We get to see it series 2. I just lost my feet. I don't know if I crashed. Okay, good. So it's not just me.
Live that. Oh, I think we might have just disconnected from lobby. What happened? Oh,
Are we back? Oh, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know if we're even live anymore, guys. So I'm just going to...
I believe we are live. Yes, we are live, and we are going to try to get you back into the game momentarily. Stuff happens. This is how it is working in live production. Stuff happens. But the good news is that we are still live, at least. You know, we were worried that
we're still handsome.
Yeah, that is very true. We are absolutely still handsome. Sometimes you worry, the whole production, everything goes offline, but we are still here, and I guess we can kind of just guesstimate what might be happening right now. I really like the Junkrat, but they also have an Ashe, which means the Mercy has to choose between who they're going to damage boost. And
Ashe.
honestly, you say that, and I think that is kind of the general answer because, Ashe, headshot, damage boost, insta-kill. But think about Junkrat, all that spam damage. Instead of thinking about the solo elimination on a squishy, think about how much damage you could do to like the tank line just by destroying the shields and leaving them completely vulnerable. So I think you bring up a great point, and I think either answer is valid. We're going to have to see what happens on the side of Stockton, because that's going to be, a hard decision. And if they don't make the right one, they might be looking at an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about, a little bit on that mindset of Ashe v Junkrat. Like you said, definitely both viable options, but in my mind, I'm kind of thinking Junkrat is built for shield break. He can do that with or without a damage boost. Ashe, however, doesn't have that same blessing. So if she gets that damage boost, she can kind of fill in the shoes, help him break down that shield even faster. Also, her dynamite, it gets the damage boost, and I'm not positive. I don't think Junkrat's mines do. I think there's something weird about his kit. Something doesn't get a damage boost. I don't remember it. It might just be his trap or something. But yeah, thank you so much for bearing with us through this tech break, folks. Just a little bit of disconnect, as is the way of live production. Production is letting us know. We're getting right back into the swing of things here in just a couple of seconds. We just got the confirmation there, jumping right back in. And honestly, it's going to be like a whole new world. I can only imagine how far this card has moved, or if it has moved at all. No, it's not moved very much at all.
It looks like they at least got better positioning on the side of Stockton. They are actually arriving at the first one, which lets me know they probably won that first fight. They also have the grab. They're going to have to deal with the self-destruct.
Oh, how did that hit the avalanche? Oh my goodness, the avalanche will fall, and Sominomi just walking in with an Earth Shatter. 80 seconds left on the clock. Oh, that looked great for Stockton as we tuned back in, but Stevenson, they were able to turn that around with some very well-timed coordination.
Also, only a minute on the clock. I was looking for, I would say, a zoning Graviton Surge. Honestly, just get them away from the point. Just walk it in. Unintentional C9 is the way to win that one. But instead, they use the Shatter after they lose the Avalanche. It doesn't connect. I mean, Sominomi was waiting for that and just immediately says, you're not shattering me, but I'm going to shatter you. They still have the Graviton Surge, but they're going to have to combo it probably with the Matrix to get all the damage they want done. And Windsor still has that Bob ready to go.
And I wonder if Melon is falling victim to what a lot of characters that have slower charging ultimates do, where it's that sense of like, I need to make sure it's worth it because it takes me so long to get it. But if you hold on to it too long, you're basically negating any chance of getting a second one, right? So it's super important to use that grab. I like to use it hyper aggressive, to be honest. I like to use it just right out the gate. You can even use it through the wall right here and pull at least 3 of them out. Now, the transformation comes through from Johnny, not going to be able to find that pin. That they were looking for. It looks like the pin simply did not matter. Grab comes out, but after a double shatter kill from Sominomi, he is just the powerhouse, the star stud right now for Stevenson.
Just charged an Earth Shatter in like 30 seconds. What was that? And Johnny had the duplicate on the Reinhardt, didn't even get their own Shatter, I think. Or at least I didn't see it being used. That is crazy maintain play.
He used it once and got count. That was when Somi Nomi hit, not the last Shatter, but the one beforehand, right when we tuned back in. He went to Shatter and Somi counter-shattered.
Well, I was thinking about Johnny on the duplicate, not Killa on the other side. But regardless, I think the biggest thing there was completely what your point was originally, is that a lot of the time when you have got these heroes that like Graviton Surge, Sound Barrier, if it's not the whole team, it's not worth it. And that's not true at all. You zone one person out, you might be able to get the rest of the team down. You eliminate one person, that could be the end of the fight right there. It's not always about getting the most value in terms of eliminations. It's about how you can turn a fight in your favor, and all it takes is one well-timed grab, one well-timed Earth Shatter to do exactly that.
Yeah, and as bonkers as it sounds, sometimes only getting one or getting two can find more value for your team than grabbing all six if you can isolate and confirm eliminations rather than group a bunch together and hope you get some elims. That goes so much further, and I think, yeah, like you said, that's something a lot of players kind of, not intentionally, but subconsciously struggle with. They want to make sure they're getting those hero plays. Sometimes the most heroic thing you can do is simply be a good teammate. And I'm curious to see if Stockton will have that issue the second time around, or maybe they're going to be a little more aggressive with these ultimates, which I would love to see.
I would have loved to see that Wrecking Ball comp come out. I don't know if it would have worked, but I think it would have been something new. It would have been something different, and it could have been what they needed to get that first point. Instead, I mean, the marker of victory for Stevenson, not too far away. It's basically just getting that first point captured, and we go up to match point.
The Avalanche trying to counterplay Winsner's Ash here, but not really able to find that accuracy yet. Melon going to fall just as quickly as soon as they had joined us. Way of Will goes down to a great headshot from Max, but will that headshot be enough? They've already lost their Zarya, they've lost that comfortability, and now they're Baptiste. Gainbird joined by Max will be sent to the Shadow Realm. They will be sent back to spawn, and the pressure is on Stevenson. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and they are rolling toward this box of victory.
They are. The Rhine's weak. There is a T-back Diva for Stevenson, so that's the one saving grace Stockton might have, but they're running out of time. They got to get to the point, and they really don't have anything to work with here, at least no ultimates.
Ultimates on the board, and already 5, make it all 6. A team kill in a matter of seconds, Jag, and that is all Stevenson needed to carry on. They win Rialto. We didn't get to see a lot of it, but we got to see the important parts. They find themselves up 2-0, and moving into our third map, which will be a 2CP map. This could be over before it even begins for Stockton.
Well, I know one map that the Mustangs don't want to go to, and I'm not going to say it for integral purposes just yet, but once we get the map selection underway, then I'll say if it was or wasn't that, because I don't want to leak anything just yet, as it was Somi Nomi who talked to me earlier to give me some stats. This is a team that's been around in ECAC for quite a while, actually, since 2020. They finished 6th last overall, or 6th overall last season. And starting off 0-1, not like the best way to begin your season, but knowing that like you finished in that top echelon probably makes you think like, hey, it's one game. We played a really, really difficult team. They actually played was it? I believe it was JWU Blue, which is Johnson and Wales, one of the best teams that I know of in the New England area. I played against them actually myself, and I got steamrolled by them, and we were like a 4K team, and they were just better than us. So losing a match to a team that's good, there's a lot you can learn from it. And I think in a match like this, where you've got a really nice lead, you can kind of work on some of the things that maybe you don't feel as comfortable at because you feel like you're in the driver's seat.
Being in the driver's seat is what a lot of this game is about, a very momentum-based game, a very aggression-based game. And I feel, on the side of the Surge, they unfortunately have not been able to find that momentum. Every time they find an elimination, it's almost always traded out with 2 more, and that is never going to be a way to win a fight. I believe we're waiting on a map choice for third pick, and we've got a couple. Oh, all right. So my boy Junkrat may be making a reappearance here in just a minute, but I want to talk about Rinzer is being subbed in for Stunty. The support sub is going to be quite interesting to see what that brings to the table here down the line. Swapping out a support in map 3 could be great and could also be very poor. I think a lot of team comps are built around the successes of your supports.
Yeah, this is on the side of Stevenson, so that tells me maybe they want to play a Mercy or something along those lines, a sort we haven't seen, because I think we've seen almost the full rotation, that or a Zen. I think those are the two that we haven't really seen from the Mustangs yet, because it's been almost the entire time, I believe, Bap and Lucio. So just tells me they want to, try something else here. This actually was the one CCP map they told me they liked. The one they were not hoping for, I believe, was Hanamura, so they get to avoid that. We also get to avoid a complete repeat of the same 3 maps. This is going to be the one change up between the 2 series we've seen tonight. And I think what you said is 100% true. Junkrat reigns supreme here, especially on that first point defense. It's so hard to avoid his primary fire, his spam of the grenades.
Yeah.
They can instantly blow you up.
Yeah, absolutely. And a smart Junkrat can play some disgusting angles. I know that because I do that. I love Junkrat. He's hilarious. And I want to talk about it as well. Rinzer was the other caster that joined So We Know Me in the student broadcast that we had to cut short so they could join us here. But hey, clearly joining us was worth it, right? They're up 2-0 right now. Like, they are looking clean. It was all worth it. Down the line, they are trying to turn that 2 into a 3. And honestly, at this point, Jack, I've got faith they can do it. This feels very reminiscent of where we were in our last series, where I said, coming into this, I definitely thought both these teams could push the pedal to the metal, bring the heat to the table. But right now, I'm going to need something from the Surge to show us they're going to be able to stop Stevenson in their tracks.
Yeah, and I think it's just a little bit better alt track, a little bit better fight planning, because they had win conditions. In fact, they had a lot of great ways they could have taken that first point on Rialto and extended that map and possibly extended the series. But just the order of events were not the way you wanted to do it. The grab should have been the first thing that came out. It didn't come out until the next fight, or I don't actually remember if it came out at all. I think they might have ended up falling before they could use it in that last engagement. The Shatter was used, doesn't find anything. They lose someone really early on. So sometimes, again, just get 1 or 2 people in a grab, you just chunk them down, it's worth it. Sure, there's still 4 other people you got to deal with, but that is still 2 more people on your side. So all those things could add up dividends. Very interesting. It looks like we've not only had a substitution. Actually, no. It looks like Rinzer's still in.
There's a role swap here.
Role swap,
We've got Cynic on the Hanzo and Johnny on the Sigma. So a huge change of pace for the both of them, I'm sure. But I wonder, is this a little bit of overconfidence? Is this a comp they've run before? Maybe they're more comfortable in these roles here on Anubis. But it looks like it's working out for the time being. Max taking off that Sam swapping into Widowmaker. That'll be interesting moving into the next fight. But with Melon already down, all Stockton can do is look for a couple of exit frags. But right now, this fight is certainly not in their favor at 6v4. They are trapped in a very small area of the garage door, opening up for a riddle of a name here in this map piece, but Cynic Hipster there to put them down right away, and Stockton's ultimate down the drain. Stevenson rolling through a technical team kill, all 6 players falling in that one fight.
I really like the idea of swapping onto the Widowmaker, especially because Stevenson playing like the attackers there, the fact that they're defenders, that SimTP let them play really aggressively. They gotta hit your shots, and Widowmaker, you don't hit one, you get punished the most out of any character in the game because your whole kit is based around 1 shot, 1 kill. So you gotta find some of those headshots sooner than later to try to support your team. And going up against a damage boosted Ashe, because of that damage boost, Ashe can win that duel pretty easily.
Right. Yeah, I was just about to say that she is just as, if not more dangerous than a Widowmaker on her lonesome. I'm really curious if Max can ever break through there. Here comes some very aggressive dragons from Cynic Hipster, but it looks like it's a great zoner. No, the Avalanche, what happened? Oh, there was so much time to get out of the way, but unfortunately, time was just not on their side. A triple kill already in favor of Stevenson, and Stockton, half their time bank already gone.
Wow, alright, well, back to the drawing board, Max. Mike, ooh, that's unfortunate. That's a late staggered elimination. They also get the res, so that's actually the best 1-for-1 you could ever expect because you get them back. Doesn't mean your res will be on cooldown, but I mean, you're building up 5 ultimates. You already have 3 online for sure. Stockton, all they're working with is the Shatter themselves. Actually, support ultimates not too far behind, but their DPS have been completely reset, and you lost your Rhine.
Yeah, losing the Rhine right out the gate. Oh man, this is going to be very unfortunate here for Stockton. Really, Jack, the best thing they might be able to do is walk back into spawn. Just stop letting them get ultimates, wait for your Rhine to return to the fight, but instead they're going to commit the beat before Rhine is even able to return to the fight. The beat disappears just as quickly with only 85 seconds left on the clock. Stockton has got to make the magic happen. The Overwatch Vector has got to kick in, Jag, but Way of Will has this garage door online. The amplification matrix is at the ready, but Sominomi with an ult of his own, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
And I thought, the idea from the sound barrier was they could walk in on the fact that Stevenson was really pushed up. They give up their high ground advantage, but you see they're still getting picks. They've still kept Stockton at bay, and that sound barrier just ends up being used for nothing.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's a desk slam if I've ever seen one. I know I would be furious at that
That's
happening.
ripping off your headset and just slamming it on the ground.
Yeah, that was so... He jumped backward into... Oh, yeah, very wildly unfortunate, but that is simply one of those... You gotta deal with the hand you're dealt situations. Stockton now 35 seconds remain. They've got nearly 4 ultimates in their name, and Melon 3-1 out quick. Max going as far as swapping back to the Widowmaker, scaring Whistler off the high ground, but what a shot from Max! Able to take that Ashe offline. Now the 1-1 Kratos Kalua goes down. The pressure on for Stockton. The main tank disappearing. We talked about how crucial, how pivotal a main tank could be in a scenario just like this one, and Stockton just cannot keep theirs alive right now.
The supports are diving them. Mercy's put the pistol out. What is going on?
Oh no, Ritzer gets that first kill. The bomb coming out from the Avalanche, trying to make sure it was that Wisners. I truly have no idea. It looks like it was Wisners clearing up that point. Stockton, they touched the point a single time at the beginning, right here once at the end. The numbers are so unbelievably against them, Jag. That is going to be a full hold here for Stevenson on Temple of Anubis.
I'm not sure what I'm watching anymore. That was just so chaotic. And the way they engaged that last fight absolutely could have been disastrous for Stevenson. Somehow, some way, they're able to pull it off. They're able to hold. And they don't even give up a tick. It looks like maybe, just maybe, Stockton could have a win condition. Maybe they could at least get that first tick on the board. Unfortunately, just a few ticks shy. It's not meant to be. And now Stockton, to continue this series at best, they got to get a full hold here. Got to burn 4 minutes off the clock like it was just done to them. That's it. It's either they get a draw, they move on, no win, no loss, or the series ends here and they move on to 0-6 throughout the season map-wise.
That is unfortunate. We've all been there before, I'm sure, and it never feels good. But on the bright side, to put a little bit of a positive spin on this, we of course get to watch every opportunity, every game, every map as a learning experience. They are great VODs for review, and that's the best way to learn. You know, this is, like I said, a place we have unfortunately all been before, but the only place you can go is up. And I've got to say, I'm really excited about Stockton's team comp. I hope it goes well. They've got the Far Mercy somehow with the maps we've seen, somehow the first Pharah we've seen today, but hey, better late than never. And honestly, it's going to be great because there's no real answer to a Pharah on the side of Stevenson right now.
Yeah, there's no hate scan. There is Windsor on the Reaper, but that's like so close range. At this point, it might be Johnny who does the work, or even Way of Will on the Zenyatta. So there's no direct counter, like you said. If they can make it work, it could be great. This is a comp I wanted to see from Stockton before. I really like the Wrecking Ball, honestly. It is very meta right now, and actually both teams will be bringing out the Wrecking Ball here.
Committing the Dynamite for just a Wrecking Ball, I'm not particularly fond of, but it looks like they're going to have more than enough time to charge another one before the fight truly begins. I fear Stevenson may fall for turning their back to attack the Wrecking Ball, but instead it's going to be the Wrecking Ball who chooses to attack. Already 2 down on the side of Stockton, and Stevenson are getting ready to roll through. Cynic Hipster with a phenomenal lobbed grenade there on the Ashe. Max falls early, and the pressure is on once again. Stockton, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the spawn advantage, and they just don't have the answer. Stevenson gonna walk away with a 3-0 victory here, closing it out strong on Temple of Anubis.
That's one way to put it. Strong, absolute. I'm trying to think of other adjectives that like aren't too brash, but also kind of get to the point. Dominant. I think that's the one I would go with. Just absolutely dominant. We saw 2 3-0s today, but they did not look the same. 1 3-0. You know, it was very close. This 3-0. Fortunately cannot say the same. It was a very one-sided affair. It seemed like Stevenson never really dropped the ball at all. The plays they went for, the role swaps they went for, very, very risky, and yet somehow, some way, every time it worked out in their favor. And it's not luck at that point. It's just raw mechanical skill and teamwork.
Yeah, raw mechanical skill and teamwork indeed. And speaking of the team, I think we're going to try to get an interview with one of the players here in just a couple of minutes. So folks, we're going to throw it to our last break of the evening. Use this time, get some water, but do whatever you need. But come right back here in just a couple of minutes for our final interview of the night. We'll see you then. Don't go far. Yeah, and Symmetra also, I mean, just great at burning it down. The barrier can only take 200 damage before it disappears. And Zim, she can do 200 damage in a horrible amount of time, to be honest. I mean, it is terrifying how quickly Zim can dish out some damage. And speaking of dishing out damage, here she comes again, able to take out Killua before they even get a chance to swing that hammer onto the enemy team. Stevenson gonna find themselves up in a 6v4, and it looks like that number is just... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what Stockton's Baptiste name is. I got distracted, but oh, there's gonna be a Blizzard early. Johnny is gonna get some hyper aggression, and so we know we value, and it is a lot more than just So Me Know Me. That is a complete total team kill coming out from Stevenson. They have won the Zhang in what feels like a matter of seconds.
100-0. Stockton really never touched the point besides that first fight. I feel like every other fight happened.
Johnny simply trying to buy the team some time. That garage door had opened way up, and impression was going to be coming out. And now the Photon Superior makes an appearance at garage door. Coming out from Stevenson as well. They're using every movement in their back except for no even. So we know he's Earth Shatter. That is going to be a clean up crew if I have ever seen one. But Jack, that was not enough time on the clock to end the round.
Well, that might have gone off trying to save someone and it didn't land.
Oh, I also did not catch that, so I don't think it made an appearance. I think you're spot on with that analysis that perhaps it was used in an attempt to save somebody, and that attempt fell just a little bit short. By golly, here comes Stockton with the big open they've got, but Cynic gonna pop that bomb, not able to find anything that looks like ultimates aren't even needed for Stevenson to have the success they are looking for. They're going to win Wu-Jang Tower 200% to 0, Jack. Absolutely one-sided fight. You can even use it through the wall right here and pull at least 3 of them out. Now, the transformation comes through from Johnny, not going to be able to find that pin. As they were looking for it, looks like the pin simply did not matter. Grab comes out, but after a double shatter kill from So We Know Me, he is just the powerhouse, the star stud right now for Stevenson.
Discharged an Earth Shatter in like 30 seconds. What was that? And Johnny had the duplicate on the right.
For this boxing victory.
They are the Ryan's weak. There is a T-Deck Diva for Stevenson, so that's the one saving grace Stockton might have, but running out of time, they gotta get to the point, and they really don't have anything to work with here, at least no ultimates.
Up the board and already 5, making all 6 a team kill in a matter of seconds, Jack. I'm really curious if Max can ever break through there. Here comes some very aggressive dragons from City Cancer, but it looks like it's great. No, the Avalanche, what happened? Oh, there was so much time to get out of the way, but unfortunately, time was just not on their side. A triple kill already in favor of Stevenson. Oh no, Ritzer gets that first kill. The bomb coming out from the Avalanche, trying to make sure that Wisners. I truly have no idea. It looks like it was Wisners clearing up that point. Stockton, they touched the point a single time at the beginning. Right here, once at the end, the numbers are so unbelievably against them, Jack. That is going to be a full hold here for Stevenson. Ball I'm not particularly fond of, but it looks like they're going to have more than enough time to charge another one before the fight truly begins. I fear Stevenson may fall for turning their back to attack the Wrecking Ball, but instead it's going to be the Wrecking Ball who chooses to attack. Already 2 down on the side of Stockton, and Stevenson are getting ready to roll through. Cynic Hipster with a phenomenal lob grenade there on the Ash. Max falls early, and the pressure is on once again. Stockton, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the spawn advantage, and they just don't have the answer. Stevenson gonna walk away with a 3-0 victory here, closing it out.
Giving them a lot of charge with those barriers.
Yeah, and Symmetra also, I mean, just great at burning it down. The barrier can only take 200 damage before it disappears, and Sim, she can do 200 damage in a horrible amount of time, to be honest. I mean, it is terrifying how quickly a Sim can dish out some damage. And speaking of dishing out damage, here she comes again, able to take out Killua before they even get the chance to swing that hammer onto the enemy team. Stevenson gonna find themselves up in a 6v4, and it looks like that number is just... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what Stockton's Baptiste's name is. I got distracted, but... Oh, there's gonna be a blizzard early. Johnny is gonna get some hyper-aggression, and So Me Know Me is gonna find some value, and it is a lot more than just So Me Know Me. That is a complete, total team kill. Coming out from Stevenson, they have won the Zhang in what feels like a matter of seconds.
Yeah, 100-0. Stockton really never touched the point besides that first fight. I feel like every other fight happened.
Johnny simply trying to buy the team some time. That garage door had opened way up, and the aggression was going to be coming out. Now the Photon Barrier makes an appearance in the garage door. Coming out from Stevenson as well. They're using the ultimate in their back, except for no even So Me Know Me's Earth Shatter. That is going to be a clean up crew if I have ever seen one. But that was not enough time on the clock to end the round.
That might have gone off trying to save someone and it didn't land.
Oh, I also did not catch that, so I don't think it made an appearance. I think you're spot on with that analysis that perhaps it was used in an attempt to save revive somebody in that attempt fell just a little bit short. My golly, here comes Stockton with the very ultimate they've got, but Cynic gonna pop that bomb, not able to find anything. It looks like ultimates aren't even needed for Stevenson to have the success they are looking for. They're going to win Reject Tower 200% to 0, Jag. Absolutely one-sided battle. You can use it through the wall right here and release 3 of them out and out. The transformation comes through from Johnny, not gonna be able to find that pin. That they were looking for, it looks like the pin simply did not matter. Grab comes out, but after a double shatter kill from Soinomi. He is just the powerhouse, star stud right now for Stevenson.
Just charged an Earth Shatter in like 30 seconds. What was that? And Johnny had the duplicate on the
board to this box of victory.
They are the Ryan's weak. There is a T-Back Diva for Stevenson, so that's the one saving grace Stockton might have, but they're running out of time. They got to get to the point, and they really don't have anything to work with here, at least no ultimates.
Off the board, and already 5, make it all 6. A team kill in a matter of seconds, Jack. I'm really curious if that can ever break through there. Here comes some. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. I'm still Septilence, that is still Jag, but this time we are joined by caster, intern, player, and now interviewee, and main tank, Shomi Nomi. My friend, tell me, first of all, an incredibly quick 3-0, but a dominant... The dude is still in a suit. I'm sorry.
Still in a
Run
suit.
it back. Run it back. He was in a suit, student casting, before his game, played his game in a suit, and is now joining us in an interview, still rocking the same suit. All right, anyway, back to my question. A very dominant game from you guys. So I wanted to ask a very general, do you feel there's anything specific you felt your team did differently to really give you guys that dominant showing we saw today?
I think the main thing that we did was we really just tried to work our strengths and stay together. One of the biggest things that I've seen in the past that we've done and other teams do is that when you split up, you make yourself easy targets to pick off. So by sticking together and just driving through, pretty much like a drill, a lot of teams just fall to that. It takes them by surprise, and they just cannot handle the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think your team coordination, especially your rotations as a team, on Temple of Anubis in particular, we saw a lot of that. I think that really took you guys a long way. So another question I had for you is, in the main tank role, do you feel that you are kind of the glue for your team in team fights? Do you feel like if you fall, your odds of winning are drastically changed? Or do you think your team can support themselves enough to where if only one person falls, it's still winnable?
Well, it's hard to, that's a very good question, actually. Most of the time I would say yes, because just having that presence as a main tank, a lot of people get intimidated by that. They're very scared just by the being existing. But I do have to say, Wisner, our Ashe player, gets the job done every single time if I'm not around.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some wild gameplay from that Ashe today.
Yeah, I'm sure, like, it's not just the aim. I'm sure it's like kind of like, you're the shot caller, but if you fell, someone else needs to take the reins. It seems like Wisner would be that person, right?
It actually would be Johnny.
There you go. You got all the secrets right here on interview. I got one question for you. It's a little bit more personal. Are you sweating to death right now? Because I know when I play competitive games, especially like in this setting where it's collegiate, I would be absolutely just like flustered. Like everything is going to be like, on me. And you're wearing a suit on top of that. I just got to, how is that?
So, one little fact, they actually decided to turn up the temperature in the room today.
No!
Just today specifically. I guess they were having people over, so it's a little warm, but it's nice. I'm used to warm climates as well as very cold climates. I just adjust real easily.
Yeah, I'm sure your body temperature is probably about just as hot as your main tank gameplay was. I must say it was some solid work. So I mean, it's not like these people are getting rid of you anytime soon. I'm sure we're going to see you on broadcast again. But because I always ask all of the interviewees, I will love to ask: is there anybody you want to give a general thank you or a general shout out to before we let you go?
You know what? I do want to say thank you to my team because when I first started this, I was a gold silver player, and through them, they gave me the will and desire to try to be the very best out there.
Yeah, Absolutely beautifully said, wonderfully said. So thank you so much for joining us, my friend. I'd love to wish you a good night, but these people have no idea they're about to see you when we're done anyway. So I hope you have a great night, and tell your whole team a huge congratulations.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, folks, that brings tonight to a close. Week 2, the preseason, nonetheless, does come to a close. It has been an absolute pleasure. This was Jag and I's debut here on the Esports U Network. It has been a pleasure. We hope we could bring you guys as much entertainment as humanly possible. A huge shout out to Cool Scoots and Colton in our back line for all the observing and production, respectively, that you guys have seen. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thank you to all the players and teams that came out today. Coming up next, we've got some Rocket League and more Overwatch casted by none other than Sominomi himself. So like I said, you guys are not getting rid of him anytime soon. But for the time being, this is all Jag and I have for you. So check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. See you guys next time.
defense a lot stronger. I feel that like that's one of their biggest lacking parts.
Ooh,
And
demo from
another
Cool Kid
demo.
Pete goes down.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen more of those yet. First demo of the game.
There's been a lot of aerial play in this game. It's very hard to get those demos of aerials. I actually don't know if I've seen one of those. But again, Long Island the defense. Gubbins coming with a shot here. St. Lawrence has been able to put the pressure on them before, but as soon as Long Island has the ball, just like McMay here, they're actually able to get a shot on McMay. Goes for it, but was unable to finish as he had no support from his team. Long Island was
only one
actually
guy in the goal.
another demo. Gubbins going down from here. It's 2-3. Long Island trying to get this ball back onto the offense side. Gubbins going back for the defense. Elmo Fingers takes it to the midline, but Gubbins comes again with an aerial shot possibly coming in. Elmo Fingers was actually unable to assist there. Unfortunate for them, but it seems to be E-Stream coming in for the offensive play here. We're going to try and get Long Island's going to try and get as many points as possible before this 1 minute because this is their first match. They do know. Shot possibly? Yes, that is correct. Skullkid, I actually didn't see. I saw the arc from across. That was a beautiful shot from Skullkid.
Downtown.
I actually thought, I was like, surely there's no way. And I saw that arc from across the goal, and it indeed went in. That was a beautiful shot from Skullkid. It's 3-0 Long Island.
Watching this these players last week, you really have to keep your eye out for some of these guys. They'll surprise you time and time again.
McMay, yeah, with the 2 goals already. Skullkid, obviously, no sleeping on him from that shot that he just put up. But McMay has been a very good offensive player this game, and has definitely shown us the kind of talent that is on Long Island's team. So I am going to be keeping an eye on him and how he performs this season. It's definitely entertaining.
Now here's E-Stream right up the middle. Just having control of the ball the entire time, passing back and forth.
McMay, yeah, he's playing around him, fancy footwork, if you will, over here. Gubbins coming with the aerial, sets him up. Nobody's able to actually finish there, which is unfortunate. Saved by McMay.
We're down to the 10
second mark. Yep, it looks like they're actually. This might be a wrapped game with Long Island, but yeah, it's actually kept alive. Gubbins goes for the shot, misses unfortunately, unable to be saved by E-Stream. The winner of this game is Long Island.
Now that's just for the first one.
As the goal. Match, sorry, not game. Yeah. I the terminology there was a little off. Yeah, you're right there. But that was a great game. I enjoyed seeing McMay pass that ball, keeping it going on the offensive line. That was incredible.
Well, all well and good. We are going to be trying to look to see how St. Lawrence is going to make a comeback from this. They're down 1-0 right now. They really need to start to step up. Otherwise, as I've seen with many Rocket League games so far, it's a snowball effect. If you can't stop the snowball, you're going to get run over.
That's correct. If they keep getting beat, just like any game ever, like if you keep getting beat, you let that get in your head. They need to keep a clean mentality. They want to be able to come back from this. This is not impossible. This is just the first match, and they're definitely able to come back. And I'm looking for some shots by E-Stream. E-Stream, he had those passes. He was able to get them up right up to Long Island's goal, but no one was there to help him. They were a little mixed match, if you will, around the midline. He needed the support there, and I hope that actually comes out this next match.
Yeah. I wonder if that's by chance any lack of communication going on in there, but we'll find out as the game goes along, won't we?
Yeah, who knows? There could be a multitude of reasons. We saw them lose their last game, but there's certain talent on that team, and I hope that they come back from this, and I hope that we're able to have some super stiff competition.
And here we go. Going to get right on into it. Ball's already up in the air, and Skull Kid has control, defending it from the goal. He's sending it right up the middle, gets blocked by Gubbins, and it just stays around there. Never mind. It's all the way over to the blue goal. It's right in the middle, and it gets sent away.
St. Lawrence says no, they don't want it in their goal again. They don't want to give Long Island that opportunity. They absolutely do not want to get 3 goals scored on again. They want to have this stiff offense they've been showing us. Elmo Fingers passing up to the top. Skull Kid actually plays off that, sends it back into St. Lawrence's goal, but it is blocked. Gubbins coming with a save for St. Lawrence. They don't, like I said, they don't want it they don't want it in their box. They don't want it anywhere near their goal.
There goes Mac.
Oh, possible shot from Elmo Fingers. Unfortunately, the angle was not correct. It looked like there for a second it was going to go in, but it was not able to connect with the goal. Elmo Fingers playing by himself up there against 2 of the defenders. Aerial possible aerial save from Gubbins does not. Crossbar actually saved him there. I saw him getting ready to try and block that attempt. Cool Kid Pete trying to keep it on Long Island side there. He's trying to make sure that he can do everything he can to get the ball to his teammates.
I do have to say I'm very impressed with St. Lawrence's defense. They're showing up.
Yeah,
a lot more than they were
much
last
improvement from last match. That's for sure. They got used to it last game. They do not want it to happen again.
Now Gubbins over here says, "Ooh, give me that ball. I'll take a piece of that." But gets sent right away by Cool Kid Pete.
Cool Kid Pete with the block there. Yeah, Ammo Fingers with the shot there, but it was blocked by looks like McMay. McMay actually has that talent of playing the defender as well. He's been staying back. He's been holding back. He's been like, no, don't worry, guys. I got the save by
very close goal,
and
it's
in by
in!
Gubbins. That's in by Gubbins. Hard-fought goal there. That was not a goal that was one and done. That was a shot. That was a block. That ball was played in Long Island's defense over and over and over again. That was a hard-fought goal.
Yeah, this is the momentum that St. Lawrence needs to start building up. It's what Long Island fears to have to work against.
Yeah, Long Island had it easy the first game. There's no denying that, but they know that St. Lawrence is here to compete. They're here to win. They can put numbers up on the board, and they're going to try their best to come back from this.
Looking at
Demo taking out Eastream. Long Island is playing very aggressively. And
it's a slow go in!
Unfortunately, Eastream was not able to get there. That was a great goal by Cool Kid Pete. Bounced right over the defender's head, and Gubbins, bounces right over Gubbins, and Eastream was unable to save. He was right there. He tried, but unfortunately was not able.
You hate to see it, honestly.
You hate to see
really
that.
do.
I've been in Gubbins' place before. That is nothing fun.
It is
it's
painful.
1-1, 2 minutes 40 seconds. We have there is this game. Another save coming from McMay. I was going to say, just as I was saying before, the demos have only been coming from Long Island today. There has been no aggressive driving from St. Lawrence. They've really kept it on. Long Island really putting
and another score.
I was going to say, puts the board from Cool Kid Pete. The second goal, I believe, from him this game. He was the only one last. I believe it was McMay and
Skull Kid.
It was Skull Kid the first match. Cool Kid Pete's like, nah, guys, come on, let me get some goals on the board. He's got 2 this game. Looks like we have some
showing up and taking names.
Yeah, he wants his name on the board too. He's like, guys, come on.
Ball's still over in St. Lawrence's vicinity.
Another demo. Skull Kid taking up Lush. He's really the Long Island's really putting the New York drivers on blast here. You can see they're very aggressive with their driving. They want to make sure that they keep the demos going, because it does take the defenders out of the match, and having 2 defenders is not something you want, especially when 3 of them, like from Long Island, are pressing the goal. It's not a good situation. It's not going to end well.
A nice
save from Gubbins. Save from Gubbins, but it's not enough. Cool Kid Pete with the hat trick, coming in back to back to back. He actually wants the spotlight for this game. We can tell. And
he is just driving it all on his own. He is on the board and making a name. Gotta watch out. He's a ghosty little fella. You never see him coming out until it's too late.
Yeah, like I said, that demo might have been crucial there to play.
Another demo!
Cool Kid Pete actually.
But wait, it's St. Lawrence this time.
Gubbins takes Elmo Fingers. It's like they heard what I was saying. They're 2 demos less than 5 seconds apart. They know that that's actually the trick to win. They witnessed Long Island. They're actually like, oh, go for demos. They're going for demos. They're trying to match the energy that Long Island's pulling out here to be able to shot actually blocked by Cool Kid Pete. Sorry, I cut myself off there.
Personally,
but it looks like the demos are coming back from St. Lawrence.
It's great.
Yeah, it's carnage, man. It's absolute, just demolition. If that is the correct word. It's a proper mechanic. They need that. Good shot from Gubbins, possibly going to hit the top left. Is he able to finish this? Eastream possibly is not able to finish that. Elmo Fingers setting up for Gubbins here. Maybe a possible shot coming on from St. Lawrence University. Not going to end well for Skull Kid there. He gets demoed. McMay playing the defense again just as flawlessly as he played offense. Eastream coming in here for the side, unable to connect. As it's taken by Skull Kid, going for an offensive finish. He might actually go all the way. Blocked by Elmo Fingers. Great play there.
Almost trying to get it set up for his team, but it keeps getting sent right back over to his side. It makes it very difficult to make a play here. With that
Coming in for
Skull
Skull
Kid
Kid,
going right
possible
out the goal.
shot. Gubbins
It's
with a
left
possible
open.
shot. It bounces crossbar so close from Gubbins. Great shot on there. Unfortunately, it was not on target. The ball bounces back into St. Lawrence's box with McMay in the left corner trying to be able to finish this, but is not going to. Demo
10 seconds left.
looking like Skull Kid's taken out by Eastream. Cool Kid Pete coming for the finish and is unable to get that last goal, but another match won from Long Island with McMay, Cool Kid Pete, and Skull Kid on that team.
You know, I said earlier in the stream, I was really looking forward to Long Island to show up, and you know what? They are doing just that. They're coming out and they're saying, "Here I am. This is what we're here to do," and they're taking names.
There's fierce competition on this field here, and with St. Lawrence, they got a goal on the board. You can't deny them that. We had a solid goal coming from them, and that means that they can play against this team. They can defend and they can win. That first entire 2 minutes of that match was all in St. Lawrence's box, and they didn't let a single goal through. They were keeping it up, and then they kept it in Long Island's box. There was stiff competition onto Long Island. Long Island came through with their defense. They made sure that nothing got through there except for that one shot that was a honestly perfect shot. And we saw a lot from Cool Kid Pete. Cool Kid Pete was especially the MVP of this match. He put all three up for LIU, so they definitely should be thanking him in that call, I hope. But yeah,
That's a great name though, Cool Kid Pete.
Cool Kid Pete.
Haven't heard
definitely.
one like it until now.
Exactly, and nothing short of McMay's defense either. He was on there. He was winning. He was making sure that nothing kept going past them, and can't deny the defense from St. Lawrence as well. It was quite. For 3 goals, actually, it could have been more. I will say that. It could have been a lot more. They could have had a lot less. We have the kickoff here, 5 minutes in the game. Long Island up 2-0 to St. Lawrence. First, right off the bat, shot from Eastream, saved by Skull Kid. Nothing.
The ball's already
wasting
right
no
back into St. Lawrence.
Wasting no time here.
Looking to see where things go from here. The ball's just going back and forth from each court. I haven't seen any sort of shots, any sort of steps or passes.
It's a juggling game right now. Shot coming in, blocked by Gubbins, actually. McMay was right behind them. Shot
The goal is left
it's
open.
actually in. Nobody was on him. All the St. Lawrence players actually in the right goal. Fortunately, Gubbins saves that, but he doesn't have the boost to reconnect. He doesn't have any sort of momentum to be able to come back and actually block that. The goal was wide open. Goal right here in 30 seconds, actually, for 31 seconds from Skull Kid onto Long Island.
Honestly, that's a quick goal given what we've seen in the series so far.
Unfortunately, Gubbins was able to block the first shot, but he didn't have Elmo Fingers or Eastream there to help him keep that goal
with
safe.
a good old demo. It won't be long. We got St. Lawrence sending the ball back right through the middle. It's in the air. They're looking for something.
McMay's
Someone
upside
just
down.
has to
He's
get it.
flipped.
And Long Island
Cool Kid
sends it
Pete
right
using
back
that
over.
100 boost that he was able to get earlier, making sure that he uses that boost management. It's crucial to keep that boost management up when you're playing in the box close like that. You want to have the momentum whenever you want it. You want to have it saved up. Looks like
Goal's
the
left
shot
open.
is actually possible for St. Lawrence here as a shot and
Eastream.
assisted by Gubbins as Eastream puts this game back into competition where it's 1-1, 3:45. We have possible comeback here from St. Lawrence. They want to keep that momentum. They want to keep that going.
It's a best of 5 series, so whoever gets 3 in the end is the ultimate winners. And that's
In
what you
order
gotta
for
keep
St.
in mind.
Lawrence to keep in this competition, you're right. They need to keep this. They need to get this game. They need to win this game. They need an absolute W here, which they might have because McMay's demoed 3 versus 2. McMay's actually coming back in just in the nick of time to be able to put the ball back in. But the ball's going back. Cool Kid Pete saves it, sends it back up the midline. Eastream makes sure it says no, not going in my goal today. He wants to make sure that it's back on Long Island's side.
I do like how they're disrupting St. Lawrence or Long Island's kind of setup and going, where they realize that they can't just let them have the ball control. If they see them going for the ball, they gotta get in there, whether stop the car or the ball. Something has to get interrupted quick.
Absolutely,
and there's Elmo!
just like that. Elmo Fingers makes St. Lawrence in the lead in this match as he's able to, assisted by Gubbins, beautiful ball movement by Gubbins, to just carry it crescent over the goal, right into Elmo's face, just to send it in, just to rub it home to Long Island. They are here to compete, they are here to play, and they are here to win.
It's no secret. You keep the ball away from your opponent, and you win. All you have to do
Just
from
like
there is
that.
score the goal.
Just like that. You were right. They have to either keep the ball alive or they have to keep the cars dead. They have to make sure that they want to keep the player count to 3-2. With that demolition on Long Island, they're able to keep it up. To keep a shot to make sure that they have the momentum to keep playing on offense. With McMay down, there's absolutely no question that St. Lawrence can score there. They can actually get that goal on if McMay is down. So they want to make sure that McMay, or any defender for that matter, they want to make sure that they have that momentum to keep scoring. Just like here, Elmo Fingers take it in, possibly a goal here coming from East Stream. It's right there. The ball has been in Long Island's goal this whole time. Shot by Gubbins was not able to be saved by Long Island there. They were not actually able to get it there. They were trying their hardest. You could see McMay was alone in the goal.
Mac was
he wasn't
right there.
alone. He wasn't alone. You're right.
Cool
Mac was
Kid
right
was
there.
there
Cool
with
Kid was
him.
there too. They just didn't seem. It seemed to be a disconnect to where's the ball going? Is it going here? Is it going there? They weren't able to actually pinpoint it. It's one of those moments, just like in real soccer, where the goalie actually has a moment of disconnect, where they don't understand. They don't have the time. They're able to move those reflexes to be able to save the ball in time.
Yeah, it's St. Lawrence. They're strutting their
Another
stuff
shot.
now. They're going for
Elmo
goal
Fingers.
after goal after goal shot.
St. Lawrence has the momentum and they're carrying it. It's a minute 45 left, 3-1. Can Long Island come back from this, or will St. Lawrence say, no, we're staying in this competition, we're staying till the end. We want this sweep, we want this championship, we want this title.
Well, it's a little early for a championship,
Yeah,
but it is a good setup.
Yeah, you're right.
Given that the preseason. So another shot goes.
Every
close.
small win can be a
Buffalo.
championship. That's what I was kind of going for. You know, they want this hard fought victory. That's a better word. I was stumbling over.
Every win does add up towards the playoffs at the end of the season. So you can be right in your own way.
Great save from East Stream. Great save from the midline from East Stream. Oh, possibly. Oh, that was so close to actually going on. Cool Kid Pete saved it for Long Island there. Saved it from being a 4-1.
Little kick.
And turns it around. Oh, another save from Elmo Fingers. This is insanely intense right here with the amount of shots that are happening just back and forth. We saw on the same top right, we saw a shot from Long Island and a shot from St. Lawrence in that same span. Just to speak of how fast this ball is being moved across the field.
Yes. And you know what? You wouldn't think about a small car, especially one that you could compare it to a toy car, sending the ball about 50 to 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's absolutely flying, just like you say that. Cool Kid Pete is able to block that velocity, but that ball was flying at him so fast. Another shot from St. Lawrence! East Stream sends it in. Oh, sorry, assisted by East Stream, as Gubbins sends it in. What a pass from East Stream. Bounces it off the right. Not sure if that was intentional. You never know with those things, but either way, it helps St. Lawrence get them on the board.
Battery right now.
East Stream is definitely helping Gubbins with St. Lawrence. This absolute, and I can't sleep on the third teammate. We can't sleep on Elmo Fingers.
Elmo.
He's been able to keep it going across
been a
the
great
field.
defensive
And
setup.
as we say that, he actually almost gets a shot on there. He must have heard us and was like, "Come on, guys, watch this. We don't want any Elmo slander here." And just like that, the match is actually closed out for St. Lawrence, 4-1.
They're trying to get another goal to see
Actually,
if they
just like
can,
that. No, sorry,
style.
the ball was. I spoke too soon. The ball was actually in the air. But just like that, Gubbins is going to make sure that he wants to keep that down and make sure that is at the end of that match. He's saying, "No, we're good. 4 is good. We want to make sure that we stay in this competition." And they just like that they did. That's 4 goals for St. Lawrence, more than we've ever seen from them this whole game. And that certainly put LIU in their place. That says, "Hey, by the way, here's a hat trick, here's a 4 goal." They have everything. The hat trick coming from Cool Kid Pete from the game before was nothing to sneeze at, but here we have 4 goals to 1. This was something definitely we wanted to see. We were talking about that St. Lawrence comeback. We were talking about that stiff place from them, and that's actually what we were able to see.
Yeah, you know what? The dream's still alive. I'm
Certainly.
gonna say it. I actually thought LIU was going to sweep here. It just appeared to me that way. But St. Lawrence said, "Wait a minute, we're here to play. We're not just going to go down and do nothing. We're here to play."
No one's blaming you for that idea. No, that it was clear that LIU had the chance to sweep this whole match, to have the whole match in their hands, and I'm not gonna say they let anything loose. SLU came back. They stiffened their game. They showed up. That last match showed that SLU has the ability to compete in this division, and then here they are with a 4-1. It's 1-2, like you said, best of 5. Whoever first to 3 wins. It's simple as that. So. Will St. Lawrence be able to keep that momentum going? I know that in their call, they're definitely hyped up to keep going.
Oh yes, and here we go once again. 4th match of this best of 5 series. Ball already starts over in Long Island's court, and Eastream trying to set up for his teammates, but gets sent back. Ball doesn't seem to be leaving the field yet.
McMahon playing defense again, which is actually able to hit a midfield shot. Eastream says, no, that's not going to happen. I'm here to save that, and like we are, Eastream again coming in with the side play here in the box. I'd say Eastream's ability as a defensive player is not to be understated. He's definitely got his skill to move the ball is unmatched. He's been able to assist Gubbins many times in that last match, and he's also been able to send it across the field. Unfortunately, actually sends it to Elmo Fingers, who was not able to get it. You can see in this replay, he actually wanted to send it over to his teammates, but just like that, Elmo Fingers and
Skull Kid comes right out of nowhere and intercepts it.
Was not able to get there. He wanted to send it there. It was actually a good idea to send it there, but he was not able to see Cool Kid there, which is just unfortunate. But speaks to Long Island's ability to see the play before it happens, if you will, and make sure that they're able to capitalize. Just like that, Skull Kid again with a second goal with LIU as their second goal in less than a minute here.
Indeed. It was actually Mac that made this goal here with Skull Kid assisting with the setup.
Right. Sorry.
There's no need to apologize.
Sorry, McMay, for that. I don't want to steal your thunder there, but yeah, that was a great shot. They're coming in hot with here. Less than a minute and 2 goals on the board. St. Lawrence can't let this get to their head. They know that they have the ability to put goals on the board with the 4-1 last match, but they want to make sure that they have the same sort of ball movement. Elmo Fingers coming in here. Gubbins, so close there. I saw that happening, but it was blocked by Long Island.
Nice little stop. Eternally just juggling the ball around, if that's the right way to call it.
That's a perfect way to call it. Juggling, tapping, dribbling, whatever you want. Cool Kid Pete making sure that he's playing the defense, sending it up midline, calling out for his teammates. Gets a demo on Elmo. I don't know if
shot from downtown.
That demo might have been accidental there. Poor Eastream might have gotten in the way, or whoever that was. I think it was Elmo Fingers, might have gotten in the way of that.
Seems he got blindsided.
Yeah, he basically was like, hey, I'm going, get out of the way. Cool Kid Pete's here. And
hey, I'm walking, yeah.
Certainly did get out of the way. Shot possibly coming in, blocked by St. Lawrence. Elmo Fingers was like, no, I'm not letting that happen. Eastream coming with the ball movement. There are 2 defenders on Long Island, just like they didn't have last game. They actually were split up last game and the game before that. They were playing 3 on one side, 2 on one side. That Skull Kid solo shot, no pass. Skull Kid says, I'm taking it home. Don't worry about it.
Right here.
Look at that
bounce. You
bounce.
can't make this up.
Right over, it looked like it was Gubbins' head there. Right over his head. Was unable to get that goal for unable to get that block. Sorry, for St. Lawrence. We wanted to have possibly a point coming in. We want to see some points from St. Lawrence here. That they want to see some points from their own. They need to get
Elmo
0-3. Elmo Fingers juggling it over 2 defenders' heads. Unfortunately saved. Elmo Fingers needs to get it back up to be able to put some points on for St. Lawrence. McMay coming in here with the aerial, blocked by Elmo Fingers. The momentum is stopped dead in its tracks right there. As you can see, Elmo takes it away from him. McMay's trying to chase. Doesn't have the boost to necessarily chase the whole field. Is able to get that boost pick up.
Can anyone get it?
Gubbins coming in for the shot. Possibly blocked by Skull Kid.
Oh, so close. You know, I was really hoping that someone just shoots right up the middle like Skull Kid does. As soon as he sees a ball.
Good save from Gubbins there.
Indeed. Ball's right back in Long Island's court. Got to see what they're going to do with it. Honestly, I feel like the pressure on St. Lawrence is making them perform.
It might be getting to them, not necessarily in a bad way. You're right. It might make them get that adrenaline going. We've seen it before in pretty much all esports. It's yeah, Skull Kid taking names here. Elmo goes down, but like
He
you
is out
said,
for
the
blood.
pressure can get to them, and it can be good or bad. You can have it motivated, and oh, so close from Elmo Fingers. Skull Kid saves it. Great defense from Skull Kid. I'm praying for this St. Lawrence goal. Minute 20 left. Can they do it? It might be impossible. This match might be sealed from Long Island. We've seen some great plays from St. Lawrence, but they're not appearing to be coming out as frequent, per se, as last match. They are there, but they're not as frequent as they were last match with the 4-1.
Yeah, I wonder if Long Island was just holding out on us earlier and just decided to step up their game after last match.
I think Long Island might have had a rude awakening, if that like what you're going for. They might have had an eye opener there where they were like, okay, we need to come back with our A game, and St. Lawrence may be bringing their A game as well, but LIU is they're vicious, man. They're coming out. They got like 6 demos already this game, and
There's
just
another
like
demo.
that, Cool Kid Pete goes down. I think they can hear exactly what I'm saying. It's hilarious.
I swear,
but
they have like telepathy or something.
yeah, exactly. They're hearing me. But 30 seconds left, 3-0. It may be over for St. Lawrence. It may be the end of the game for both teams here. Long Island.
Honestly, they're gonna have to get
Skull
another
Kid with the
goal.
4-0. This is not looking good for St. Lawrence. But St. Lawrence has came here. I don't think they're gonna be playing to that clock hit 0. I'll tell you what, they were playing that clock hit 0 every match here. They're not out yet. They want to make sure that they have their competition as their finest. For 20 seconds left, 0 goals. They want to be able to play. Eastern coming in hard with the hit. Gubbins looking for a boost here to be able to come back on the defense here. Just like I said, he comes up on the left. Looks like McMay coming in for the shot, misses. Ball's going to be going over to Long Island. Eastream tries to send it in for the last goal. It looks like that might be it. Elmo Fingers, Gubbins tries to keep it alive. Doesn't look like it's going to be anything else except a shot from Cool Kid Pete. The winner of this match will be Long Island with a 4-0. That looks like it's GG's for this match as Long Island takes the win 4-0 in the final match.
Indeed. And you know what? Out of all the players, I was personally going for Skull Kid. But
Skull Kid?
Cool Kid actually came out of nowhere and just said, hey, I'm the real showstopper here. And here's what I'm showing.
That's true. He Cool Kid Pete in that second match, he was laying it on heavy. I personally think McMay on LIU was definitely keeping the defense, keeping that number at 0 for St. Lawrence. He was making sure that they weren't able to get close to him. Unfortunately for Eastream and Elmo and Gibbons there, they tried their best. Eastream had plenty of good passes, plenty of good plays there, but was not able to finish with Elmo. Elmo, like I said before, he had plenty of good passes to the middle of the field, to his teammates to the other side of the field. He was keeping it alive, but they were unfortunately not able to capitalize on that, which was unfortunate for them this closing match.
Indeed. Well, you learn from your mistakes, you try to get better, and you move on. Alrighty. Sounds like we'll be having a break for now, and we'll see you guys back in just a moment.
Don't go anywhere. There you go. Able to get into the box, but they do have a shot right here. Blocked right by it. Looked like I can't see who that was, but it looked like Skull Kid blocked that real quick. We are actually able to see Eastream here, Eastream's point of view as he sees the ball being played around. And that's a score for McMay, actually. I was talking over it. I was trying to see who was up there playing and I actually saw it just then. McMay comes in with the goal to set Long Island in 1-0 on St. Lawrence.
Question, where's their defense then? Once that ball gets over to the other side of the field, I don't see anyone.
They're all playing offensively. You are correct there. They're very whatever.
And the shots are going in, and it's good.
It's but Gubbins comes again with an aerial shot, possibly coming in. Elmo Fingers was actually unable to assist there. Unfortunate for them, but it seems to be Eastream coming in for the offensive play here. We're going to try and get Long Island's going to try and get as many points as possible before this 1 minute because this is their first match. They do know. Shot possibly, yes, that is correct. Skull Kid actually didn't see. I saw the arc from across. That was a beautiful shot
from downtown.
I actually thought, I was like, surely there's no way. And I saw that arc from across the goal, and of this game is Long Island. Looks like McVay actually has that talent of playing the defender as well. He's been saying that, he's been holding back. He's been like, no, don't worry, guys, I got the save by
Very close goal,
and
it's
by
in!
Gubbins. They're so denying that, but now they know that St. Lawrence is here to compete. They're here to win. They can put numbers up on the board, and they're going to try their best to come back from this.
Looking at
Demo taking out Eastream. Long Island is playing very aggressively. And
oh,
that's
it's a slow go in!
Unfortunately, Eastream was not able to get there. That was a great goal by Corkin Pete. Bounced right over the defender's head, and Gubbins, bounces right over Gubbins, and Eastream was unable to save. I was going to say, just as I was saying before, the demos have only been coming from Long Island there. There has been no aggressive driving from St. Lawrence. They've really kept it on. Long Island really putting
and another score.
You can see they're very aggressive with their driving. They want to make sure that they keep the demos going, because it does take the defenders out of the match, and having two defenders is not something you want, especially when three of them, like from Long Island, are pressing the goal. It's not a good situation. It's not going to end well. Save from Gubbins. Save from Gubbins, but it's not enough. Cool Kid Pete with the hat trick, coming in back to back to back. He actually lost the spotlight for this game, you can tell. And absolutely, with McVay in the left corner trying to be able to finish this, but is not going to. Demo
10 seconds left.
Looking like Skull Kid's taken out by Eastream. Cool Kid Pete coming for the finish and is unable to get that last goal. No time here.
You can see where things go from here. The ball is just going back and forth from each court. I haven't seen any sort of shots, any sort of sets or passes.
It's a juggling game right now. Shot coming in, blocked by Gubbins actually. McVay was right behind him. Shot
the goal is left open.
In. Nobody was on him. All the St. Lawrence players actually the right goal. Fortunately, Gubbins saves that, but he doesn't have the boost to reconnect. He doesn't have any sort of momentum to come back and actually block that goal as well. He's using that 100 boost that he was able to get earlier, making sure that he keeps that boost damage in. It's crucial to keep that boost damage up when you're playing in a box splits like that. You want to have the momentum whenever you want it, you want to save it up. Looks like the shot is actually possible for St. Lawrence here, and the shot and assisted by Gubbins as Eastream puts this game back into competition where it's 1-1, 2:45. We have possible comeback here from St. Lawrence.
Kind of set up and going, where they realize that they can't just let them have the ball control. If they see them going for the ball, they gotta get in there, whether it's not the car or the ball. Something has to get in the level quick. And there's Elmo!
Just like that. Elmo Fingers makes St. Lawrence in their lead in this match, as he's able to, assisted by Gubbins. Beautiful ball movement by Gubbins. They can actually get that goal on if McVay is down. So they want to make sure that McVay or any defender, for that matter, they want to make sure that they have that momentum to keep scoring. Just like here, Elmo Fingers take it in. Possibly a goal here comes from Eastream. It's right there. The ball has been in Long Island's goal this whole time. Shot by Gubbins is not able to be saved by Long Island there. They were not actually able to get there. They were trying their hardest. You can see McVay was away from the ball.
Even that is like a very cool point where playing the ball about 50 to 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's all absolutely flying. You can see that. Think of Pete with the block and drop that ball. So fast.
And another goal!
Guys, watch this. We don't want to ever slander here. And just like that, the match actually goes out to shoot.
But they won it.
4-1. Actually, just like that. Sorry, the ball was not. I said too soon. The ball was actually in the air. I'm here to save that. And like we are, this year again, coming in with the side player here in Stockton. I say Eastream's ability as a defensive player is not limited. He's definitely got, his skill to move the ball is unmatched. He's been able to assist Gubbins many times in that last match. He's also been able to send it across the field. Unfortunately, actually sends it to Elmo Fingers, who was not able to get it. You can see this replay. He actually wanted to send it over to his teammates, but just like that, Elmo Fingers and
Skull Kid comes right out of nowhere and intercepts it.
Was not able to get there. He wanted to send it there. It was actually a good idea to send it there, but he was not able to see Skull Kid there, which is just unfortunate. But speaks to Long Island's ability to see the play before it happens, if you will, and make sure that they're able to capitalize. just like that, Skull Kid again with a second goal with LIU as the second goal in less than a minute here.
It was actually Matt that made this walk in here.
Certainly did get out of the way. Shot possibly coming in, blocked by St. Lawrence. I would think this is like, no, I'm not letting that happen. Eastern coming with the ball with the two defenders in Long Island, just like they didn't have last game. They actually were split up last game, and the game before that, they were playing 3 on one side, 2 on one side. That's Skull Kid, solo shot, no pass. Skull Kid says, I'm taking it home. Don't worry about it. Look at that down. Elbow goes down. But like you said, the pressure can't get to that, man. It could be good or bad. You can have it both ways. Oh, so close. Yeah, exactly. That's still there here. But 30 seconds left. 3-0. It may be over for St. Lawrence.
They're gonna have to get another goal.
Ball's going over to Long Island. Eastern tries to set it in for the last goal. Looks like that on the end. I don't think there's nothing says to keep it alive. Doesn't look like it's gonna be anything else except a shot from Goalkeeper Pete, the winner of the box. And we are back after that game with a Long Island win, 3-1 against St. Lawrence University. That was a great game. We're actually here with one of the players from Long Island University. Skull Kid is here with us. We're actually going to be interviewing him, asking him some post-game questions. Hello, Skull Kid. Hope that match was good. It was a fun match, competitive match, as we saw some great plays coming from both teams. We're going to be asking you some simple questions, just to keep it entertaining. Sami, what do you have for Skull Kid here?
Well, straight out of the gate, I actually do want to know, because I know this was a redemption game from last week. What did you try to do differently since that game last week? What was your main goal?
Well, going into this match, last week was our first match together as a team. I only got to know my teammates maybe 2 or 3 days prior to that match, and we knew we were going up against grand champions. I'm the only grand champion on the team, so we knew it was going to be a difficult match. And the fact that we kept last week's all 3 games within 1 goal was very impressive. This week, I just want to focus on our rotations and make sure we didn't double commit. And the first 3 games, we were sloppy. 4th game, we picked it back up, and it led to the most impressive win out of the 3.
Well, honestly, it did show. When I say all you guys scored, it's like one person went after the ball every single time rather than people doubling up, which was real great. I'm going to pass it over to you, Renzer.
I was agreeing the whole time. It was some great plays coming from LIU there. It was you were correct. They came up. Skull Kid, you're right. It was within 1 goal was your last game against University of Central Missouri. That was a good game. Hard fought from you guys, and it was great to see you guys come out on top of this game to make sure that you guys had the great momentum that you needed. And you said the first 3 rounds were sloppy. I honestly, the first 3 rounds, I was impressed with some of the plays that you guys played, some of the plays you guys did. Obviously, the 3rd round went to the opposing team, but it was not anything that you guys couldn't come back from. SLU did, like I said, put four goals up. You guys scored 1, but then the next game, the last game, like you said, was the most impressive, was the most flamboyant, extravagant. You guys had all that good team play. You guys had the shots, great shots on goal, great communication. I'm assuming, because I'm not on the call, but how was that last match in comparison to the first 3, like you said, as you called them, sloppy? What was was there a night and day difference? Did something happen after that 3rd game where it was like, wow, we need to start working as a team, or something like that?
It wasn't so much working as a team as it was just me turning it on, because going into the game, I scouted our opponent. I knew their rank, and I expected to be. So first 2 games, I played okay, but I still played sloppy. Game 3, I just played horribly. I felt like I played down to my opponent's level. Game 4, I had to make sure that didn't happen, and I just went all out. As you saw, I had over 1,000 points.
Yeah, we did. We saw that we saw you turn on the gas. We saw you let off the brakes. We made sure to make sure we captured those moments from you. Just the solo Sami commentated on it when it happened. It was a beautiful goal. It was, I believe, it was the third or second one. It was a bounce off the left.
Yes,
Out
the
of
bounce
out
off
of
the
box.
wall and
bounce
just
off the wall. It was a
taken
self
into the
goal,
goal.
unassisted, and it was honestly, I was blown away from it. But yeah, like you said, you brought the competition. You did say playing down to the other team's level. That I would agree that sort of happened with the LIU. You guys for the third game, you admitted it was a bit sloppy. It wasn't anything awful. You weren't playing like you were unranked or anything, but it was not what you, like you said, was not playing to your maximum. It was not playing to what you knew you could play. So it was great to see you especially turn on the booster to the very end and take it home for your team.
Well,
You have anything else, Tommy?
I do not, honestly. Actually, I feel like we covered a lot of things here, and it was very insightful to me personally. I've always been curious what goes on inside you Rocket Leaguers. That's an accurate way of saying it.
It's an insane game. It's fierce competitors. This whole tournament, LIU, like you guys, you're a great team, great competition. I hope to see you guys again. Keep going far in this competition. Keep going. Keep getting these plays from your team. I really hope to see you guys in these future tournaments.
Well, with that, I think we're going to close it up here for now. Thank you, Skull Kid, for coming on.
Thank you, Skull Kid, for coming on. Yep.
And thank you for having me.
Yeah, great match to commentate. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have Overwatch at 8 o'clock, commentated by also me, Rinzer, and Sami. Nami, we have a great game coming up. Sami, you know who the competition is in that future game?
I do. In fact, it's going to be Post University versus University of Louisiana.
Post in Louisiana.
I'm actually really looking forward to this match. I'm a big Overwatch player myself.
Yeah, Sami and I, we have that Overwatch experience. You already know that this game is going to be absolutely fantastically commentated from our professional commentation skills coming in right here.
As you can tell right now.
Exactly. I would say that this game, what is it, 8 o'clock? I'm looking through. I'm trying to find the scheduling. The Overwatch from, you said it was Post?
Yep, they're labeled as Eagles. But we should probably get back to that when we have them. For now, we're going to have to go on to break as it is. So thank you so much for coming by, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We have Overwatch coming up right after this.
Overwatch at 8.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here for our post-University versus University of St. Lawrence Overwatch match. I'm looking very forward to this match. What about you, Renzer?
Well, I'm underdressed here, clearly from what you've got going on with the hat situation. That is a great snap, snap back there.
Hey, I'm
yeah,
just
you're
showing
right.
my spirit.
It is going to be a great game. Going to be a great match tonight. We have Eagles Overwatch versus University of Louisville black team. Cardinals. That's probably even more than me. Both teams coming off a 3-0 over the last on the February 2nd match. University of Louisville beating Bryant Overwatch, and the Eagles actually 3-0ing Newman Knights. So this should be a stiff competition full of great players, and I'm very excited to see how it turns out.
Well, I'm looking forward to it as well, and it seems we're going to get right into the action. You're starting off
with the
on
gameplay.
Busan. The map pick I actually do not see often.
Interesting map pick.
Yes, most people you talk to, they actually do not like this map. But for the very select few teams, they work with this. This is their bread and butter, especially if they can work this dive. The high ground is just crucial to here.
Certainly, and control the high ground. I wonder what the comps could be. We'll see soon. Looks like we have, with University of Louisville, we have a solid lineup here. We're still going to see what VBs and Mitigator come out with their picks yet, but we have 15 seconds left for this game to start. Like you said, Busan is an interesting pick. You don't really see that round one, especially not week 2. We're not looking at Busan a lot, but this should be, I wonder, I don't know who picked the map here, but it should be a stiff competition.
Well, we're going to get right on into this. The gates have opened up. Both Post and Louisville are going right out. Now, it's interesting to point out here some of the picks you see often. Ball goes right
First
into
pick
Slam.
coming in from Blind Swan.
First pick of the game. It's on the Louisville's Ash, in fact.
It looks like Blind Swan was actually able to get behind their backline and surprise that Ash. She had no idea who was there. With that fast rollout, he was able to get behind the enemy and was able to take out VBs with like nothing happened. Blind Swan is low here. He might not be able to stick it out any much longer, but he is getting support from Deadly Drew here. VB is going for picks here on the Zen, able to find it, takes out Sir Meech, which was a great pick for Louisville.
The point is still anyone's ball game, but it seems Post has just gone and taken it. Now, since it seems that Post is the home team, I would say it's safe to assume that they picked this map.
Post does seem to be defending this very well. Yeah, it's correct. It seems that they know exactly the angles, what they're supposed to be playing, what they shouldn't be playing, where to contest and where to defend. They know this map. It remains to be seen whether or not that University of Louisville can come back from this. But it's just the first cap. You know, it's nothing huge.
J-Bev's in trouble. She's out in the open and downed.
It looks like they're actually gonna, just like I said, it looks like Louisville's gonna be able to contest. It's like 4-3 here. It's Rez coming out from, it looks like Rez coming out from Deadly Drew.
Let's say
was able to get it out.
An interesting Rez just right there in the open.
A beat coming out from Dane.
Ball goes right in for the slam, getting the Sigma. Sigma gets down. Hog tries to jump onto the point to see if he can make a difference. But it's a back and forth game right now. Ults are just being used one after the other.
It has a Blind Swan with Mitigator actually coming out and finishing it.
The tide seems to be turning for Louisville, and they have kept the
Louisville
point,
comes
making
up with the
their
cap.
cleanup kills.
Interesting.
Now,
That was a good fight.
Yeah, but do you see the ult charge at the very top there? You have Frosty and Ash with their ults ready to go, but the enemy team, Louisville, not quite there yet. Very close. Got to see what gets used first, and Frosty gets picked right off without having a chance to use his pulse.
Alt economy is very important. You're correct. I mean, we have 3 ults. Valk coming out from Deadly Drew. That means 2 ults on the Post University. That Valk is huge. Keeping that health up, keeping that damage up, and just making sure that push all around. She can pocket that Ash and the Zen at the same time. It's insane, the value that has. But with everything, looks like the Bob's coming out from my dude Sa. We have Frosty with his pulse. Just as you say that, Louisville and Post are actually tied with their alt economy, with a Blind Swan coming up at 80%, and and engage object at 76%. Now Louisville's on the tail end of that with actually 3 ults. Now 2 ults up on post.
Looking at Swan here, getting double pick for that fight. That was good for a ball.
Good recontest by post to be able to recap it with the with 25% left.
Now for Louisville, they really need to get something off here. They finally have their DPS ults. They had to use one of their tank ults actually.
You can see a blind Swan waiting for that opportunity. You can see him up top of there, just lying in wait. Those ball mains, man, they know how to disrupt
He's going
the team.
in.
Just like I say that. Look at that. Mines are out, completely funneling them to the center. Absolutely great play from a blind Swan. Funneling them, McCree goes down, Cassidy, my apologies. And then they have Lucio
Cassidy
going on the point. Yeah, just like that. A blind Swan was able to turn that with just that ball ult. He funneled them for that. They had to go to the left. They couldn't go anywhere else. It was the edge or straight into post. Post has that. You can tell this was their home turf for this map. I agree with you. It would be absolutely insane to me if Louisville picked that map because Post played it like it was their absolute home turf.
You know, it's just one of those interesting things because yes, that was a very dive-heavy map. But now here we are at the mech. I'm losing the name, but the mecha base. In this map, you typically don't see dive.
Volskaya, I believe. Right.
No, of course, Volskaya. How foolish of me.
You said Droid Factory, right? Like, come on, Mech Factory, come on.
Yes, of course, it's a mech factory, Volskaya. Anyways, but with this map, it's a lot more close quarters. We could even see some Rhines come out here. I see Louisville has picked up the, what looks to be a form of Death Ball with Bat. And I'm real excited for this. You know, if you know me, I'm a big old Rhine player.
Oh
I
yeah,
love to see the brawl.
huge Rhine player from here. Looks like we have some with engage object switching from Sigma to the Rhine. My dude Saw going for picks behind. He's actually takes out the ammo. He has great positioning here. They don't even see him. My dude Saw's actually with the flash taking out 4 people. He's just disrupting their backline, shot after shot landing. Just absolutely insane.
Their
positioning
May
there.
is getting so much
Great
value.
positioning
It's
there.
almost unbelievable, honestly, on how that went down. I honestly thought Louisville was going to go right into them, but they just started getting picks from behind them, and Louisville didn't even know they were dying. It was just happening so
It's
fast.
true. Yeah, my dude Saw was able to get there and was just like they didn't seem to be aware that was a problem.
Poor Rhine.
You feel that. You feel the Rhine.
I do, because it's whenever there's an enemy May, you really got to respect the boundaries, because if you don't play with your team or care for the wall, the May's just going to farm you. And once
May
you're
has
down
that
that
utility.
big tank, we got a comment here. All right, but once you're down that big tank, things get super difficult. Well, thankfully they break through the wall this time. Ryan has a shatter ready up. It goes down. Knocks
shatter.
down 3 of them. Can he get any value off of that?
That was great team play from O'Brien Swan. He was able to fortify and get in the way of that charging Rhine to make sure that none of his teammates were able to get in the way of maybe possibly getting a pick here. But that was a great play from Engage Object, able to disrupt them. And unfortunately, it was not enough to allow University of Louisville to retake the point, but it was enough to get some picks. And we'll see what happens when they try and recontest for the 3rd time.
Indeed. I mean, we're at 60, 70% on the board right now, and it looks like Louisville is trying to go a different route this time. It's just smart. And I'm curious how they're going to go about this. Bomb comes in, gets no value. They're trying to rush in with a Lucio, but he's just poking. Grav gets in there, window gets used. It's a big old poke game right now of ults. But
It's
so
a
far-
very pokey. Yeah, you are correct. It seems to be a lot more not as much
great
dive
fight,
as before. It was a great ult from my dude Saw.
Well, Louisville did cap, but they really have to hold it here. If they have the ability to, they should try to get close if they have enough people. Otherwise, the best thing to do is just stick together on the point. Bongo comes out. And unless that thing goes down, it's going to do a lot of damage. Reaper goes in with his ult, gets denied by the Cassidy, and instantly killed by the Mei.
My dude Saw has been out here playing this game like it is just an off day. He's able to get to positioning on Louisville that they don't expect sometimes, and honestly, that's all you need sometimes to be able to disrupt an entire team just as a DPS. It's the value he's getting off of it is insane. Frosty goes down. I remember actually, I believe we competed against Frosty at some point as when on our team, and he's a good Mei. No doubt about it. These are some great players in these teams. I recognize some of these players, and there's some huge talent on this team.
It's good to hear all around. I do see that it looks like Post is trying to actually just build up their ult right now. And compared to Louisville, it's going to be trouble. That's all I can say.
Yeah, exactly. We only have amplification on Louisville, which is just used as I say that. My dude Saw going with another high noon. Unable to get them. The TAC visor with a 4K.
Oh my goodness.
Destroying
Bees
Post
just
University.
out here.
Bees just absolutely taking names on that. That's exactly what Louisville need to keep this point theirs. Keep them owned. And they need this. Frosty needs to come back with this with these Blizzard all. I mean, like you said, they have the ult economy, but with that visor, they were able to build up both beat and self-destruct, which Killac is going to use right now. It shoots them back out. Unable to find a kill, but like I said, buying time, 94%, very close game. Can Post be able to get out of this? I'm not sure.
Can anyone touch?
Can they get touch? It looks like
just
Joe Bev is able to get on touch.
It's a very close match right now, 99 to 97. Whoever wins this may just win this part of the map.
Oh, it looks like Post comes out on top with a hard-fought victory. Engage Object alone on the point is met by mitigators trying to get there in time. Dane might be able to get there in time, but it doesn't look like they're able to have that same point control that Post has right now. With a Blind Swan doing the classic ball, just spin around point. It's honestly, it's a tactic that cannot be understated.
Single Shatter comes in, they destroy the ball. It seems that Louisville's trying
able to turn this around.
Come back.
Louisville actually was Engage Object was able to hold his own there to allow his teammates to come. Just classic Ryan holding down the line.
But the high
huge
noon
from Dude Saw, unable to be blocked.
Oh my God.
He's taken out, but was that Deadeye enough? It was impressive display, but it wasn't enough to gain the point for Louisville or get the point for Louisville.
Enough people to come back to keep this point.
A Blind Swan just taking that health pack, keeping in control.
This is honestly just a stall fest right now.
It's
it
overtime.
Could be any win.
This is the Overwatch you want to see. This is the best way control can be played. 99 versus 99, ults across the board. It's 1-0. It's what you want to see.
Close. I think Louisville might have this.
Louisville might have
Clock's
it.
going down.
Looks like they're going to be playing fast heroes with Tracer, Lucio, and Doomfist. They're going to want to get rollouts quickly.
Unless
Doomfist goes down, and it looks like
turns.
so close from JBev trying to get on point there. Unfortunately, it was not enough for Post University.
No, but they do. Louisiana is staying alive. We're going to have to go down to this third map with the Sanctuary. I honestly didn't think it would be going like this. I thought it was on track for Post to just wipe through Busan.
You're right.
Louisville came back and just said, we can take what you can throw at us. We just didn't like that first map. So we're going to have to see how they play this map here.
Post definitely took control of downtown in the first one, as we saw. But you're right. They have some stiff. They have some nice objectives here that they want to be able to carry out on Louisville. They want to be able to keep the momentum. Both teams here fighting for to keep their both of their momentum going. It's 1-1. They have every opportunity. The Torb on Frosty. It looks like they're going with a double shield on Post University, and honestly a great tactic. We have Roadhog on Louisville, which is going to be able to disrupt if he's able to get a hook off an off angle, which is honestly what Roadhog's all about. I mean, as a bit of a Roadhog main myself, I can't deny that the hooks that you can pull on these maps, especially with the breakable walls and off angles, it's insane value.
Yes, I'm wondering about the soldier here for Bees again. We saw him earlier trying to flank. If he can keep up that flank game and catch them when they're not looking, catch them with the pants down, he's going to get tons of value.
We saw that last game when he visored and was able to pick four actually for Louisville. You want that. You definitely want that kind of thing. Both windows going up. It's an amp fest here.
And from now, it's whoever can sustain themselves better. Post has lost the support already.
Bees goes down. Kilak is going to go down and follow him right there. Or ammo's already down in the field, and it's 3v5 actually. So it's not 4v5, I might say, but it's not on the point. It's uncontested. Louisville's going to win that. I mean, my dude Saw is going to try his best to keep it going, but it's not going to be enough. He's just a soldier alone. He's actually able to keep alive. 66 HP. He's going to try his best.
Oh, there he goes.
A rock coming from Engage Object was enough to put his dreams in the ground.
As they say, words never hurt me, but the sticks and stones definitely
rocks
do.
Can. Sigma's rocks can.
Oh yes. And something that I'm a bit wondering, remember when the distance, the rock travel stuns you longer?
Yeah.
You know, I've been wondering if they mess with that.
Is that the experimental did come out recently, and yeah, that might be changed now. An alt coming out from Frosty, that's going to be huge. But an alt followed from Engage Object to get away from that ground, the hot ground. He wants to stay alive. Vibes with the visor, as we saw before, he's absolutely insane plays from the visor, but was not able to actually meet anyone there before last game.
J-Beeb's just out here taking names right now. She is going to town against the enemy. Trying to clean up shop.
Great plays from J-Bev.
So they finally turned the point for Post, and it's currently 67% for Louisville. They have time to just build alts and go in again. But right now, both alt economy, they're actually quite similar.
Dane is most likely going to be coming up with another beat this next fight, or that should be the objective for that Lucio main right there. He's gaining percent really high. He's making sure that he has everything he needs, because that beat can be that can mean like one thing or the other. That can mean life or death for them. Both walls are up, just like we saw before. They're right in close proximity. Deadly Drew going to be trying to keep his team alive as much as possible, doing a great job there. Looking for a hook from Kilak here. Great hook.
Great hook.
Sigma, able to take out JB. Absolutely insane hook there. That's what you want to see as Roadhog. I do wonder his hook accuracy there, but great play there. Almost his hook on Frosty. Yeah, getting a little bit eager. Bob is on the field, played by Mitigator.
That poor Bob just got deleted so
Bob does
fast.
get down. That beat is down on that point. That is just the push Louisville needs to be able to just play aggressive, play without thinking. That BAP goes down.
Wow.
I just saw that close range hook. Deadly Drew, unfortunately, is not able to. You can't do anything in that situation. Even as BAP, you can't jump out of the way in time. It's hard to avoid Roadhog's hook that close.
Oh. I mean, in short, he has his own fisherman's skin, so when he casts it, he's going to catch something somewhere. You just don't know what.
Exactly. If he misses once, he'll grab two next time. It's such a useful mechanic, and as a hero that came out based in the game, he's had such a long time in this game, and he's one of the most fun heroes to watch in comp Overwatch, at least in my opinion, just because of the hook.
We got a Flux going in with two grabbed. The window comes out for Post. Blocks the hook with a rock, killing the hog, in fact. Got to see if they can sustain themselves. They are double shield. They're supposedly, by the books, more sustainable, and it's showing so far. Now they just got to get the kills and show the products.
That's sustainability from Post with that double shield. That is in theory, yes, that's like what's supposed to happen. But that's when everyone's playing their role and doing everything creatively. And they didn't account for Louisville being this disruptive, especially with Kalak on ball. He's comparative to a Blind Swan last game. He's just there to annoy the team. He's just there. He's like, hey, I'm here. You can't contest. You can't touch. I'm going to build my mines. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to be able to keep you off this point. Taking out JB just like that. He's on a roll right now.
Wow.
Actually sealing the game for the University of Louisville.
You know, that's quite amazing because, again, initially, Post University as the home team chose this map. So you would think this is their comfort pick. This is what they're going to be fine here. But Louisville just came back with the reverse not reverse sweep. That would be incorrect to say, but they just showed
They
up
came
and
back.
said,
They. You're correct. Yeah.
yeah, they just made a statement saying that here we are. We're going to do it.
Play of the game there, understatement of the century. That JV, that amped wall from us Baptiste with the visor is just absolutely just deadly combo.
Oh
He was
my
able to
goodness.
funnel down. You can't even shield that anymore. Like, it was just a deadly combo down the hallway there, and
Down the guzzle.
they couldn't do anything about it. It's great positioning, but unblockable really.
I mean, honestly, when you ever have to face off against visor alone, that's scary. Against a window, that's devastating.
Exactly.
I never want to be on the other end of that. That is just.
We did see that Busan was definitely Post University's strong suit there. With my dude saw the two really good dead eyes on the second on the Mecha Factory there, and even on the on downtown, they were very competitive and keeping that point contested.
Yeah. So, what do you think they're going to have to play for strengths for the next map?
I think that dive. I think both. I don't. Depending on the next map, I think we saw the strength of Post University's dive comp in the first one with Swan
Ball
on
save.
ball. With the Swan on ball, that was absolutely like the mind placement. I'll keep on going back to that because that was just, it was exactly what Post needed. I just hear that we're actually going to Havana next point. So Havana next point. I think that we're gonna have Ryan on definitely on whoever's attacking. If it's
You really think so?
It's going to be Louisville. They might have Ryan. They might have Sigma and Arissa like they did last game. But whatever they want, you want that shielding because that first choke on point A is so imperative to keep your team alive. You want to have at least 4. Textbook be 5 on that point to contest it. If you're doing 3 or 4, you're just going to get destroyed by the defense.
Yes, that is fair. Now, I only see them holding with Orion is if they're going to be close, because that's really imperative. Otherwise, this is a very long map. You tend to see snipers and hit scans all the time, where they'll be trying to abuse the high ground, take different angles. I would even venture to say that I'm expecting to see a Sombra here, believe it or not.
Summer will be fun to see. When I said earlier, I said the 8 point. I really I'm into the first checkpoint. For lack of a better word, it just that corner. If you're not shielded, if you're not protected, like I said, it looks like they're actually going. Winston and Louisville's going. end of the stick with only 2 people on point, actually 1 right now on post having 6. Shield break from with a storm arrow there from my dude Saw on Hanzo. Great DPS talent from my dude Saw. We've seen it today. His ult coming out here, trying to get that close point damage, forces them out to the left, where Frosty will probably be able to. That my dude Saw Frosty switch on Cassidy. We'll see who the better Cassidy is in a little bit.
Indeed, we will. Now they did use his high noon there, but it seems that despite what's happening right now, whatever it be, Louisville's still trying to push this cart little by little. But,
with only Lucio healing, healing and a diva, it might be hard to pull off, but they're doing it like surprisingly well.
Indeed, they are. A lot of just intermediate fights right now. There's no real big fight going on. It picked on B's over here by my dude C. Ryan has his shatter ready to go. In fact, there's 4 ultimates ready to go, if not the 5th one coming up from their from AK as the diva. Taking their time, looking for a good shatter, gets it off, and the picks just start coming in one after the other. They try to transit, but I don't see unless this Cassidy can get something.
Frosty tried to stall there, was unable as the ult comes in from Killak. It's honestly so unfortunate. JBev couldn't remake. The push from Engage was so strong there. He had only 150 health, the same he had the same health as a Tracer, and was actually able to stay alive. That big hitbox, he was able to stay alive with his shield and his team, just to keep dishing out that damage to keep his team contesting that point.
Well, here we go again with the stall, but it's not as long as I was hoping.
I've been in that Lucio's position. Poor Deadly Drew. He wanted to keep his team, but honestly, with an offense like Louisville's, there's nothing you can do really from that push.
But hey, they got it to overtime, so that is big. So usually people have to deal with having some time on the board, but Post was able to keep Louisville from having that.
They have the full time to work with. That is correct. They have the full time they can, and I do wonder if the comps are going to be a mirror of last match, or they're going to try and switch things up with maybe Louisville going Sim Metro to try and mirror what Post did. But I have no idea what DPS talent they're going to pull out for this game.
Personally, I don't think that the Sim would be a good pick here. Rather, it might be better to pull out that Torbian. I think I saw they had run on Busan. Just to have that little extra spam, maybe from the Turd or something, or even the Hanzo. Those would be good picks because they provide pressure. And yes, we're getting a nice look at the movie posters here. Have you been to the movies lately?
I have not. We're just looking at the bulletins right there. Boletos right there. That was good. I
wonder what language that is.
It's Spanish.
It's Spanish. Sorry, I'm not as rotary as I should be.
They are in Cuba. They are in Havana, Cuba, which is the capital there. But interesting from Dane and Draw being Brig and Bap. We haven't seen Brig played once this game, and like you said, they might go Torm. You're right. Their Torbjorn is on University of Louisville's team. Killak again on Hog. My man is just. I want to see these hooks, dude. I hope he brings the heat like he did last time, where he hooked so Frosty finding his demise at the end of a Swedish man's lava gun, right in the head there, with Sir Meech going low as well. The turret's down. The turret is down. Vibe's low. They're able to contest even with all this pressure. Post is not letting up. They are not stopping. Hook coming out here, trying to find Orisa, unfortified, but was unable to. Honestly, I hope that they're able to contest this, or else Post is just gonna take this first point.
Indeed. Well, right now it's just back and forth. JBev, she's taking out the utilities of Louisville, and Frosty gets the first pick on the BAP. That's a big pick, in fact. Another pick goes down. That's both supports and the DPS, not to mention a tank.
Frosty really turned that around there, along with Blind Swan as Orisa with that DPS. The turret's down. The first point is all but had for Post. It's honestly what they needed.
Indeed. Now we're on the second point. Now, you either snowball this, or your momentum gets killed here. It's kind of one way or the other.
with the ult economy Louisville has, I mean, using Deadeye to find Frosty, even that DPS pick is enough because they can now contest those angles without having a Hanzo, Storm Arrow, or Sonar. It's honestly a battle of trades right now. I mean, we have 3-4 ults, or 5 with one being used right now from post. They have the ult econ, and Louisville's only close to the Vibes as Mitigator switched to Soldier, so he's gonna be trying to build Visor currently. Vibes goes down, so there's no ult economy on Louisville. There's gonna be post with 5 ults, and they have everything they need to win this second point.
You know, I didn't realize it until the fight actually happened. They actually switched up their entire tank line. Again, I find that surprising. Their tanks weren't doing so bad as it was. I wonder if they just felt the pressure of the double shield.
The double shield's pressure, and that's exactly what they are. When played right, it's almost unbeatable. It's such a difficult comp to beat. And there goes Bob. Bob, the core is out. I think that JBev is about to flux capacitor, unless he is going to save it for later. But he uses his absorb there. Yeah, finds draw. Frosty coming out here with the Hanzo, able to get some shield damage, trying to get some picks here. The Widow on V's here. Hopefully we get to see some Widow plays. She's what right now is what Widow needs to find. She needs to find Ashe, Zen, and Hanzo. Those are the ones she can one-shot. Those are the ones she can take out.
There's one of them.
There's Ashe. There's Ashe right there. She's gonna get shielded by JBev, but that's not like she can break that easily. That's not anything else. That's a common Widow spot. So hopefully Frosty's able to contest that and be able to say no, like you say what you say. Put. Don't try and headshot me. This is the battle of snipers right here. Frosty tries. Looks like my dude Saj switched to Widow too, was able to find by Beats. He said, no, I'm not letting you kill me again when he was Ashe. All comes out from JBev. Does some good damage on Louisville, but not enough to kill anyone.
This is honestly like very hard for if you're Louisville right now, because against this double shield, if you are this brawl comp, you need to make space some way, somehow, using the card, using the corners. Shatter goes in, gets a little value, but not sure about that follow-up. Tanks stay up, but the backline gets annihilated, and they are just going in, cleaning house again.
Can't deny that with Killak resetting to get his mech. He went right for my dude Saw in that crow's nest up there. Right for him, stuffed both of her shotguns in her face and made sure that she was not able to hurt her teammates anymore. Right after that, they snowballed off that kill, and Louisville was able to push up with Killak and take away the back line, leaving just the tanks. This is the push that Frosty needs here with the ult.
Dragons come in, bomb goes in from the other side. Who's bigger? Get the Umor versus your Diva. They're even right now. It's a back and forth.
2 down on Louisville, 1 down on post with just the support. That Zen Immor actually might be important enough to keep alive, so Surmich better get up to his team to try and defend. Poor V's is just stuck as Widow, but she's able to try and turn it around. There's not much to be done by Bees here. There's not much. There's no ult economy on Louisville. They've used their ults. Mitigator doesn't have a visor. Surmich is already ulting. They have their wall up, their amplification up. Finds the Diva. Finds the.
Oh my goodness.
Finds the Diva. Finds the Lucio. Could find the BAP. Doesn't. Might find the Reaper here. And they do. Mitigator is gonna ult as soon as he gets it. Tactical visor is out. Flux capacitor is out. Bunch of ults going out. Everyone's using them as they have them. Here comes the Dragon from Frosty to try and get Louisville off the cart there, but it's not enough. They can just swarm right after it, and Louisville is able to try. Louisville was going to try and contest there, but they were not able to keep it. That's what I meant. And honestly,
Frosty. Look at Frosty. The kill feed is all Frosty.
I was looking and I was seeing a lot. I was seeing red. I was seeing a lot of red. Louisville on that point, and then it just dropped. And it caught me mid sentence. Frosty was so fast, my words couldn't change. And I was talking about how Louisville has a chance. And if Frosty came in and just cleaned house, he found heads, he clicked heads. It was over for Louisville once Frosty hit the gas. And honestly, that's what you want from a DPS main like that. My dude Saw and Frosty have brought the heat all game.
Quite beautiful indeed.
Mitigator and Bees cannot be also underlooked, but Mitigator did not have that Alticon to keep that visor going in that last one. He did not have the team support there. This next match should be a really interesting one because the comps are relatively different. With My Dude Saw starting on Widow on defense, and sorry, on offense. Oh no, sorry, defense. I corrected myself too many times. They don't think they're going to be doing the ego push as they did before. I don't think they're going to be like up top. Like I don't think they're going to be up top and in their face as before. They were the first game, as you saw, that they were right in front of the gate, and Louisville is actually able to come out and win because the surprise wasn't enough for them. I think they might have seen it, they'd have heard it. Good shield coming out from a blind swan. Actually, that's an inverse shield, is it not? I'm actually not sure if it doesn't matter. The team can't, but it looked like it was backwards. Just a funny looking shield. Regardless, the team can still shoot through it. This first point is that they're gonna let Louisville get a ton of room without contesting early by spawn. Maybe they learned their lesson from last time, but it's honestly surprising how far Louisville's getting without any sort of contest at all.
Yes, indeed. Well, actually, I'm trying to figure out why are they running the dive here? They're getting picks here and there. They're actually getting the pressure. All right, they're making me eat my words. Wow.
Dane on Mercy able to revive Winston, but couldn't stay alive herself, and unfortunately met her demise there. Frosty versus Echo. It's the ultimate. Can your projectile DPS hit a flyer? That when you don't have hit scan, I think we'll see after Dragon. I think we'll see a quick switch from Frosty to take care of Winston, Mercy, and Echo there.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if
you may actually keep it because now we have my dude. He's on the Ash and he's at 70 the Bob just already. So and Frosty has his dragons. I expect to see some ults coming out here at this point.
Frosty's ult is definitely going to be playing on the card. He's played his ult on the cart all the past rounds, but honestly, that's what you do in a cart map. You want to make sure that nobody's touching that. That's the last thing you want. We're already in overtime, as you guys know. It's just absolutely insane that this entire game has to be overtime. There's no way that Louisville can let go of this point at any point. It's not a game of relax and get the point back if you lose a push. You cannot lose a push. Speaking of losing a push, Bees goes down, Mitigator's there, and it's just engaged. They can't find it, and this is the end of the round 3 here.
You know, for a minute push, that's really good.
They got pretty far, yeah.
Yeah, for a minute push, that's what you look for, at least a point. Because in a lot of these situations, I've seen it countless times. Pavana seems to be a map I almost come up with every other time I queue in the comp, is that if you at least have that first point, second point is one of the most brutal points ever. If you can't make it through first.
Yeah, as we see the control panel here, we can see what's going on. Processo, day.
Let's hope it does not get into that blue section.
Laboratory processes, just what we're looking at.
What's silly is that I actually can understand some of this, and I don't know why. I have no expertise in this, but I can understand that control panel.
when you look at it, just figure out what some of you get a basic knowledge understanding. You could figure it out. It's pretty on the nose there. It's pretty easy. But the thing is that this, like I said, the entire point is going to be on overtime, or it was for Louisville. It doesn't look like it's going to be as much of a problem for Post here because
well, would you look at this? Sorry to interrupt. It's
no,
just,
go ahead.
Well, just look at this. Their comps were so similar, almost a mirror, except for the Zen. And then dude swapped over to Widow. So they are practically running the exact same comp. Now the question is, who's going to play it better?
Yeah, it's a question of skill. My dude Saw's on Widow already looking for picks with Mitigator and Hanzo kind of taking Frosty's spot there. Hanzo versus Hanzo.
And
Mitigator versus Frosty. Frosty takes out Bees there. Frosty's been Bees' kind of like bane of Bees' existence here. He's been
his
always
kryptonite to the Superman.
Yeah, exactly.
It's something else to be able to pick out a DPS and say, if you look at this man, or if you look at this person, more accurately, they're going to perform. They're going to do something spectacular. And Widow pick right there on the brig. Beautiful Widow pick.
I agree. You want, like, the reason that like 70% of spectating is on those DPS players is because that's their job to deliver. It's their job to entertain those flicks, those tracking, everything. And my dude Saw and Frosty have not disappointed this entire game at Post University. And not to underestimate Mitigator and VBs. I mean, that play of the game first round on Busan was absolutely insane with that amped visor, as we talked about before. It's just the DPS in this tournament. It's in this division. It's not anything to joke about. You're not just getting random players. You're getting seasoned, skilled players that know what they're doing, know where to put their mouse, and know when to click heads. And it's pure entertainment.
Yeah, it's a drive. It's a thirst to a degree to compete and to show what you're made of, to be the best that there is, like no one ever was.
Exactly. Exactly. Gotta kill them all.
Frosty's we could go with that.
Frosty's Ash Ketchum right now, 99% with his dragon. Mitigator's dragon found no one. Perhaps Frosty would do better. He gets his boost from the side. There he goes. There he goes.
And he actually gets a pick on the enemy, Hanzo.
He came in there with the Gyarados right there, you know, it's perfectly the blue dragon right there. No, it's honestly,
gets a pick.
Like I said, the Busan map, we saw the best of these two teams, and now we're seeing how well these two teams can go against each other when they're playing this pretty much the same comp.
Practically.
Rally,
she really got a good flux there.
Rally from Dane. I think that was just to give her teammates armor. Interesting that they didn't capitalize off the push, because Brig is almost invincible when she's in that rally, man.
She's a raid boss.
If she's getting damage, she is just absolutely untouchable. As someone who plays Brig a very fair amount, I've 1v1'd Ryans and Winstons, and I felt like I'm on their level.
Oh yes, no, don't get me wrong. I know what you mean. Especially if she has just a Zen orb on her, it's
literally
practically unkillable.
And so I hope that Louisville knows what they're doing and how they
Ball gets sent in the stall. But
overtime is out here, and they're actually a little bit. Post is trying to defend. Louisville is a little bit behind of where they were originally. This is about where the game was going with overtime here.
Indeed, it's a back and forth right now. I'm looking to see who's winning more, and it seems that I've already gotten the answer. It's Post. Post got the cleanups.
Post is going to take it exactly where Louisville left it, and granted, they were both in overtime when they hit it. It speaks to Louisville's ability to hold that point if they got there all the way in overtime, and Post was there a fair amount, and that's going to wrap out the end of this game.
Indeed, it will. So with that, we have, just to check myself again, Frosty, play of the game. I mean, were we expecting anyone else, really?
My dude saw maybe on the Widow there, but honestly, Frosty's control over this point, where I was talking about Louisville's ability to control the point, and then just a bunch of them fell. It was honestly it was a great display of his ability.
Did you see that?
I saw that pop up right at the last second. That's ludicrous numbers. That's ludicrous numbers right there.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot make this up. This is just.
Battle of the Birds, Cardinals Eagles. It's 1-1. It's a great display. These two teams, the best of the best, are coming out. It's a clash. It's not a sweep. It's not a.
It is a battle.
It's a fight. It is a true fight.
Indeed. Well, I do wonder what they're going to pick here, given that Post won this part of the map or the series so far. The ball's in Louisiana's court. It's going to be on assault, and I'm curious. Out of all of them, what do you think they would be best with? Because we're seeing a lot of this double shield ball sig. I feel that,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what comp they got. Like double shield was a good comp. It helped them on the first couple rounds there, but they might not be able to keep that kind of thing going. If Post is able to counter their double shield, then they're like, what can Louisiana do?
Indeed. Well, right now it seems like teams are taking a small break, so we shall as well. We'll see you guys very soon.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
My
There,
fault
Renzo?
there. Yeah, my mic was having some technical difficulties, but we are back from the break. We're looking at Eagles versus Cardinals again, University of Louisville. So we're looking for the third game in this series right now.
Believe it or not, I actually thought it would be another way. Just the games we've had over and over just on these streams have been one after the other, just cleaned quick. And this team, they're closely matched. I'm really happy to have these like hard fought matches here. It's something you don't really come across as much right now, especially early in the season.
Especially from both of these teams coming off of a 3-0 win from their last matches. It's not something that I expect from either of them, but clearly the both of them being a 3-0 team, it speaks to their ability, and now they're clashing. I mean, both like there could only be one kind of thing, and so we're going to see who comes out on top in the next couple matches here.
Indeed. So we do have Assault coming up. We're looking to hear that we are actually on Volskaya.
Interesting map. I love Volskaya. It's a great. I think it's a fun map with the versatility of the second point.
Yeah. See, here's our mech. Here's our mech lab. Here's what I was talking about earlier.
No, this is what I meant when you said mech lab. You know, it's pretty easy to tell. That's clearly a mech. So
yes, it's quite big one too.
And there's half of one right there. So we're gonna see Louisville and Post coming out. They're both gonna be rolling out of their spawns around 30 seconds here. Louisville's on attack, so we're gonna see their comp. We can see. You thought it might have been double shield again, but they feel like they're doing brawl right here with the Rhine Diva, a classic comp. They also known as I think it has a couple other names. Brawl. I think there was like Zombie Rush was one of the.
Ooh, I haven't quite heard that one. That sounds something with like Sombra or something. Sombra Reaper.
It was a Rush. Rush was another term, but
just
Brawl,
Rush and Deathball.
Brawl, dive, poke, those close quarters one. I mean, Brawl's the close quarters high damage. Brawl's is always going to be the close quarters high damage and like the healing sort of comp there.
They didn't notice the ball. He's coming on through and gets 30. Oh my goodness. Ball just builds it so fast. And first pick again with Frosty on the board.
Frosty and the Hanzo. He's nothing to joke about. I think even my team faced him at one point, and he's still a problem for us. He's a great player, and you know, Louisville's find that out the hard way as he picks their team and is unable to.
They don't respect him. Is the thing. They don't respect him enough to keep an eye on him, as they should. So he just plays their blind spots and gets the picks one by one, and he's real smooth about it. He takes his time, maybe takes a look at a book, and just says, "Oh, I'm ready to get a pick now." Kind of like the ball here too. They just take their time. It's a patience thing that they are using against Louisville, and it's showing. Oh no! What happened to Sir Mac? Wait a minute. Seems that Sir Mech has fallen off the maps mysteriously, and now Louisville is taking this opportunity to push onto the point. Mines get used, but you don't seem to be doing much.
Post is going to try and keep this point here with Engage taking out the mines. Unfortunately, Hammond's ult is not actually able to keep that going. But with Post here, we have Frosty going down. It's a 2v6, even though Louisville's not actually on point fully all the way. But they're able to get that capture point with most of their players there, 3 of them. Looks like it was
makes it to
Diva.
the point, trying to stall as best as he can. It's very
Flux
close.
coming out from
They got him back.
Flux finds draw. There's no amp for them. Major ult economy on Louisville. Looks like they have Cassidy, they have Death Blossom, Deadeye, and Beat. Beat was unable to be used. Was he able to get that off, or was he actually picked before he hit the ground? I think
he actually did get to use his Beat drop for Louisville.
Did it come out? It
did come out very early in the fight. At first, you would think they're trying to get the ults out of Louisville, but it seems Louisville only built their ults.
Yeah,
and now they're just resetting. They have ult economy now, which is terrible if you're Post, because you're still trying to build your ults. You got 2 coming online, along with both your supports, but Louisville here, they have almost 5 ults. And the only ult they don't have is Beat. An ult that you can either use to save people or to engage in a fight with. And we really just got to see how this unfolds here. Whoever uses their ult first kind of starts this momentum chain.
Yeah, with only 2 support ults that just got used, and Frosty.
And the shatter goes in. Ryan
looks
is
like there's a
cleaning
huge
house.
pick on Louisville's side. Ryan actually taken out taken names with Blind Swan releasing his mines, but it's not enough to keep Louisville deterred. But it is enough to finish the team from this last push. So I misspoke. It was enough to keep him deterred as Frosty gets rezzed here and is trying to be able to find Grapey.
I'm practically speechless, honestly. Like, you see the picks, you see it on the board, and then you turn.
We have a pause here. Might be for internet issues or some other. Do we have a reason for the pause? Do we actually know
It
that?
seems someone has DC'd over on the side of Louisville.
Looks like a Louisville DC. It was Dawn. Maybe I think his name was.
I believe it was.
Draw. Yeah, you're correct. And that's unfortunate. Happens sometimes. It's a bummer, but we have mechanics like pause for this specific reason, so we can keep going as soon as the player comes back. Interesting note though, the sub Grapey for Breeze is interesting. We're putting him in the last match. Maybe Breeze was having issues or wasn't bringing their game, or maybe Grapey was just he plays best in this last kind of pitch scenario. But we're about to find out as he already has Deadeye built, and after the pause, we'll see what he can do with that.
Yes, we'll see indeed. Hopefully it won't be too long because that was one of their supports. And I think they may have had an ult that they just lost on that DC, and I believe that ult was Zen. That's a big ult to lose.
It was either Zen or Baptiste, but either way, an ult is an ult, and losing one is just it's never something that a team wants to happen.
No, it's same thing as just ulting and spawn kind of thing. It's very
might be
frustrating.
back soon. I hope that the player is we're going back in soon for the player in a couple of seconds here, so just bear with us. It looks like we're going back now. I'm wondering if they didn't replace it. Draw is back with BAP. Like you said, they did lose that. Is 100-0 without getting any window. That's never something you want to see, and it's just unfortunate that internet connections like this happen. But not everything can be LAN. We all know this, so it's just unfortunate for Draw on that.
Now I do want to point out.
Team.
It seems Louisville has, if I'm not wrong, different DPS in their lineup.
Yeah,
such as MJ Gator and maybe Grapey?
Yeah, I did talk about that in the break. I actually didn't see MJ Gator has been in the team. I refer to him as Mitigator, but I now realized that it's one word off, so I didn't want to. It's actually not. It's a couple, but MJ Gator. I'll correct you from now on. Sorry, MJ Gator, but yeah, Grapey did sub in for Breeze there. I
wonder what their strategy here is.
It's interesting, but he does have Deadeye built, so we'll hope to see a play coming out from him soon. Bob might be coming out from My Dude Saw. We've already seen him do absolutely massive plays. Yeah,
and there it goes.
Bob goes right
with
through
the
there,
Dragons too,
taking out Immo. Bob finds his demise at the hands of Reaper there. I mean, honestly, what can you do if Reaper's up close to you? But Blind Swan taking out Draw, and it seems like another good defense from Post. A minute 50 on the board. It seems like that there can only be like 2 pushes coming up from here from Post. Other than that, they're honestly like seeming like if Post can't defend these 2 more pushes, it's gonna be Louisville's. But if Louisville can have something come out, I mean, here we are again, a Blind Swan behind with Hammond. We've seen him excel in this scenario. He's actually going to ride the elevator up, like right behind him. I bet he's going to just come up. He doesn't even see him. Grapey doesn't even see him. The mines are going to come out from a Blind Swan soon.
Got 3 picks right now.
He's
gonna have to see what happens.
For a massive ball, you think he'd be seen, but he was able to go back the entire back line to the courtesy of those moving platforms on Volskaya, and was able to surprise the entire team with his ult. That is just a great Hammond play. You can tell he loves playing as the little hamster. So Louisville coming in with a 4-on-1. Frosty meets it at Death Blossom. This is the last second push that Louisville needed, and I think they have it. They have it just like that. That was a great push. Unfortunately, a Blind Swan's tactics could not save them, but Louisville comes in with that last second push with the 50 seconds on the clock, just what they needed to win that round.
Switching sides. Well, honestly, I was looking at this as dry, wash, rinse, repeat. But Louisville came out and started just using their ults, setting people up for the plays, and picking people off one by one. Target focus. Reaper, then Doom, then Ball. It just, again, that snowball effect of once you start to get it rolling, it's almost impossible to stop.
Exactly that last point. The only person that could contest was Doom, and MJ Gator actually Death Blossom just to get that Doom, and that was what they needed. I mean, sometimes using your ult doesn't. I mean, as Reaper, you don't have to get everybody. You just have to get most people, or the imperative ones, and that's what they did. We have a
And here
great statue
we go.
here.
I was calling it earlier. They just apparently wanted to use it on their
statue cam,
on their attack. Actually, surprisingly, their double shield. Doesn't seem like much else has changed though with the rest of the lineup. The only difference is Swan is on Orisa instead of Ball.
It looks
And
like
that's-
Draw is on Ana as well, which is interesting.
It's an interesting pick.
We have Ana and we have Brig, which is a great comp as long as like Brig stays on that Ana. Brig is that Ana's like personal shield. She gives him packs when she needs. That is just the range healing is unmatched there. The supports might not even be seen when they're healing their people, which is just absolutely great. Killak on the Roadhog, you know how I
love to see it.
I love to see this in the last place. If he gets that Ana who's alone, it's over. He's been a great I'm not gonna say hooker, but I will. He's been a great
He's been a great fisherman.
Hook user, fisherman, whatever you want to say. But and honestly, he has. I can't deny it. He's had the accuracy. Sure, he's missed a few, but that's usually when he was able to funnel them with out of fear of being hooked, into another area, and that's what you want as a hog player.
Indeed. Well, personally, I like to call his kind of style a reference to another game. I see him as the roamer, someone that takes the flank angles and goes after people one by one. It seems that Post is trying to push up to the high ground. Brig's not having a great time there. It's a lot versus one, so she has to surrender it.
I've been there, and I'm gonna say there any support other than Brig dies in that situation, no matter what. But with Brig's shield, bash, flail, everything, you can stay alive for a pretty long time. It's actually crazy. And with you saying, like, roamer, you're right. I mean, Overwatch is, MOBA based, and we have those elements. And you're right, Roadhog is somebody who can capitalize on enemies' misplacements. He's a roamer. So
that environmental flail.
If he's able to get an angle, he can disrupt an entire team with just one hook. Get their tank, get their main tank, get something.
Now, is it just me, or did it just look there that MJ Gator came out on top against Frosty there? In fact, even getting dragons before Frosty.
Yeah, I did. I was in the middle of a sentence where I would have commented that, but I didn't want to regress. Yeah, it looks like MJ Gator just put Frosty back and said, I'm the Hanzo here. And if Frosty doesn't take that personally, I don't know what he will.
I don't know, but someone's going to have to make a statement here. Flux comes out, but Team Post is going right in to get the picks. They are thirsty. They want this point. So they are going to do whatever it takes to get it.
Post is coming in hot indeed. They're going to get this captured. There's no doubt about it. University of Louisville, if they're smart, won't even contest it, which they are, which we know them to be. So they're going to likely stack second point, make sure they're prepared for any sort of push that Post will give them in the next couple seconds. Sonar coming out from Frosty, good placement. He's able to see where the backline is. We have 3 ults on Louisville and only 1 on Post. Close to 2, actually close to Bob and Transcendence and Amplification Matrix. So we'll likely see those coming out soon. Amp Matrix coming out right now.
Get a first pick on an Ana. That is big. Without that Ana, that Nano is not really good in spawn.
Killick tried to whole hog there, but was met with stiff opposition from Blind Swan and Frosty. Honestly, you can't do anything like that, especially when Larissa fortifies. She's not going anywhere. So
if you look at this, they're holding this point right now.
It's a 2v5. I mean, it's honestly like not 2v5. Well, 2v5 in numbers wise, but on point wise, it's not huge. It's red and blue. They're fighting out, and it looks like Louisville.
They got a tick out of it, honestly. Louisville held, but they got a tick out of it.
Louisville has more now than they did before. Louisville has more now than they had when they were on offense. Post has more time. Post has more Alticon, or shouldn't say that because Louisville does have better. They're about the same for Alticon with just that rally, but they have more time, and time is the most important thing.
Time is of the essence.
And they must take this point with precision, or else the time can whittle down if Louisville holds correctly.
Indeed. And even then, at most you're going to get is possibly a minute to whatever you get on your push here, if you can keep it more than 2, I believe. But right now it just seems like everyone's just poking around. You had lost the Rissa early as post, so you're going to take your time, just try to build your ult charge. And that's especially not what you want to have happen to you. Lose Ash for post, had to throw in your Immor already, and people are low. It's just this waiting game.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition. They're not even playing poke, but they're playing poke. If you know what I'm talking about, they're not playing for
they're
picks,
kind of there, but they're not.
Yeah, they don't have the
rushing
poke.
in.
They don't have the poke comp, but they're playing like they do. And honestly, in a point this close quarters, it's not imperative to play poke.
No, but
you play poke
you do want to play
places like
focus fire
Nepal,
here.
not here, and that is true. Supercharger going down as well as mines for both teams. Supercharger from Blind Swan, mines from Killa K. But
Can they get another tick off this?
It's not enough. Is it enough to get another tick? Perhaps that's what you want to see from
It's
the
so
Sigma.
close.
Yeah,
And
they do have another tick. They have 3.
Do
they
they
have
get
actually
it?
all 3. They have all 3. They're so
It's
close.
down to the
it's
wire.
a centimeter away. It's so close to the 3. It's coming down to just this last push.
It is
Bob on
at
the point trying to stall.
0.8%.
There's 60
It
second
is
push.
that close.
60 seconds left. Less time than Louisville had now. Like I said, if Louisville is able to, they're going to regress all of their progress. They have to get 1 tick in 45 seconds without overtime.
Louisville, they just gotta hold them off. They gotta keep them off the point.
You know,
and
I think
they
it's
win
totally
this
possible.
map. Frosty getting a pick early.
Frosty taking the Deadeye out of that rotation was honestly imperative for Post's success here, because if they have that Deadeye and the Flux, they can stall that time. I mean, Deadeye alone is like 6 seconds of nothing. So if they're able to keep pushing like this, they could honestly win. Deadeye comes back off spawn. MJ Gator with the dragon. Frosty's up there. They want Frosty gone. They know Frosty's the challenge. He's actually going to come down behind him. Grapey wants Frosty gone because he knows that he's the biggest threat to him right now. And Frosty's not going to let that happen.
2 seconds left.
Unless
he
he
got
is.
picked off.
Grapey actually does find the angle on Frosty. Frosty had no idea where it came from, and he was blasted. It's unfortunate, honestly.
Honestly,
Grapey
I think this is going to be it for them unless something miraculous happens. Post has held the point.
I mean, Louisville wins that there, and that's the point that they needed for that game.
Indeed.
That was a great hold from Louisville. Grapey coming in to find Frosty there, honestly, was exactly what they needed.
And Gator actually shows up on the play of the game here as the sharpshooter. Well,
yeah, like you said, he took out
Frosty.
Frosty, and that was the biggest thing that we were like, oh, Battle of the Hanzos, look at that, and he
but Frosty apparently came out on top on that one.
I thought I must have misseen it because I thought Frosty actually was taken out there in that, but I think it was the Baptiste.
It must have been an earlier pick. Well, in any case, what a match right now. I mean, honestly, this
it is a heated competition, 1-2, and it's honestly amazing to watch. Louisville has great talent. Post has great talent. I think that where Post shines is a Blind Swan on tank and Frosty on the Hanzo. It's a comp that's worked for them so far, and if it continues to work for them, we could see 2-2.
Indeed, we could. We're going to be going to hybrid next. Honestly, I'm hoping for a King's Row. I really am. It's just a brawl in me, but that could honestly get shut down by the other team's double shield. They've been so effective on some of these maps that I expect to see brawl prevail. And
yeah, exactly. It's a surprise to see these comps. Like I said, they are basically playing poke with a brawl comp at the very end of there, and like a double shield comp it was a war of attrition, and Louisville came out on top.
Indeed, they did. Well,
It looks like it's going to be going into the fourth game of this rotation, this match between University of Louisville and Post University here, which hopefully is just as good as it was for the first three, because this has been a nonstop throw ride of back and forth alts, and it's just been such a good game to watch and commentate, and it's great to see these two teams with like compete so
thoroughly
fiercely.
enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, they're like I said, they both came off of a 3-0, so it's not like they were stranger to the competition. But I think they both had different expectations going in, and I think these teams have definitely had their opinions readjusted about one another, and now they're probably like talking in the comms. They probably know the other team's name. Oh, look out for Frosty, look out for MJ Gator, etc. Stuff like that. So.
It's those kind of moments where you really make an impact on people. When you make it so that your presence is known and that people see you as a threat, or even just out of respect for your skill, that's what I see as a great thing to strive for, honestly.
Exactly. I think that they're keeping their head down because they know Frosty's out there with a drawn bow or a scoped widow, and that's what you should be. I mean, playing against somebody like Frosty's caliber, I would be watching my head as well. He is a great player with great ability, and then MJ Gator and the MJ Gators DPS skill is also not to be underappreciated. It's both teams have this talent.
I think it's starting to shine now.
Yeah, both teams have this talent, and it's great to see it come together.
Yep. Now it's just a matter of how you're going to utilize that.
This next map, I don't know if we know exactly what next map this is going to be, but like you said, it is going to be hybrid. So the hybrid map pool that we have, it could be anything from it could be anything from Blizzard World, although I doubt it.
I doubt it. Not many people use Blizzard World.
I think it's going to be
honestly.
I think it's going to be either Kings or Hollywood. I think those are the top two maps.
I think Bonnie might get thrown in there. We've seen that dive-ish kind of hybridness to I believe it was Post with Swan on the ball, and Sigma. I see Ball just on the top right of Nimbani, and
they are going
Sig on the top left.
We did just hear they are going Kings Row, so Nimbani was a good idea, because the deck. You're right. With Swan on tank, that would be a really good area for him to operate. But Kings Row honestly is one of the better hybrid maps, I'll say, because Blizzard World and Eichenwald exist, and we don't see those in rotation for a reason. So it's not really a competition there when we have Hollywood, Nimbani, and Kings Row. Those are the three. They've been here since pretty much day one. They're gonna stay. So
they're loved by all, and they're just a pure classic. You think Overwatch, you think Kings Row. It's a standard practically to play on these kind of maps.
It's the hybrid experience. It's the Overwatch experience. I mean, it's hopefully going to be a great game here that we have with University of Louisiana and Post, like the great games we've had in the past. 30 minutes, and actually it's been, I think, an hour 30 almost.
I think so too. It's been quite a long
for these games. It's a very long match, and none of it has been boring. I mean, it's been back and forth. It's like it's giant game of tug of war, and yeah, that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's just one of those where you're saying what's going to happen next. You're on the edge of your seat just to see who's going to do what. Is a pick going to happen here? Is Frosty going to get something? Is Gator going to get something? What's going to happen?
The unfortunate disconnect that happened that round too. It happens sometime, but I mean the supports in this game have also been have been great. Everyone is playing their role perfectly, and it's stuff you'd see. It's stuff that you love to see with the supports coming in, the beat building, everything, and the wall amplification, everything. It's honestly it's like I said, everyone's playing their part. Everyone's doing it correctly. I'm not sure when we're going into this next Kings Row game. I don't know how much time or how much time the team are taking.
So, in any case, we're going to see what happens here right now. Here we are, Kings Row, good old London. I hope that. I wonder if we're going to see Big Ben here as we take the cinematic tour.
I assume so. The person in control of these cinematics has always done some great angles here, and yeah, it's a great map. It's a classic. I remember
Surprisingly futuristic when you think about it.
Yeah, near future Overwatch. It's just like I didn't think Nolan would have like a skyline. It's cool. It's a great Overwatch is some great maps, some great design and art style. It's just it's so unique, and yeah, I love seeing maps like these maps like this. A good few feuds were settled on this map here with some of my friends back in Prime Overwatch. This is where arguments were settled here, before deathmatch was even a mode.
Statements were made.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Louisville with Louisville on the blue side. That might throw me off a little bit, but Louisville with MJ Gator on May here, going to be looking for a wall to try and separate them across. Isn't able to find it with you can't trick Blind Swan like that. He was too aware of the situation. He knew that might happen. But Louisville tries to match Post's kind of like sneak tactic that they had in Havana. So yeah, we're hoping to see that this point is seriously already fiercely contested. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple seconds.
You know, I'm surprised that oh, there we go, first pick already, and again, surprisingly close. I was expecting Frosty to go Hanzo again. It's been consistent, but the Echo, well, I don't think it's gained as much value as you would have hoped it would.
JBeb at half HP. A Blind Swan just respawned. The 2 tanks are down for Post University. We have engaged Object at its full HP, as well as Kilak. They have the ability to defend this point as hard as possible with the HP that they have. And my dude Sam meets his demise at the hands of Dane's boop there. So
it's so much back and forth, but it seems
it's
Louisville's just holding. Sadly, they're down their BAP, so they're really gonna have to build up this beat here in case something goes really wrong.
Yeah, it's honestly, you love to see this kind of stuff, this back and forth kind of
close playing.
It's honestly the best kind of like back and forth you can see. We have Reaper clone, we have Grapey down, we have Dane down, and Kilak actually meets it down. And my dude saw ults just to keep them off the point so they can secure it with the wall coming from MJ Gator. And yeah, it looks like the point is all but had for Post University. Sorry, the colors are they're on red.
They
now.
keep
they're
swapping back and forth. They're a little confusing.
It's hard for me to realize. So
you know, you and me both. That's why it messes with me too when I see the names and the colors going back and forth as they are. And right away, Louisville's coming back strong. They are trying to hold this choke, not allowing any sort of advancement at all.
Yeah, it's a huge choke. There's only a couple ways you can go around it. You can go above it, and even then, most heroes can't even get up there, or you can go below it. And if Louisville plays this correctly, then they have every opportunity to keep them there for the entire game, all 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So if they're able to keep, like, you know, look at Louisville's ults. All 6 ults are there. I mean,
they use Beat, they use Blizzard.
We have Blizzard out. We're about to have Hammer out. I guarantee it's going to come in the next couple seconds.
Probably not right away. They're going to wait for that trans to drop down, and then once the 6 shield's down, I believe that's when it is key.
There it is.
Just like I said.
Slams them against the wall, has them all in the corner. Even if he died there, his team is set up to be able to take most of them down. But it doesn't look like they followed through, as Dane went down and Engage obviously went down, but Kilak was down too.
That's just a hard
MJ
thing.
Gator taking shots at Echo. Hard to pick those up.
It's hard because you see the play there, you see it, like the gears turning in the mind. You try to communicate it, but one false step, one mistake can cost you. That's one of the biggest, I would say, cripples as a Reinhardt, is that you have so much value, but if you make one small mistake or you're out of position just a little, it will cost you a whole choke, if not even a point.
It's hard for for you to capitalize off that, especially when like the split-second moments in your mind that you can't communicate out loud. It's hard. It's hard to communicate those things.
Oh my goodness, dude just goes in with a double Deadeye. And they got this momentum going. Ever since that choke, they have been pushing them back further and further into their spawn here of the factory. It's truly a frightening thing to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, I mean, we have Frosty on Echo. He's going to be looking for a clone here soon, I think, if Post can't get this out right away, which they're going to try and do. Obviously, they're going to try and go right for the point. But if they can't get right to the point, that clone is going to be imperative to be able to just get that last extra push. I'm thinking a Rhine or Diva clone, because that's normally, you know, Echoes normally try and get a tank to be able to finish. But if Grapey can get this Deadeye up here, which he has at full up, he's at low HP, but if he's able to get it full up, he can actually stop Frosty's clone up here, and Sir Meech is actually going to Sir Meech, Frosty, and Deadly Druid is alive there, and they're actually going to have to retreat to their other team for support. MJ Gator coming here for the switch here, but it's going to be Reaper. We've seen it before, and they've been very successful with Reaper before, especially with that last minute stop on Volsky they had before. So we're hoping that's going to continue here.
Now, given they only have Frosty's ult right now, that's all they have against Louisville, so they have to either get ults out of them or get picks here. Maybe a bit of both. They go in with a copy on the Rhine, gets the kill on the enemy Rhine, on object, I should say. Being objective here, of course. Copy goes down, thanks to the Reaper, MJ Gator. Headshot in. This Cassidy's just on the flank.
This absolutely, it's you're right. That the Cassidy, Mighty Saw, and Grapey are two of the best that we've seen so far. And it looks like Post might have this wrapped up. Like I said, if a lot of competition doesn't come out from Louisville very quickly, because they have the Deadeye, they almost have the. They do have the supercharger, sorry, and it's hard to contest against these ults.
Indeed, it is. Now it's curious enough to say, because Louisville did win that Havana map, so part of me was expecting that once it got to Escort that they would be fine. But then again, that was pushed into overtime for round 4. So we'll have to see how this hybrid works, as Louisville now is on the attack.
Exactly. It's 0-3. They got all the way, and Louisville has their chance to shine. And if they don't take it, then Post takes the dub.
Indeed, they do. Gonna go swinging through the factory here, take a nice little tour, get to see chains hang from side to side.
Not the most aesthetic map, not the most beautiful landscape map. We're in that factory there, but it's the cryptic messages, it's classy,
wait a minute. What does that say? No bot? Oh, it's no bots.
I feel Sami, you can't play here. There's no bots allowed. It's
all right, fine. I'll see my way out the door. All right, thanks.
It's honestly, I feel like a real estate agent describing this place. Like, yeah, we have a nice coffee shop on the street, but then we have a giant German in armor with a giant hammer on the street. So look out! Like it's like I said, classic map, classic area.
He only knows one button, charge.
Yeah, exactly. He can shoot fire out of his hammer, and just don't look at down a straight line.
Just don't look at him. Don't look him in the eye, and you'll be fine.
It's such a classic map, and I have so much attachment to it because it was there at day one. It's the hybrid map, and
it's the map they showed in everything.
As a support main, I'm very attached to that cart, if you know what I mean. Like I sit on it.
I do.
I get it going. I make sure that it reaches its destination. So yeah, it's got a near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, with any MMO or MOBAs, I should say, that I play, it seems like one of the biggest jobs I always face is staying on the cart. Oh, interesting. Reinhardt's on the high ground here. Are they just trying to get it for a tactical advantage, or are they going to actually do something with it?
I'm not sure, but Frosty and my dude Saw have all the time in the world to just melt his shield. It's not going to be. He's going to have to recharge his barrier. It's going to be low. So
he's a menace right now to them. Just
yeah, it's engage object only with like. He has full barrier now, but he didn't. I guarantee you, he did it before. And the double bubble coming from post is like we've seen before in these games. It's hard to stop because they're so confident and they're so competent in this composition that there's no way that Louisville can. I mean, they have competed against before, but only in rare circumstances. As you know, Frosty and my dude Saw can just play the correct angles behind the shields and just get picks. MJ Gator on Hanzo here, trying to get the Zen and the Sigma at the same time. Sigma's pretty low. J-Bev is going to actually go down a couple seconds here. There he is. They find J-Bev, and then Zenyatta's going to test by himself. Lowest HP hero. Unfortunately, I can't go against the whole team, oddly enough.
So I'm trying to figure out what happened there. It seemed like Louisville wrapped around the entire map there and just flanked them all at once, allowing them to cap the point. Is that what happened, you'd say?
It looked like, yeah, it looked like you're correct. That post university was definitely caught off guard. I'm not sure by what. We were spectating met a lot of post people, so maybe we were caught unaware as they were. But
yeah.
It seems like we weren't able to see the exact thing. But I think what happened was, from my perspective, from what I thought happened was that University of Louisville was able to get enough utility, utility like flashbang and storm arrow, and it was able to get behind post and was able to capitalize there.
Indeed.
Frosty coming in as the clone, 81 HP.
You know, you love to see those shatter kills now. In a way, I'm glad they buffed that. It's a little weird to see now that whenever you shatter someone point blank, that they die, because it used to only do 50 damage. Now it does, I think, 300 or 250. I can't remember exactly.
The Earth Shatter damage is, I think it's
It might just be a 200 base, I believe it actually is.
I think it's well, the
Posting
does 50 damage.
4 picks.
It does 50 damage per enemy when it hits it, I believe. But I think the updated, I think it does around 250, close to be able to take out the DPS that are in front of you.
And you have to be, like I said, practically point blank in order for it to do that sort of damage.
They really did buff the tanks and their close-up ults with D.Va and Ryan.
Yes.
Maybe next, whenever Risa puts her bongo on you, you just die. That's what's gonna happen next. Like, Larissa's just gonna run up to you and hit you with a bongo, and it's wraps.
I'm still trying to get used to not having that experimental feature where you get to kill people with beat drop.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really want it to be in main game. As a Lucio main, I wanted some like death capability. Good eat from Killak to take away his flashbang there, but I wanted the utility from the Lucio to be able to kill on impact, but unfortunately that's not what's going to happen. D-Mac, Killak is actually on feet now. Sirmeach meets his demise at the hands of MJ Gator. We have Frosty up top with a clone. He's probably going to clone soon.
Deadeye just made a difference.
Deadeye did make a difference with Deadly Drew coming out here, assisting my dude Saw and all his Deadeye antics that we've seen all game, with finding, I think, a triple kill there.
Just like, wow. Because if you're Louisville right now, you're thinking to myself, what the heck do we do right here? We're burning our time. We're under 2 minutes now. And we've thrown practically almost every ult at them, and we still haven't gotten past this, like, alleyway of a choke.
It's true. It's hard to think of what they're. It's hard to know exactly what they're thinking in the situation, but they have. You're right. They're not even on the cart right now. They're actually pushing them on the side angle, and no cart. It's actually regressing. So they're trying to play for picks so they can get progress after they kill the team. But if they're not able to. MJ Gator will be ulting here soon with the Dragon as he sees 3 of them stacked up. I'm surprised it's not coming out yet, but he dies before he's able to take it out. The cart is still regressing. Looks like they're going to get people on it in a couple of seconds here. but I might actually be mistaken. They're not getting people on it, and University of Louisville has to push again for I think a third or fourth time here. Actually,
fourth time practically. They have a minute left. Their ult economy in comparison, they're up there. They're up there. Louisville is compared
They're better
to
off, yeah.
Post. But we've seen time and time again that Post ult economy doesn't really matter to Post as much as positioning does. Because Louisville loves to pour into the ults.
I mean, we have MJ Gator with an ult. We have Grapey at 9%. We have an engage object at Flux already, and he already used it as soon as he got it, and he knows where to put it.
And right there, Post got another pick.
Good.
But it gets traded by their Arisa.
But see, like Grapey only meets the Arisa with his Deadeye, and in comparison, my dude Sa would hit like 3 to 4 people. No, I'm not comparing their ability as saying one is better, but certainly my dude Sa has been more tactical with his Deadeye placements, and it's helped Post more. Now that being said, Louisville did get that second point that we were talking about. They needed to get, and they did get it. But then again, they got it at the last 130. So if they don't keep this momentum going, having 2 to 3 people on the card at a time, it's not going to last.
No,
so
they especially need time here because if we go into overtime, they're going to have to fight for a tie, and you do not want that when you're up 2-1 in this series. You want to close this out and get that win.
This is not something that you want. You don't want 1 minute on the clock with a regressing cart with 22 meters to go. It's not a situation that anyone wants to find themselves in. But Louisville has proven during this entire game that they work with situations that nobody wants to be in. They succeed and they can continue to challenge this point. I mean, just the fact that this game has been going on this long, almost 2 hours now. It speaks to the ability of these teams. I mean, these teams are here to compete and to win, and they're not going to leave without a fight.
Like, to its own degree, when you think of Overwatch games, matches themselves, the maps, they're quick to a degree. 10, 15 minutes. At most 20. So to see these games just getting dragged out over and over again, it really shows the skills of the players. Like, they want the win. They want to compete.
We've seen these games go. Yeah, you're right. It's not a very long-based game, but everything's been overtime, right? Everything's been won with that eighth of a tick left on the sky that we saw. Like everything's been won within like a hair, and that shows how good these teams are and how fierce of a competition that this game actually is. If somebody was to ask me like what teams are able to compete together and be like equally skilled, I'd say Post and Louisville. I mean, we see it right now. And it's overtime with
and they're
0
fighting
seconds,
like, teeth and bones, everything. They are throwing everything out, trying to get this point.
It's a tug of war. I mean, we have Ball going on a point. He's gonna last there for a couple more seconds, and then see what's
before his
spawn
grapple
again.
breaks. But
J Bev is right there. I mean, it's not. It's.
They also have to make something happen here if they're even going to get a tie. Otherwise, they lose this map.
Here comes the Rhine charge. Post needs this. Post needs this defense here. They have almost everyone on Louisville still on that point, and they're not looking like they're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Engage is the only one low, and even then he's already healed up.
Oh, poor Ball.
I mean,
Right
honestly,
into the pit.
Dane, that's what you want to see with those boops from that point. That's just the dream right there. So
Indeed. Well, it's a minute 25 practically a minute 25 that they have to defend for in order to just get the tie. It doesn't count as a point on the board. It just says they don't get a point.
yeah, exactly. It's honestly like you said, it's a war of attrition. Is what it's been the entire it's what it's been the entire match. It's what it's been the entire game. It's a tug of war back and forth, and honestly, it's just a great thing to watch. I mean, this is the competition. Now we have a minute and 24 for Post to get this cart going while Louisville tries to defend, and this is what it comes down to. Like, this is what it's led up to, and so who wins this? It's imperative to the long cycle of this game, and we've been here so long. We've watched these teams compete for so long. Like, we've like make it happen. Like, one of these, I'm begging one of these teams to make it happen.
Hey, if you see Frosty's back on the Hanzo, I think they want to just get picks. They don't care about style, all charge. What they want are picks. So I think that's what we're going to see here. Doors have opened. We can see the Hog there. He's trying to be sneaky, but he doesn't even know that he's been spotted. Both Storm Arrows come out from both teams. No picks yet, but it's looking real close. J-Bev very hurt, and Gator actually takes out Frosty. Gets traded back by Kill Kid. Getting picked off himself. We're just at a 5v5 currently, but Frosty gets back to the point quicker. So Louisville really needs to get another pick out here, and they did. They did just that. They get 1 pick, 2 pick, 3 picks. I swear, I feel like the count right now. Just pick after pick after pick, and there's 30 seconds left on the board. That's the defense you want. You need, when you are trying to defend your King's Row, picks are essential. Because if you can get those picks, you're able to just keep the momentum and stagger a bit. Especially looking at this ult charge here. MJ Gator goes in with his dragons. Post gets the pick on draw. It's not the greatest thing, but draw did get the window off. So you're hoping that Louisville gets the picks they need. Post, they're making their statement. They are going in. 1 person, 2 person, 3 person. Deadeye goes in. Trans goes in. Dragons goes in. Only 1 left, so on the point is Ball. But it does not seem like it's enough. Even Lucio tries to touch, but it's just not there. Post,
unfortunately, it's
gets
not there.
the
As
point.
Post does get that point in at the very last second on overtime.
Oh my god. It has to come down to King the Hill. Control. J-Bev here with the play of the game. Got to see which one this is, because there's been so many great fluxes in here.
That MO from the J-Bev's BAP right there actually saved him from that Rhine charge if he wasn't able to succeed. So that was a good MO from the Baptiste of Post. You're right. It is going to. Oh, sorry. It is going to come down to King of the Hill. It's going to start exactly how it's going to end exactly how it started, and I don't know what map. I mean, if it's Busan,
it can't be Busan.
It can't be Busan, but like we saw on Busan is what I was intending with that. We saw that Post is good at it excels at controlling single point. If you put Swan on Ball, he's going to be able to have mines and just control a single lane. If you put my dude Saw on Cassidy, he's going to have a Deadeye that's going to be able to control that point. So honestly, we have to see Louisville. We have to see MJ. We have to see Gator come out with some good plays. We have to see maybe him compete against Frosty as Hanzo again. I have no idea what comps we're thinking. I have no idea what map this is. We'll let you know as soon as we figure out what map is up next.
Indeed we will. Well, we'll see you guys in a bit. We're going to head off to break now. We'll see you very soon.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Routing power to forward barrier. Time to raise my ATM.
Let them out!
I am
Great team play.
perfect. See through the dragon's eyes. Marked by the dragon.
Gonna make you feel better.
Time to raise my ATM.
Let them up! Be angry. On the Crusader! Fire!
Stop shit, you. Immortality bubbles down.
I can use some help.
Score 1-0. Ready for battle. Five, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
ATM 좀 올려볼까?
Let them up.